वीडियो भी चल रहा है, तो अभी मुझे और अदर्स नहीं दिखेंगे अभी, जब तक हम मीटिंग स्टार्ट नहीं होगा ना। हाँ।
So very, very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, all our distinguished guests, all those who have joined us today for this very, very special IOD India's Annual Directors Conclave. This is Ritika Jhanji Jagtiani, and it is always, always a pleasure to be part of IOD's events, and especially today because this is 2021 Annual Directors Conclave. So on behalf of Institute of Directors India, it's an absolute pleasure and an honor to welcome all of you to this special annual conclave, or our very esteemed and distinguished IOD members, IOD fellows, associates, and IOD India Global family. I'm told that we have our members joining us from across the time zones. We have people joining in from the USA, from UK, from Singapore, from South Africa, from UAE, and many other parts of the world. So thank you for being with us despite the time zone you are in. Let me just tell you a little bit about what we are going to be doing in the conclave today. The very theme of today's conclave is creating a future-ready board for investment and inclusive growth. So, of course, we're going to be focusing on the opportunities that lie ahead for the board of directors, but also when it comes to the challenges that they can face, especially focusing on these areas so that they can come out with better performance. The key topics that will be covered in this conclave are creating a future-ready board, diverse, socially responsible, tech-savvy, and inclusive. Corporate governance, moving beyond mere compliance. Developing a roadmap for the effectiveness of boards through independent directors. ESG strategies in the boardroom. Corporate governance in public sector enterprises, and of course, governance strategies for state development. And not to forget, there will also be a very special launch and presentation of a survey report that we're going to be doing on the role of independent directors in addressing corporate fraud and misconduct, conducted jointly by IOD India and Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India. A big thank you to all our partners for their overwhelming support for this very special program. I would like to start with our principal strategic partner, ACCA. Thank you so much, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Principal partners, Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, that's ONGC, and Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation. Moving on to our platinum partner, Delhi Tourism, Bihar Tourism. Our gold partners, World Gold Council from UK, Cisco, Gale India Limited, India Tourism Development Corporation Limited, Jharkhand Tourism, Gokuldas Exports Limited, National Handloom Development Corporation Limited, Universal Sompo General Insurance Company Limited, Mazagaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, and National Small Industries Corporation. Moving on to our silver partners for this conclave, we would like to thank Gujarat Tourism, Indraprastha Gas Limited, Delhi State Industrial and Infrastructure Developmental Corporation, Glass Lewis, TriStar Group from UAE, National Payments Corporation of India, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited, Chhattisgarh State Industrial Development Corporation. Moving on to the associate partners, Dahati Gold Mines Company Limited, Hindustan Copper Limited, Balmer Lowry and Company Limited, NMDC Limited, SMC Group, Mahanagar Gas Limited, and our knowledge partners, Deloitte, Global Schools Foundation from Singapore. And a very, very special thanks to our supporting partner, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, that's ICSI. So with all that, ladies and gentlemen, underway, may I now request the President of Institute of Directors India, Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, who's spearheading the mission and the vision of IOD, to please deliver the welcome address. Over to you, General Ahluwalia.
Thank you. Thank you, Ritika. Honorable Justice Venkatachalaya ji, former Chief Justice of India and former Chairman, National Human Rights Commission, now National Chairman, Institute of Directors. Institute of Directors, as you all know, is a not-for-profit, membership-based association of corporate directors in India, responsible for continuing training and updating of directors, all types, whether it is executive, non-executive directors, independent directors, women directors. Networking through periodic regional, national, and global conventions. 3 of them are held abroad annually: London, Dubai, and Singapore. Then we have the board research and advisory, that is the annual board evaluations, CSR impact analysis, surveys, compliance, and other related areas. We raise operational corporate functional standards through annual Golden Peacock Awards in 14 different areas. Now, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome the VVIPs and our honored guests from India and abroad. We have more than 1,000 participants from across the geographies and industries on a single virtual platform. The IOD Annual Convention is an occasion like no other. Not only it attracts a stellar cast of guest speakers, but also sets an agenda for directors, challenges for the near future. We hope to inspire business through and beyond these historic and challenging times. The key topics include creating a future-ready board, which is diverse, which is inclusive, socially responsible, technologically savvy, with effective communication, ethics, values, culture, and manages rise of stakeholder capitalism, geopolitical shifts which may affect supply and logistic chains, and the sustainability goals and ESG strategies are a more recent inclusion in our area. The agenda of high-performing boards include diversity and inclusiveness, long-term vision, a performance analysis through non-financial indicators, not just financial reports and ratios, what drives value, including alternative strategies, technology like artificial intelligence and cloud to leverage for increased resilience. In corporate governance, we shall see what brings clarity to the role of board and independent directors to move it beyond compliance for competitive advantage. About independent directors, point is how to be really independent, how to raise standards of governance through board committees, how to be vanguard of minority shareholders and regulatory prescriptions. They rely heavily on independent directors, so there is no way but to come up to it. India's economic growth story of the last 3 decades, that is since 1991, talks about Sensex rising 36 times, market cap rising 69 times, FDIs have doubled, ease of doing business has brought us from 150 rank to near 50 now, and India to become the 3rd largest economy by around 2025, with GDP rising to US $5 trillion. Today in the evening at 6:15 p.m., we shall have a brief presentation on the joint survey report on the role of independent directors in controlling corporate frauds and corruption, our preparedness to address it. This joint survey was organized by Deloitte and IOD and will be presented by the Deloitte partner. The survey shows very clearly the rise of fraud, corruption, and cyber attacks. It is showing 6.07 lakh cyber security incidents in the first 6 months of the current year, 2021, that is from January to June, reported by the India Computer Emergency Response Team, CERT. COVID-19 and remote working have also further added complexities and vulnerabilities in the equation. Fraud is a key risk area, both for the board and the audit committees to focus on. It cannot be under wrap any longer. The digital tools and forensic data analytics have become vital now. The second day focus, that is tomorrow, will be more on state public sector enterprises, rebooting governance strategies, and new areas like ESG and sustainability would get better coverage. We have, of course, a galaxy of speakers from government, business leadership, and professionals like from the government, Girish Chandra Murmuji, Controller and Auditor General of India, Mr. Tarun Kapoorji, Ministry of Petroleum, Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Mr. Alok Tandonji, Secretary, Ministry of Mines, and Mr. Ali Raza Rizvi, Secretary, Department of Public Enterprises in Ministry of Finance. From the business, we have our old friend and well-wishers, Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman, Bharti Enterprises. We have K.K. Mistriji, Vice Chairman and CEO of HDFC Limited, India. From our foreign colleagues, we have Professor Mervyn E. King, Chairman, King's Committee on Corporate Governance, Patron, Good Governance Academy, Chairman Emeritus IIFC and GRI, and the former Judge Supreme Court of South Africa. We have William Brooks, FCA, President of the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, UK. We are MOU partner with them for over 10 years now. Mr. Mark Miller, President ACCA, Association of Chartered Certified Accountants of UK. We're very proud to welcome him. Sir Andrew Lickerman, Professor of Management Practice and former Dean of London Business School, UK. Very kind of him to come again to address our audience. Mr. Windy Banga, a regular speaker at our, a chairman of UK Government Investments, a senior partner of Clayton, Dubilier and Rice, and senior independent director of GlaxoSmithKline, UK. Mr. Atul Timuranikar, co-founder and executive chairman, Global Indian International, JIS, Singapore. A number of these, I mean, I have certainly not been able to address all the guests and special VVIPs who have come. I'm glad Mr. Anup Vadhavanji, who has been regularly supporting IOD, and we're very grateful to him that he has also joined. Thank you very much, Anup. I would now just take the privilege of inviting the next speaker, who is to invite the chairman of the Institute of Directors, chairman of this conclave of 2 days, Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatalaji, to deliver the chairman's address. A few words about him. I mean, all of us know him, all of you know him. The Honorable Justice M.N. Venkatalaji has been former Chief Justice of India till 1995. He was chairman of National Human Rights Commission after that. He chaired Constitution Reforms Committee, a very well-known organization which really made a lot of changes. Honored as Padma Vibhushan by the Honorable President of India. He is presently the honorary chairman of Institute of Directors India and honorary chairman of Golden Peacock Awards jury. This year, of course, we were very happy to see the release of a special biography on Justice M.N. Venkatalaia by Mr. V. Sudesh Pai, the book is called The Man and the Judge, a Venkatalaia Reader. It has a beautiful foreword by the current Chief Justice of India, Mr. Sharad Bobde, who called him not just above the top judges, but apart. He referred to him as Bhishma Pitama of Justice. So I have a great pleasure in requesting Shri Venkatalaia ji, Chairman of the Convention, to kindly address us. Justice Venkatalaia.
Esteemed General Ahluwalia and all the respected and distinguished invitees, my respectful greetings to all of you. This year's conclave holds a special meaning and a special significance. Confucius cautioned that it's dangerous to live in interesting times. But then, is it interesting to live in dangerous times? There's an ongoing ethic-neutral disruptive technological revolution. We are as yet unable to fully unfold and understand the magnitude of its disruptive potential. It was predicted long ago that a moment will arrive in human affairs that technological revolution occurs when computers will become more intelligent than human beings, and our bodies, minds, and our civilization itself will be irreversibly transformed, and that digital dictatorship is not only inevitable but is imminent. This is an obvious reference to the impact of what is now talked about as big data, algorithms, blockchain technology, cryptocurrency, smart contracts, and a whole host of other innovations. It is said that whoever owns data owns the future. But then big data is itself unsorted, ethic neutral, general, undifferentiated, and amorphous entity comparable to human stem cells. But what is important is that this mass of information can be churned to yield specific indicators such as consumer patterns and consumer behavior, marketing patterns, political behavior, political preferences, and many factors related to marketing and marketing practices. Health data is yet another valuable economic information. In corporate governance, there is much anticipated intrusion. At the one end, there is an extreme and understandably alarming vision of a panicky vision at that, of a possible elimination of the entire human factor altogether in favor of and towards a complete autonomous organization run by algorithms through satellite controlled command systems beyond human interventions and reach. This is an extreme alarming picture. But then one thing is closer to reality. There will be a market redistribution between shareholder and then delegate the board with a new entity named the artificial intelligence operating between them. The role of the board and of the executive will increasingly be devoted to processing of information than generation of information. The shareholders' meetings will be more comprehensive, more inclusive, with increased opportunities of participation with virtual and holographic participations. Corporate enterprises and methods change with access to new global information systems. Whoever ever imagined that a large global transportation enterprise runs successfully without owning a single vehicle and according to its own claim without a single employee? There will expectedly be corporate whistleblowers. There will be expectedly corporate whistleblowers. There will be a spate of mergers and acquisitions. While corporate practices are amazingly creative about business ventures, they seem to be non-creative in their responses to the new challenges and their consequences. Twilight might suddenly turn into darkness. Some of the recent acquisitions by the young ones or the older ones indicates a new trend. Corporate world needs and deserves your advice and guidance. At this very critical stage, I wish the IOD every success in the kind of programs that it conducts, and I hope and pray that this conclave provides great guidance to the corporate world, particularly more than the economic aspects of it, how this world could be a happier and a better place for everyone to live. Thank you very much for your kindness.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for making time for this Annual Directors Conclave, and we're always very inspired by you and the words you share with us. Thank you so much once again, and thank you, General Ahluwalia, for the welcome address as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move on to a very, very special keynote address. And to deliver this keynote address, please join me in welcoming Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman, Bharti Enterprises Limited, one of India's leading business groups and first-generation corporations with interests in areas of telecom, agri-food business, financial services, realty, communication, and media devices. Mr. Mittal, one of India's leading industrialists, is known for his invaluable contributions in business, different areas of public interest, and nation as a whole. He serves on many international bodies and think tanks and is closely associated with spearheading the Indian industry's trade, collaboration, and policy. A passionate advocate of the right to good education, he also serves on the boards of several educational institutions and has been deeply associated with the cause of education. He strongly believes that a responsible corporation has a duty to give it back to the community in which it operates. This belief has resulted in Bharti Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mittal has been associated with IOD family for over 2 decades now. He was part of the Golden Peacock Awards grand jury way back in 2000. Truly, he's led the group by example, from Bharti Cellular to Airtel, a global brand. A leading telecom company now operates in 20 countries across Asia and Africa in a short span of time. A true inspiration to our boardroom and business community. Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal, for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you, Ritika. Lieutenant General Ahluwalia, Justice Venkatachalaya ji, my fellow panelists on this session. Yes, indeed, I always have relished my engagement and interactions at the IOD. Of course, I have come back after a long time. I know I'm cognizant of my absence in spite of you having invited me a number of times. But all said and done, let me first of all compliment you for this the conclave, the Annual Directors Conclave, and more importantly, picking up the theme of investment and inclusive growth. As we all know, COVID-19 almost halted and in some cases reversed the gains of decades, deepened inequalities and risks. General Ahluwalia, you mentioned about stakeholder capitalism. And I think time has come when we need to actually look at more stakeholder concerns. Not only the shareholders or the employees, but also consumers and the communities we live in on the other side, with a very, very high focus on inclusive growth. This is something which this country needs. And I believe corporate India and India Inc. need to match their initiatives with what the government of India and the state governments are doing, and look at ensuring that we have inclusive growth, which can touch millions of people who need it the most. I must also say that one of the big subject which is engaging the world is on climate change. It has taken a center stage at multilateral discussions. 127 governments responsible for more than 60% of global emissions have considered commitments to net zero, while only 8% of world's largest companies, Global Fortune 500, pledged to become net zero by 2030. Of course, they are also the ones who have indeed created the imbalance in the climate. And I believe the initiative and the strategic direction which India is taking under Prime Minister Modi, it is equally the responsibility of Indian industry and corporate India to ensure that we shoulder our responsibilities and we complement the efforts towards net zero of the government of India. Also during this time, in the last 18 months, international private sector inflows for developing countries in the Sustainable Development Goals fell by 1/3 in 2020. And that is putting a lot of stress, if I must say, and pressure within. What we see today is the equity and symbolism of returning cash to shareholders. I think this is the dilemma which the boards are facing when employees were being laid off or furloughed in many cases. Or for that matter, companies' cash position, reserves, and strategic plans, which need to ensure that the company is risk averse, and that is the responsibility of the board and the board members, given the extreme uncertainty. I'm happy that Indian economy is coming back to its pre-pandemic level, and we expect over 9% GDP growth this year. This will be a great boost, not only for trade in India, but global trade. And I must also say that there are many companies and the boards who responded to this crisis very quickly. The directors, they stepped in on towards improving collaboration, implementing new processes, focusing on resilience, and spending more time on board work, especially with the board meetings gone virtual. So while one didn't have to travel, but different time zones put pressure on people who were up early morning or up late night, depending on the time zones they were living in. Let me move to the corporate governance best practices. And I think at the very outset, let me say, it is now moving towards beyond compliance. I think gone are the days when boards were only looking at compliances. Agile and competitive business, companies, they need board members who are very well prepared, who understand the business dynamics. And therefore, it is important that the company's board and the promoters must bring in directors on the board who can add value to the company's strategic goals, to ensure that we at the board can all give right direction to the management team for them to deliver. Also, if I may say, the corporate culture which needs to be built in a company is absolutely the responsibility of the board of directors. It is just not the chairman of the board. It falls on the shoulders of all the board members. And more importantly, can we look at creating corporate culture which gives priority to ethical standards, professionalism, integrity, and compliances, and more importantly, setting a direction for operating and strategic goals to be delivered by the management teams, as I mentioned earlier. It is equally important that we get the right independent directors. And when I say right, means it's just not the right person with the domain knowledge. They need to be people of eminence. They need to be people who have domain knowledge in their areas of strength, which every company and every board needs a direction. And equally, it is their responsibility to see that the governance is of the highest standard at the company's board level. The independent director's paramount role today is not only just voicing the concern of small investors, but more importantly, related party transactions, conflicts of interest, transparent information sharing, and compliances. I think if we put all this together, I believe that sets the tone for the company's management to ensure that there is high level of ethics and integrity within the company, and more importantly, they deliver the business in a very transparent manner, and in the manner in which the goals which the boards have set up, they can deliver those. I'm also happy that the Ministry of Corporate Affairs set up the Independent Directors Data Bank. I think that will help, especially I would say the medium level companies to find the right independent directors. The dichotomy which I see is, of course, one is on the stringent rules, regulation, and compliances, and therefore, what we see is many of the persons, they don't want to get into an independent director role with a company which is not ethical, which is not looking at the responsibility which they need to deliver, not only for the businesses which they are in, but more importantly, outside for the communities and the inclusive growth. And therefore, it becomes all the more important for the promoters, the shareholders, to ensure that they provide absolutely highest corporate governance within their companies. Need for women representation on the boards. I think that is something which is now engaging all the boards to have more diversity. And I think diversity, we need to look at just not, if I may say, women board members, but we can also look at bringing young talent, young entrepreneurs. I mean, today we see entrepreneurs who are becoming unicorns in their own right in the startups and in the new age companies. And I'm sure they bring a different set of ideas to the board. Let me also talk about the ESG and stakeholder governance. I think this is again something where, especially the listed companies, they need to ensure that they are not only mapping the ESG risks and opportunities, but more importantly, ensuring that adequate reporting and monitoring happens and integrate those ESG consideration into executive decision making. Because this will ultimately depend and impact on the company's businesses, especially the companies who are doing global business globally. In this, let me share what we have done at Bharti and Airtel. Airtel has committed to 50% reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions by financial year 31 across all its operations. We have also committed alignment with SBTi's business ambition for 1.5 degrees centigrade pathway to build a sustainable planet. And I'm also happy to share with each one of you, Airtel is also the first Indian company to join the UN Global Compact. And all this comes on the back of the highest corporate governance. Airtel is perceived, and Bharti Enterprises across all its businesses is seen amongst the highest corporate governed companies within India and at par with any multinational companies we see all over the world. Bharti Airtel also has received Best Governed Company awards in the past. And more importantly, I think the performance across the ESG pillars, on the environment side, 49% reduction in networking emission intensity. On governance, we have 82% non-executive directors on the board, enhanced sustainability reporting, strengthened and business responsibility reports. While these are mandated, but I think it's the quality of the work and the governance process, which I'm very, very proud of at Bharti. Let me quickly now move to the CSR. That was another area which I was supposed to talk about. The COVID-led last 15, 18 months has seen a significant shift on spends on the COVID-19 CSR activities. 80% of annual CSR budgets were allocated to pandemic last year. Therefore, the other areas which needed more attention took a backseat. But I must say that business going forward cannot continue on as usual basis, business as usual basis. We are seeing increasing social inequality, mass extinction of animals, disruption of entire ecosystem, and which are already threats to our existence, the existence of mankind. We see the pollution levels, we see temperatures rising. So all this is man-made problems, and therefore I think it is imperative that all of us need to pitch in. On the business responsibility of Bharti Airtel, we are governed by 9 principles. Ethics, I talked about, transparency and accountability, product lifecycle sustainability, employees' well-being, stakeholder engagement, protection of environment, responsible policy advocacy. I think this is something which every business must understand. It is important that we need to be responsibly talking about any policy advocacy initiatives or engagement with various governments. And I would say in the last, supporting the inclusive growth. What has Bharti done on these efforts? We took education as one of the pillars to move forward way back in 2000 when Bharti Foundation was set up. I'm extremely happy to share that today, our initiatives are spanning across 16 states and union territories in India. We are focusing on the underprivileged children and on the girl child. And I'm happy to share that 16 states and UTs, we are reaching out to almost 290,000 students every morning. This includes 180 of the Satya Bharti schools, which are set up in the in the villages in rural India across 6 states, 40,000 children with 50% girl students, and the 800 government schools where we are engaged on a quality support program. And all this education is being given absolutely free of charge. We don't charge even a single rupee. The midday meal, the uniforms, the nutrition level, everything is being taken care of by Bharti Foundation. And since inception, about 4.5 lakh students have been part of the Satya Bharti journey. Coinciding with Prime Minister's Swachh Bharat Abhiyan in 2014, we announced the Satya Bharti Abhiyan, and I'm happy to share that we built 32,000 toilets in village homes in Ludhiana, rural across 1,000 villages, and Amritsar, about 700 villages, to ensure that those rural Amritsar and rural Ludhiana became defecation-free, ODF-free. 32,000 toilets and with about 225,000 beneficiaries. And I'm happy to report that those toilets, even today, 98.5% of those are being used as toilets. This is the best benchmark in the country. And that is because we did a lot of, if I may say, I brought these school kids, the Satya Bharti school children of Punjab in Ludhiana, onto the streets of villages to impress upon their parents and communities to have a toilet at home who were resisting. And it is so gratifying when we see them, when we see women talking about that they have got their dignity back, when we see more children are healthy now because the illnesses have come down. And in addition to that, we spent about 100 crores towards the COVID activities, including the PM CARES Fund, and 270 crore benefit was given to 55 million low-income customers to tide over during the pandemic. So these are the activities which we did on the CSR side. And I believe it is important that it is, and not important, I think it is imperative for each one of us to give back to societies. It is our responsibility. It's not an obligation to ensure that we reach the last person standing and handhold them. So in the end, I can say boards need to focus on accountability. They need to realize corporate growth strategy with net zero. They need to adapt operating models for transforming businesses, creating long-term value, leading diversity, investing in innovation, but more importantly, being transparent and completely engaged with all stakeholders and looking at just not equity, but inclusive growth. So I'm happy to be here, and I'm sure this conclave will come out with many more insights and, if I may say, learnings for each one of us. I wish this conclave all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal. It was really inspiring hearing you and the kind of examples you shared for Bharti Enterprises. I'm sure there's a lot to learn from all the board of directors who are joining you from different parts of the world. Thank you so much again for sparing time, and we hope to see you sooner this time again at IOD. Thank you so much.
Certainly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to the next keynote address. Please join me in welcoming Mr. K.K. M. Mistry, Vice Chairman and Chief Executive Officer, HDFC Limited, India's leading housing finance company. We all know that today HDFC has played an incredible role and has brought a silent revolution in the whole housing sector. Mr. Mistry brings with him over 3 decades of weighted work experience in banking and financial sectors domain. He has played a critical role in HDFC's successful transformation into India's leading financial services conglomerate by facilitating the formation of companies including HDFC Bank, HDFC Asset Management Company, HDFC Life Insurance Company, and HDFC Ergo General Insurance Company. A chartered accountant from the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, he began his career in 1975. He serves on multiple boards and is also on the advisory board of a few Indian corporates. A very hearty welcome to you, Mr. Mistry. I think there is some.
We can't hear Keki.
Yeah. So I think you need to unmute yourself.
He's unmuted. I think there's something.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
Can you
We
hear
can
me
hear
now?
you. Yes, sir, we can hear you now. We can.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yes, sir, we can hear you. We can hear you.
So let me, first of all, a very good afternoon to all of you. I would like to thank the Institute of Directors for inviting me to speak at this conclave. I appreciate the significant contribution made by IOD towards supporting and recognizing the corporate governance efforts by Indian companies and for being a pioneer in bringing together effective boardroom best practices from all over the world. Corporate governance is often looked upon as a means to measure how well a company is run. Investors use corporate governance as an indicator to judge the quality of a company's management and the effectiveness of its board. It is now widely accepted by companies that sound principles of governance are a necessary tool for their long-term development and sustainability. It is important to recognize here that each country has to evolve governance norms that culturally best suit them. In this regard, several Indian companies have tried to imbibe international best practices in corporate governance. Corporate governance in India is unique in the sense that Indian companies are divided into various categories, each with their own characteristics. There are four broad types of companies in India, namely, one is family-owned or promoter-controlled enterprises, two is public sector enterprises, three is multinationals, and four is private sector companies that are neither family-owned nor do they have a dominant promoter. Each of these boards have their own set of issues and challenges. Hence, best practices in corporate governance need to address all these issues. I would like to emphasize here that many Indian companies have done very well over the years in terms of maintaining governance standards. Also, many of these have done so voluntarily, driven by their own internal policies and the desire to do the right thing. There is recognition in India that companies committed to good governance have a distinct competitive advantage along with enhanced reputation and investor trust. Global investors are extremely cautious in identifying the companies where they invest. One of their main focus areas is good governance. These investors are willing to pay a premium to companies where governance practices are perceived to be strong. No doubt in India, we have had our share of corporate governance setbacks over the last decade. However, there are also several examples of leading corporate houses that have stood the test of time, created wealth, diversified their businesses, haven't compromised on their core values, and have preserved a culture of accountability. I would like to talk about 8 corporate governance trends that have got a lot of traction in India in recent years. The first is risk management. The pandemic has confirmed that unexpected disasters can indeed occur. Having come through this past year, boards and their senior leaders need to assess if their organization's crisis management plans were up to the challenges they faced. Going forward, organizations may need to develop a readjusted risk management framework. Risk management is about preparing for an uncertain future. One of the current uncertainties is assessing how many of the various challenges that boards have experienced during the past year will prove to be permanent. After the pandemic, key considerations for the board will be cybersecurity, data protection, and legal compliances. The crisis has shown that the need for long-term strategic thinking cannot be overemphasized. Boards that have a long-term view have always been able to help their organizations emerge stronger after every crisis. During the pandemic, boards without a holistic view of forward-looking fiscal scenarios were taken by surprise when the tide turned so dramatically. The age-old saying that the best risk management framework is one that fortifies the balance sheet in good times so as to create sufficient ammunition to tackle a downturn held true during the pandemic. The second theme is the importance of independent directors. More is expected of today's independent directors than ever before as the business landscape has become far more complex. Boards are having to deal with complex issues such as economic uncertainty, market volatility, ESG issues, rapid changes in technology, cybersecurity issues, investor activism, and regulatory and media scrutiny. A board can operate at an optimum level only if it has truly independent members. The difference between a good board and a great one is the quality of the directors sitting around the table. Independent directors carry a unique responsibility of being a conduit between the various stakeholders and the management of a company. In other words, they are the gatekeepers of compliance and governance. As the responsibilities placed on independent directors has been gradually increasing over the years, the regulators need to be commended for agreeing to include stock options as part of the compensation that can be paid to independent directors within the overall limit prescribed under the Companies Act. The third issue revolves around shareholder activism. Shareholder activism will gather momentum as organizations look towards a post-pandemic future. Globally last year, activism had slowed down considerably as many activists were preoccupied with their own survival. Also, it became difficult for activists to garner public support as there was an understandable leeway towards companies during the height of the crisis. However, as the threat of the pandemic abates, boards will need to be prepared to deal with activism, proxy fights, takeovers, and M&As. We have already started seeing several signs of shareholder activism in recent times. In Western countries, some activist funds are increasingly being aggressive and in certain instances threatening corporates with proxy fights if they don't get what they want. Shareholder activism in India is likely to become even more pronounced in the years to come. Companies will need to ensure that their corporate governance standards are frequently evaluated and strictly followed to prevent activists from exploiting weaknesses or inconsistencies. Further, constant communication with the investors will be vital in maintaining shareholder confidence. The fourth area is the growing focus on ESG. Increasingly, some investors and proxy advisors are actively monitoring board oversight and responsiveness to ESG factors and comparing the company's ESG performance to that of its peers. The ESG ecosystem continues to evolve, and recent market-driven and regulatory developments are accelerating standardized ESG reporting and impacting shareholder expectations. Corporations in India are beginning to publish ESG reports. In fact, some Indian companies have published their first business responsibility and sustainability report this financial year on a voluntary basis, even though it was made mandatory by SEBI only for financial year 2023. As the expectations from boards on what they are doing for ESG continues to evolve, directors should work with management to identify the material ESG risks and opportunities faced by the company and work to integrate these considerations into the organization's strategic and operational decision-making. Further, directors and management should engage with investors to understand their perspectives and priorities with regard to ESG. The fifth theme I would like to talk about is the rising expectations of the board. In today's scenario, boards have to keep pace with continuous technological disruptions such as cybersecurity, digital transformation, and a whole host of other issues. They are expected to advise the management on how to cope up with changing times. Investors are pushing boards to provide a better insight into the relevance of a director's skill sets to the company. Many institutional investors are asking companies for greater disclosure around the competencies of the board and a clearer, more direct link to each director's skill sets. Indian boards have begun disclosing a competency matrix of their board of directors in the annual report to ensure greater transparency. Without doubt, board composition and performance are pertinent and important topics for investors and external stakeholders. Boards will need to evaluate how their board composition reflects the stakeholder base and ensure that its members possess the appropriate competencies needed to oversee strategic opportunities and risks. The sixth theme I would like to talk about is diversity. Investors also want to see greater diversity in the composition of boards whether it is in terms of diversity of gender, race, ethnicity, or skills. Diversity in particular has in recent times become a big focus area for investors who want to see an increased diversity of thought and experience to better enable the board to identify risks and improve all-round performance. The percentage of women on boards in India has increased from about 6% in 2014 to over 17% in 2020. In fact, according to a survey by MSCI, Indian boards have fared better than some of their market peers in ensuring gender parity. In comparison to our 17%, women constituted 13% of boards in China, 10% in Russia, 9% in Mexico, and 14% in Brazil. However, we lag UK and US, where nearly a third of the board members of leading companies are women. In Western countries, there are a few examples where shareholders seeking to promote diversity have turned to litigation by accusing non-compliant boards of violating their fiduciary duties by failing to bring in gender or racial diversity on the boards. The seventh theme I would like to talk about is board effectiveness. Going forward, there will be heightened focus on board effectiveness. Directors are having to consider an increasingly broad range of issues. There is increasing pressure on boards to limit the number of external mandates a director can take so as to get a greater degree of commitment from the director. In the course of time, directors will be forced to join fewer boards. Currently in India, the maximum number of directorship has been capped at 7. In developed countries, however, investors tend to expect a maximum of 4 or 5 directorships. Boards are striving to improve the quality of their board evaluation criteria and are developing approaches to engage with investors on board effectiveness. Regular board evaluation needs to be embraced by organizations. The eighth theme I want to talk about is on virtual board meetings. In view of the continued virtual board meetings, board members have realized that business can be handled effectively via such meetings. Virtual meetings have made it possible for directors to use their time more efficiently, reduce traveling time, and yet attain the same degree of effectiveness. Boards need to be constantly trained on the risks associated with increased cybersecurity and privacy issues, especially if meetings are being held virtually. Post a pandemic, when travel and in-person meetings resume, the nomination committee will have to determine if the number of in-person board and committee meetings should be reduced and instead some of them supplemented by virtual meetings. In conclusion, let me say that the bar continues to rise for Indian boards. India Inc. is proceeding on the right path in establishing best practices in governance. At the same time, governance in India has a unique flavor, and I do believe that both SEBI and MCA are taking this into consideration while framing new laws and regulations. Commitment to good governance leads to a distinctive competitive advantage, enhances reputation, and creates long-term sustainability. Organizations need to focus on prudence and long-term growth, irrespective of economic cycles. I'm confident that corporate governance practices in India will keep improving, which will enable easier access to capital from global markets and greater transparency. Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mistry, for making time out from your busy schedule and joining us for this Annual Directors Conclave, and so in detail, elaborately outlining the challenges, the opportunities that lie ahead of the Board of Directors. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Anup Vadhavan, retired IAS, former Secretary, Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, who shall be delivering the next keynote address. Mr. Anup brings with him a wealth of experience in transformational leadership, served in various roles at Department of Commerce, Directorate General of Foreign Trade, Department of Financial Services, Department of Economic Affairs, and Prime Minister's Office of India. We are honored to have him among us. He'll be sharing his insights and wisdoms as we prepare for a more sustainable future. A very, very warm welcome to you, Dr. Anup Vadhavan. Thank you so much for making time for this conclave.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the very kind introduction. Good afternoon to everyone. As always, I'm delighted to be amidst a very, very distinguished group of participants at this very important event on creating a future-ready board for investment and inclusive growth. I think it is undisputed that readiness for investment and inclusive growth is a most prudent and critical orientation to be targeted for corporate boards. Investment and growth are major objectives and challenges for the economy and for the policymaker and the government. And fortunately, they are equally important objectives for corporations, along with, of course, the profitability resulting from sound investments and the resulting growth. There is clearly no apparent conflict between the interests of the policymaker and the corporations with regard to pursuing investment and growth as objectives. And in this context, it is particularly important to create the right sentiment, optimism, and positivity in the industry to encourage industry to marshal their efforts in this logical direction of growth and investment in their own self-interest and in the interest of their financial success, and of course, in the national interest. To bridge any gap in the perception that policymakers and government and industry may have in terms of the desirability of the investment climate, in terms of the receptivity of the investment environment for these objectives to be pursued, it is important that the right framework is created, the right engagement is created for addressing any shortcomings that might be there in the policy and regulatory environment, in further promoting ease of doing business in the approvals, compliances, and operating environment. Much progress has been made in improving ease of doing business, but there might still be areas which need to be addressed. There might be a difference in perception in terms of what the policymaker may feel and what the industry actually experiences. There is also need for providing a state-of-the-art plug-and-play physical environment, a land-based physical environment with state-of-the-art infrastructure, utilities, logistics, with a decentralized, single window for investment approvals, for implementation of projects, for actual operations. There needs to be a decentralized single window associated with a land-based platform. I think the SCZ program was an effort to create that land-based platform with a decentralized single window under the Development Commissioner. And that is one area where I think much ground needs to be covered still in terms of the ease of doing business aspect, in terms of ease of giving approvals. Much has been achieved, but the physical environment related to land, labor, power, water, infrastructure, that needs to be brought up to global standards. Ultimately, as an investment destination, we are competing with the whole world. And I think it's important that all these efforts happen in a participated manner between government and industry. Very often, a top-down or top-driven effort at reform, however well-intentioned it might be, might fall short of the aspirations of industry, might fall short of the perception of industry in achieving the intended outcome. There is no dispute that both policymakers, government, and industry have the same objective in mind. But ultimately, if the efforts are participative, collaborative, if decisions are taken in consultation with each other, then the outcomes will actually materialize, and whatever gaps that may have been there in our investment environment, which might still be persisting, would get addressed. So let me now come to the aspect of inclusivity. There is no contradiction on the aspect of investment and growth as far as government and industry are concerned. On the aspect of inclusiveness, at the outset, there might prima facie seem to be a lack of commonality in it being a priority, between government and industry. However, if we look closely and if we go by the remarks made by my very distinguished preceding speakers, this inclusiveness is an equally important goal for industry as it is for the government in the interest of long-term sustainability. Inclusivity in various practices is important for social acceptance of corporations. It is important for smooth labor relations. It's important for a healthy market, healthy demand over time. Lack of inclusiveness, lack of taking care of these critical interests, whether of your consumer or labor or your management staff, or the social environment around you, will undermine the long-term sustainability of businesses. So I think inclusiveness is an equally important goal to be pursued for industry as it is for policymakers and government. Of course, inclusiveness is mandated partly in law. If you look at various laws by which companies comply, inclusiveness and equity are mandated, whether it is the CSR provisions, whether all the labor legislations, whether it is some equity related laws on remunerations, whether it is directors benefits, directors accountability. All these mandated measures are aimed at promoting inclusiveness, aimed at promoting equity. However, I think we need to create consciousness that goes beyond mere compliance with laws. We need to create consciousness on the part of industry to have inclusiveness as an aspect of every initiative of theirs, regardless of whether there's a legal mandate or not. And this is what separates, good, successful, well-reputed companies from those that are not so successful, the ordinary companies, or those which do not have the same kind of reputation as the leaders in this field. I don't want to name any company, but if we look at the industrial scenario, some companies will stand out in terms of their emphasis on inclusiveness, emphasis on equity, their social consciousness in doing business. And I think that is the culture we need to create within our boards, that do it as in the self-interest of business, not as a charitable act or as a mandatory compliance of laws, but in the own self-interest of the long-term sustainability of business. And I think these values of inclusiveness and equity are the logical orientation of a professional value-driven company. If you look at a professional value-driven company, they logically include these aspects in their way of working, whether it is concern for the customer, whether it's concern for labor or the social obligations in the surroundings in which they operate. I think IOD can play a major role in bringing government and corporate boards together and bridging any perception gaps on the attractiveness of the Indian investment environment, and in creating the desired orientation towards inclusiveness in the interest of sustainability. I think if we look at recent example of many countries, for instance, the US, excessive inequity, excessive pursuit of profitability is not sustainable for the country and for the industry. And I think if you look at recent developments in the US, recent developments in US politics, that's a lesson which clearly comes out. I think in terms of what IOD and all of us can do, at present there is a lot of emphasis on capacity building of directors in discharging their fiduciary responsibilities. There's a lot of concern about compliance with laws, compliance with mandatory obligations. And the focus is more on that, on training directors to discharge their fiduciary responsibilities. I think we can extend that orientation, and in our guidance literature, in our training literature, we can include guidance on investment and growth as key objectives. We can include guidance on inclusiveness while pursuing guidance and growth. And we can do this by appealing to the self-interest of businesses, showing this to be in the self-interest of businesses rather than the sometimes elusive better side of the human being or the charitable side of the human being. We need to realize that this is in the self-interest not only of business but also of the nation as a whole. So let me conclude my remarks by thanking the Institute of Directors and Justice Venkat Chalaya, General Ahluwalia, and Mr. Ashok Kapoor in particular for making my participation possible. It was delightful to share my thoughts and views, and I'm confident that with this orientation towards investment and growth while taking care of inclusiveness, we'll achieve very, very fruitful and meaningful outcomes in the future. So my sincere thanks. Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anup Wadhawan. It's always an honor to have you, sir. And thank you so much for continuing to guide IOD towards its initiatives. Thank you very much, sir, again, for making time for this conclave. And now, ladies and
sorry
gentlemen.
to interject. I'm going to take leave. I have another meeting.
Okay, sure, sir. Sure, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us today. All right, as we move forward with the agenda of the conclave, before that, I would like to thank almost 700 of you. I'm told there are about 690 people who've joined us from all over the world, from across time zones who are with me right now. Thank you so much for joining us for this annual conclave. Please stay with us because we have many more insightful addresses coming up ahead. Moving ahead, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, Secretary, Ministry of Petrol and Natural Gas, Government of India, was to actually join us for a keynote address, but he's just been called in by the Minister for a very important meeting. So we cannot have him with us right now, but we hope to have him sometime later. And if he gets free with the meeting, then we can have him maybe later in the day. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to welcome our guest of honor, Honorable Comptroller and Auditor General of India, Mr. Girish Chandra Murmu. Please join me in extending a very, very warm welcome to him. Mr. Murmu, a 1985 batch IAS officer of Gujarat cadre, and he is our first Lieutenant Governor of Jammu and Kashmir before he was sworn in as the Comptroller and Auditor General of India. In his more than 3 decades of distinguished service, he's held many important assignments in Government of India and in Government's office cadre. We are very honored and very privileged to have the Honorable CAG among us today to deliver the Guest of Honor address. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Girish Chandra Murmu.
Okay. Honorable Justice Eminent Venkat Chalaya, National Chairman of Institute of Directors, Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, the President, Institute of Directors India, Mr. Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman, Bharti Enterprises, Mr. KKM Mistry, Vice Chairman and CEO of HDFC Limited, Dr. Anup Wadhawan, my friend and my colleague, former Secretary, Department of Commerce. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my profound pleasure to take part in the virtual global webinar organized by the Institute of Directors on the theme Governance Strategies for State Development. There are difficult times as we are impacted by the pandemic, but extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. So it is a comment on your prompt adaptability that the event is taking off on a virtual mode. These are qualities absolutely needed to engage effectively with our stakeholders, especially for something as vital as governance. At the core of governance is about capacity building and enhancement and creating a range of opportunities. There has been realization about this among the wise men who led the nation at the onset. In fact, it was at the stroke of midnight on August 14, 1947, that the vision for governance was laid out. No, it was not the more famous Rise to Destiny speech, but it was a few lines from what Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, our first Vice President and a great visionary and statesman, said, I quote, "We should develop competence and ability which would help us to utilize the opportunities which are now open to us from tomorrow morning. From midnight today, we cannot throw the blame on Britishers. We have to assume the responsibility ourselves for what we do. A free India will be judged by the way in which it will serve the interest of the common man in the matter of food, clothing, shelter, and social services, unquote. The path of overall development and sustained progress of nation is dependent on effective administration. Effective administration is a function of good governance. So how do you usher in good governance? There are many dimensions and elements. Primarily, it is the state that is responsible for creating a conducive political, legal, and economic environment for building individual capabilities and encouraging private initiative. Of course, all stakeholders have to be on board. There is a realization and broad enthusiasm on the need to undertake the reforms and devise appropriate strategies. There has to be appropriate evolution, decentralization, delegation of power at the requisite levels. And over time, people's participation has to be systematically and organically enhanced. Of much importance is planning and implementing governance or transparency, accountability, and efficiency related to its effective monitoring and evaluation, where e-governance and IT applications and tools have big role to play. This will lead to greater transparency, fair play, and make system faster and user-friendly. These are continuous process that will keep on evolving over time. Then there are other aspects like systemic and professional program, project formulation, project-based reform, link plan support, synergy and coordination between different government departments and agencies, rationalization of various schemes with periodic evaluation and measuring the outcome. With good governance as the most effective means of ensuring all-round, inclusive, sustained growth in all aspects of the life of the citizen, the environment of the society, and the ecology of the country, a vital part is the established architecture of the check and balance system in our system or representative democracy. In this system, distinct roles are envisaged for the legislature, the executive, and judiciary, and in doing so, they also provide for essential check and balances on each other to ensure that the elements of objectivity and accountability are embedded in the administration. The feature of good governance that are universally accepted include the exercise of legitimate political power, formulation and implementation of policies and programs that are equitable, transparent, socially sensitive, participatory, and above all, accountable to the people at large. There could, however, be aspects of governance that are contextually driven and geared to address the local concerns. Accountability in public spending is of such critical concern, not only because there is an element of compulsion involved in raising the government's resources through taxation, but also to ensure optimization in terms of economy, efficiency, effectiveness, usage of scarce resources. The parliament needs to be informed how monies which were approved by them have also been expended. And in this, it is the government auditor or the CAG who provides the critical link between the executive and the parliament by subjecting the operations of the government to regular independent investigation and review, thereby ensuring the oversight of the parliament. While administration is the expending agency of governmental resources, audit is the validation agency to provide comfort to the government and parliament. The audit and executive are on the same side of the table. There is no we or they relationship between them. Their goals are common. Ensuring compliance, validation, legality, transparency, competence, and effectiveness of execution of plans and programs not only enables legislature to hold the executive accountable, but also ensure good governance, balanced development, and growth. Effective governance envisages continuous efforts to tackle the disparity and skewed character of development challenges across various regions, states, and the villages of India. Issues like suboptimal management of economies, persistent fiscal imprudence, disparities in the pace and level of development across regions and across the districts. The existence of significant number of voiceless poor with little opportunities for participating even in institutions of local self-government, despite visible movement towards devolution through the Panchayat Raj institution, is also indicative of deficiency in governance, as is the deterioration of physical environment, very often in urban areas. Further, a way of identifying and locating the deficiencies would perhaps be a careful analysis of why some areas have succeeded in turning around the institutional capacities to govern effectively, while others have lagged behind. To conclude, it is good governance that leads to all-round achievement of national priorities and general well-being. It is the lack of good governance that is at the root of immense disappointment, which is caused by missed opportunities. I am pleased to know that Institute of Directors has curated an interesting array of topics for 6 keynote sessions. I am sure the distinguished panelists would share their experience and insight to take this discussion for higher quality engagement. Thanks and best wishes to all of you.
Thank you so much, Honorable CAG, for your erudite address and also honoring us with your gracious presence. But before we let you go, may I please request you to release the set of IOD handbooks for directors? IOD publication of a number of professional books, handbooks and periodicals like Director Today to keep the directors and boardroom community updated. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Murmu, for gracing us with your presence and sharing the insights that you did. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is going to be at 1 p.m. But before we go into that, we have, of course, our partners to thank for who keep continuing their support to make various IODs initiatives successful. And I would like to start thanking with the principal strategic partner for the conclave, that's ACCA, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, and principal partner Oil and Natural Gas Corporation Limited, Maharashtra Industrial Corporation Limited, our platinum partner Delhi Tourism, Bihar Tourism, and our gold partners World Gold Council from UK, Cisco, Gale India Limited, India Tourism Development Corporation Limited, Jharkhand Tourism, Gokuldas Exports Limited, National Handloom Development Corporation Limited, Universal Somport General Insurance Company Limited, Mazagaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, and National Small Industries Corporation. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, which is scheduled for in a few minutes from now, let's take a look at a few of our sponsor videos.
Hello? Hello?
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
We can hear you,
All right,
sir.
and you?
Good morning, sir. Welcome.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
They were working on the Wi-Fi in the building. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Absolutely fine, sir. Please.
But I think was almost dead on time.
Very much, please.
Yes, sir, you are on time. You're absolutely on time. It gives us immense pleasure, sir, to actually welcome you. You are really one distinguished guest, and I would just like to take just a few seconds to introduce you to our distinguished guests who are here with us, joining us. And our speaker right now is joining us from South Africa, Professor Judge Mervyn E. King, SC, Chairman, King Committee on Corporate Governance, Patron, Good Governance Academy, Chair Emeritus, IIRC and GRI, and former Judge, Supreme Court of South Africa. A committed South African, dedicated campaigner for justice and fairness, an accessible and selfless man, Professor Judge King has changed the corporate governance landscape not only in South Africa, but also internationally. I'm pleased to inform you that Professor Judge King was conferred the Golden Peacock Global Award for Lifetime Achievement in Corporate Governance a couple of years back in London. Earlier, late Sir Adrian Cadbury was also conferred with Golden Peacock Global Award for Corporate Governance. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Judge King is joining us, as I said, from South Africa right now. He is a living legend and considered to be the father of corporate governance. A great, great honor to have you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Over to you, sir, for the keynote session, which is going to be on corporate governance, moving beyond mere compliance.
Yes. If I go back to the turn into the 21st century, the governance dictate was still based on the primacy of the shareholder. It moved during the 21st century from increasing the wealth of shareholders to a value creation process, from inputs into a company, the activities in a company, how it made its product, and the outputs from that company, namely its product and also waste. And these, the product and the other outputs from the activities inside a company, had an impact on three critical pillars for sustainable development, namely the economy, society, and the environment. This started changing corporate thinking. At the same time, an analysis of companies listed on the Bombay Stock Exchange all over the world showed that only about 20% of the makeup of the market cap of companies was reflected as additives in a balance sheet according to financial reporting standards, be they IFRS or FASB in the US. So the corporate thinking changed completely, and corporate governance was seen as a rules-based system of how the company was directed and how it was managed. And people used to mindlessly tick boxes. So we've got a remuneration committee, we've got an audit committee, we've got a nominations committee, etc. We are therefore practicing good governance. Well, this mindless tick box approach was not adding any value. At the same time, because of these changes from increasing the wealth of shareholders rather than making decisions in the long-term health of the company, resulted in the change in corporate reporting. I was chair of the United Nations on corporate governance, and there I learned about sustainability issues. I then became chair of the Global Reporting Initiative, and there I learned that the financial reports and the sustainability reports had to be connected, or as some people call it, the financial and the non-financial. This led to the establishment of the International Integrated Reporting Council, which integrated the resources used by the company, or the capitals as we call it in the IR framework, and the relationships between the company and its stakeholders, because they are integrated. They're not in silos as we were taught. Financial capital separate from human resource separate from natural resources used by the company. No, these things are all integrated. And so the reporting became from inputs to outcomes, because when the product went out into society, it had an impact on those three critical pillars for sustainable development. At the same, that was 2010 to 2013. In 2015, the United Nations issued their Sustainable Development Goals, 16 outcomes-based goals: clean water, an outcome; clean production; clean cities; peace and justice for all, an outcome. The 17th SDG was collaboration. And we've seen the power of collaboration during 2020 with scientists developing in 9 months of vaccination, which usually takes 9 years. So I started asking the question, if reporting is outcomes-based, if our business models embracing the SDGs pertinent to the business of the company, as the conservation of water would be pertinent to the brewer of beer, then shouldn't governance be outcomes-based? And the King Committee asked this question of iconic companies around the world, academics and practitioners. And the conclusion was it should also be outcomes-based. And in consequence, we've had governance move from this mindless checklist approach to a mindful outcomes-based approach to governance. Mindful in the sense that a board is now aware of the 4 outcomes of good governance, which external stakeholders see and rationally draw the conclusion that this company is a responsible corporate citizen and is practicing good governance. What are those 4 outcomes? These are they. Firstly, ethical culture with effective leadership. So I just pause with that one. Intellectual honesty in a director is critical. He has to cross that Rubicon of honesty, leave aside present needs, past experiences, the corporate sins of fear, greed, arrogance, sloth, and cross that Rubicon and actually enter the arena where he's now acting in the best long-term interest of this incapacitated person, the company, that has no mind, no heart, no soul, and no conscience. The mind, heart, soul, and conscience of the company is in the collective mind of the board of directors. Ethical is that integrity. So that's the first outcome. The second outcome is value creation in a sustainable manner. It's no good increasing your bottom line profit, but it's being subsidized by society and the environment. And that was the era of the thesis of Milton Friedman, that the sole purpose of the company was to make profit, because many of the profits, if not all the profits, of companies during the 20th century were subsidized by society and the environment. And with the consequence that the 20th century was a century of unsustainable development, because companies were using natural assets faster than nature was regenerating them. The third thing is adequate and efficient internal controls, company secretary functions, risk compliance, internal audit. In automotive terms, I describe the adequacy and effectiveness of internal controls as the oil that runs the engine which makes the product inside the company. If you don't have the oil, the engine won't run smoothly. And these internal controls must be adequate and effective in that sense. And finally, there is legitimacy of operations, where the community in which the company operates has trust and confidence in that company. As soon as that trust and confidence breaks down, the company loses reputation, and it loses one of its major assets in the what's known today as the ESG space, environmental, social, and governance space. So in short, governance has changed completely. It's now mindful. When a board is making a business judgment call, it should also check what impact is it going to have on those four or one of those four outcomes, which rational external stakeholders will look at a company and see if they're achieving it, that it's practicing quality governance. So the board on the other side should be mindful in making business judgment calls that they're not adversely impacting on one of those four outcomes. So governance is not what it used to be. And the IOS, International Organization of Standards on Corporate Governance, in the next few months is issuing their revised standards. And they very much have relied on the final King report, which advocates this mindful, outcomes-based approach to governance, which fits in with the narrative of corporate reporting, which has become outcomes-based, and the Sustainable Development Goals in order to make our planet habitable, which are all outcomes-based. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Professor Judge King, for that address. While you were talking, we've received a couple of relevant questions from our members. May I put them across to you to answer them?
Please.
Yeah. So there's a question that's come in which says that with change in the board dynamics, can boards rely on existing mechanism of corporate governance, or is there a need for change?
Well, you still have the mechanisms of nominations committee, remuneration committees, audit committees, etc. But these are aids to help you in that change of mindset. I mean, the nominations committee will check the integrity and the skill of someone who's nominated as a director. And then, of course, the shareholders have to, in general meeting, appoint that director. So yes, you can still use those mechanisms, but it's got to be with a changed mindset that you're trying to achieve this outcomes-based approach in governance, and not just merely a mindless tick box approach, ticking those mechanisms that you have got those mechanisms, therefore you practice in quality governance. It does not follow.
That's very sufficiently answered. Thank you so much. And there's another question that's come in that asks that GRI has recently issued universal standards for sustainability reporting. How is that going to impact disclosure requirements of companies?
Yes, well, that's a complicated question, and you're going to get a complicated answer. At the moment, there's the concept of double materiality in the world. In the first decade of the 21st century, and I speak with knowledge as I was the chair of the GRI, sustainability looked at the impacts which the company's activities and its product was having on the three critical pillars identified by Brundtland in the Brundtland Commission set up by the United Nations between 1983 and 1987. And those impacts had outcomes. In the start of the second decade of the 21st century, there were, or just before the start, between 2008 and 2010, there were two significant events which started making thought leaders have a relook at sustainability issues. And these were the collapse of Lehman Brothers and the GFC, the global financial crisis. These two events had huge impacts on limited liability companies, which is the main medium through which business is conducted in the developed and developing world. So those events had a huge impact on the financial condition of companies, its balance sheet, on the operating performance of companies, its income statement and cash flows, on the risk profile of companies, its cost of capital. And so we started realizing that sustainability, like a coin, had two sides. There was the impacts of the activities of the company and its product on those three critical pillars, but those three pillars were in turn having an impact on the limited liability company. So economically, I've given you two examples. Socially, the coronavirus pandemic, and environmentally, climate change. These are having huge impacts on companies. And so in front of the words value creation was added the word enterprise, which if you look up any dictionary or Wikipedia, you see it means business firm. The value added to the business firm, the value of the business firm as a whole. So there is a huge debate at the moment. The IFRS has increased its constitution to not only do financial reporting standards, but also sustainability reporting standards. And by November this year, hopefully, they're going to announce in Glasgow at the COP meeting on climate change, the establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board with global baseline standards of reporting. But the focus of those standards will be on enterprise value creation standards. And the question is being asked by some commentators, is that truly sustainability standards? And the task teams use the word, it's a new word, interoperability. Well, if the host and other people online and I are directors of a company, and there are activities which are having an impact on value, then we should still disclose it in our report, but it won't follow the ISSB standards, which will be focused on enterprise value, the balance sheet, the operating performance, and the cost of capital. So there is double materiality now on sustainability issues. So the short answer to your question is that there's also fragmentation now in what is or what is not good sustainability thinking and reporting. In the EU, they've issued corporate sustainability reporting directives, which embrace this double materiality concept, the impacts of the company on the three pillars and the three pillars' impact on the company. And they're going to mandate it for the 27 states in the EU. So already the International Sustainability Standards Board will have 27 of the most important countries, 27 of the most important countries in the world, France, Germany, etc., following a standard on sustainability reporting which will be different from the ISSB. And what the task teams are trying to do as I'm speaking to you is to try and align these standards. So we actually arrive at what these task teams are endeavoring to do, a convergence of these so that we can have one standard of sustainability reporting around the world. And at the same time, there's having a relook at financial reporting standards. Basically, we've got two standards in the world. We've got IFRS and FASB. And the world through the net has become one place. And the end game has to be a global, comprehensive corporate reporting system. And whether we will achieve it in the next 5-10 years or not, I don't know. All I can tell you at the moment, there is fragmentation and a lot of discussion. So I've given a murky water answer to the questioner, but I've given the facts. And they are unfortunately up in the air. And all I can tell you that global bodies such as IOSCO, SEC, the IFRS, the Value Reporting Foundation, of which I'm Chair Emeritus, which was a merger of SASB, Sustainability Accountancy Standards Board, and the IIRC, are all in these discussions, the outcome of which I do not know.
Thank you so much for detailing out the answer to that complex question, Professor Judge King. And once again, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you very much for asking me.
Thank you, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next distinguished speaker for this keynote session. That's Mr. William Brooks, FCA President, the Institute of Chartered Accountants in England and Wales, that is ICAEW UK, a professional membership organization that promotes, develops and supports chartered accountants. Currently, they have over 1,89,000 members and students in 147 countries. Talking about Mr. Brooks, he's a business leader specializing in planning in commercial and financial strategy and in practical governance with board-level experience gained over more than 30 years. A graduate in economics with a strong interest in the development of business models and strategies, he's an experienced director and advisor in a broad range of industries, offering fresh ideas, wisdom, and external experience. He's been involved with ICAEW since 2000 and has served as an examiner for the advanced case study. And as a member of the disciplinary committee, he was elected to ICAEW Council in 2011 and to the board in 2016. He serves as ICAEW President from June 2021. And let me not forget to mention that IOD India actually enjoys an MOU with ICAEW for working together and promoting good corporate governance. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a warm welcome to Mr. Brooks.
Thank you very much, Ritika. Can I say that that profile was amazingly accurate. I do actually, I don't know where you got it all from, but it's pretty good. I do actually serve on quite a lot of boards, and I'm different in certain respects to a lot of previous presidents. It is 17 years since we have had a president of the Institute who isn't a partner in an accounting firm. I'm actually a business member, and so most of my work is board work. And what I want to talk about today is really some of the practicalities about governance. I have to say, I don't know if Professor King could see, but I was nodding while he was saying many of the things he was saying, because one of the points I've got in my notes here is exactly the one he began with, that for many years, governance has been seen as a tick box exercise. And it is the change away from that which is having a very considerable impact on the ground. Now, for a long time, governance in UK business, and I'm going to give you a bit of a UK a viewpoint here, which I hope might help members of the conference. It's been growing, and good governance is now seen as essential, not only to the success of an organisation, but also to how it's regarded. There are, I think, in some sectors, I'll give you an example: charities, banks, public bodies of various sorts, particularly where public support is and confidence is very important, and good and effective governance is seen as a vital building block in that, and therefore a vital building block for success. Governance is also helpful because of its value in establishing and maintaining good culture and good ethics, and in promoting diversity. And I want to say a little bit about these things, not too much, but enough. Recent experience has shown that often if something happens that gives a poor impression of an organization, a deficiency in culture is to blame. It causes poor behaviors in front of stakeholders and poor behaviors in front of third parties. And this is, generally speaking, obviously unwelcome. Diversity is a more challenging matter. As many of you will know, if you do business in the United Kingdom, the UK is now a highly diverse society. I don't simply refer here to racial diversity, but also to other characteristics: disability, age, gender, personal background, geographical location, business background, and so on. Diversity is seen as what we might call a good thing, but it is common to find that not everybody knows why. And it's quite funny, but actually there is more lip service to the importance of diversity than there is understanding of its purpose. Speaking from our standpoint, we do not, ICAW does not promote diversity simply in order to appear politically correct or to appease certain pressure groups or political parties. We do so because experience is showing and evidence is mounting that by including individuals who have a range of backgrounds along the lines I just discussed, this can result in a very strong improvement in the quality of decisions. I see this regularly in the various boards that I'm involved with, and indeed at ICAW, where I chair the board. This happens, I think, because each board or committee that we have in a structure will be able to draw on a variety of viewpoints and a variety of experience. And that is the value of it. I think it's worth saying a few words about the application of governance, which I hope delegates will appreciate. As Professor King said, 10 years ago and more, governance we see very much in the light of compliance with rules, an emphasis upon process rather than outcome. And now that has very much changed. Today, we're beginning to see governance situations and the establishment of good governance in a much more creative light. My own experience, both as not only as chair of the board at ICAW, but also with the other companies of various sizes with which I'm involved, is that our committees and other bodies, as well as the rules within which they operate, increasingly have real and valuable outcomes. And the results of our deliberations are generating can be of enormous organizational benefit. And at this point, I want to draw attention to a concept which you may have heard, you may not, but one which I would commend strongly to you. And that is the concept of creative governance. Creative governance. Governance with a purpose that is beyond mere compliance with rules or compliance with external regulations. To achieve benefits like that, we must get certain things right. First of all, we do need the right bodies. Board, audit committee, remuneration committee, risk appointments or nominations committee, and so on. This is perhaps where guidance and codes have great value because they provide some benchmarking. And it doesn't necessarily follow, of course, that every organization has to have every committee. We're not in that business, but what is established needs to reflect the circumstances. There are some governance structures which are historical. They've come forward. I have to say that ICAW's is like that. It has a very large governing council, which is not a practical place to deal with any of these matters. And so we structure our committees in a manner that aids council and reduces the amount of detail with which it deals. Everybody in a given structure needs to have the right terms of reference. Each committee has to have that, and those terms of reference need to interlock with one another between one body and another. That said, each body, each committee needs the right leadership, a good chair, and chairing skills becoming increasingly hard to find because of the number of people who are needed to do this type of work. Each body, of course, then needs, by reference to its terms of reference, the right membership, relevant knowledge, relevant talent, relevant potential is sometimes more important than simply seniority. It is essential to get a group of people that genuinely have a diversity of ideas. And that said, each body then needs the right information, the right papers, clarity of purpose in each matter, and so on. And that means that it also needs a good and well-coordinated relationship with the others. And certainly that is a source of failure if it's not right, because it can cause turf wars between one body and another. At ICAW, we've noticed a very strong growth in the degree of enthusiasm and interest on the part of our members in this kind of matter. Governance and knowledge, the knowledge of it is now seen as essential to business. and it's essential to organizational leadership. And it's central, of course, to board work, which is what our members specialize in to the extent that they're not in public practice. We now have a governance community. It's a sort of an electronic relationship between those members who are interested. It's an electronic association of members interested in this field that now runs to many thousands of our members. It's one of our biggest groups. And we are through that and in parallel with it, doing a great deal of thought leadership and creation of documents and reports and thinking, which is both for the benefits of members and it's available externally to the public. If you look at our website, icaw.com, there is a lot of material in there which demonstrates the rapidity within which this field is this field is developing. Member appetite, public appetite for this topic is very substantial, and we welcome that. I think the point I want to get across really is that this, as a topic, governance should be embraced. The practicalities of good governance can be challenging, but the prizes that are to be won from it are very significant. Ultimately, greater awareness and control of risk, better succession planning, better forecasting, better financial forecasting, measurement and control, and also better non-financial forecasting, measurement and control, which is where the future of accounting is. I'd like, Ritika, if I may, before I finish, just to build a little on what Professor King said concerning the previous question about financial reporting, but basically a better reputation for the organization, and above all, real competitive advantage, because the organizations that make decisions and the processes by which those decisions are made are, if they're well defined and excuse me, and well conducted, ultimately that organization will be more professionally run and more creatively run. And of course, that is what matters. Now, I hope that what I've had to say is of interest to delegates. I do look forward to taking questions. Perhaps, Ritika, we could return back to the question that was put by Professor King about reporting, because our view is that the amount of non-financial reporting and the amount of non-financial standards is going to grow very rapidly, and this is an absolutely essential building block if organizations and world business is going to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Without measurement, we can neither measure our progress, nor can we plan future. We absolutely have to have this stuff. And that means there's going to be far more in the way of non-financial standards and non-financial processes and non-financial products in accountancy and in finance than we have seen hitherto. It is a vital area, and we're spending a lot of resources on it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brooks, for sparing your valuable time. If you could spare a little more, I have a very relevant question to put across, which has come from the audience, which of course is pertaining to this current time of pandemic that we are going through. What's been the biggest issue faced in relation to maintaining good corporate governance? And then what lessons can the UK share in its experience with our boardroom community here in India and other countries, people joining in from all over?
Well, I think there has been a change in the way this is done, and the fact that I have not had to come to Delhi in order to see you is the evidence of that. I mean, I'm very sorry not to be in Delhi, obviously, but the fact that we have this terrific technology has improved agility in corporate decision making, agility in governance. It is now feasible, if we have a particular issue that we want to talk about in a particular corporate organization. For example, considering how the future remuneration of the CEO should be structured, which in one of my organizations, not ICAW, but another, we had a problem. It was possible to convene the remuneration committee, and because just literally to consider that matter for half an hour, and the quality of advice that was received from the committee, they were being asked to endorse anything. They simply were asked to consider the problem. Now, that kind of process used to be much more pedestrian. Oh, we'd have a month's notice. We don't need to do that anymore. And I think if the one thing that's been achieved is the advance of this technology and improved agility. Second point is that we found it very, very valuable. And the members, I hope, have found it valuable because we have been able to communicate with far more associated parties, not just members, but also other stakeholders. In many respects, the experience during the pandemic has been the making the making of bodies like ours, because we can now do things and reach people that we couldn't before. And this is, in many respects, is something of a bonus. There's no question that the job of accountants, and chartered accountants in particular, has been very important from the point of view of helping businesses, to helping entrepreneurs and business leaders to save their organizations. I have to say, as non-executive director in some other organizations, I've certainly felt that in many respects we've earned our corn. We have earned our corn because we have been able to assist managements when often they've never seen a situation like this in their whole business careers. I'm very proud to have done what I've done with us in that field, and I know many of my colleagues are as well. So a lot of change, Tika, yes, a lot of change.
Thank you so much for elaborating on that so nicely. Thank you so much, Mr. Brooks, for making our time once again. And technologies do help, but we hope to see you in person sometime very, very soon. Thank you.
I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Mr. Brooks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming and extending a very warm welcome to our next distinguished speaker of the keynote session, CS Mr. Nagendra D. Rao, President, the Institute of Company Secretary of India. Ladies and gentlemen, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India is also our supporting partner for this year's Directors Conclave. All CS professionals shall be getting 8 CPE hours. For the keynote address, we have with us CS Mr. Rao, who's a law graduate from University of Mumbai, has over 15 years of experience in corporate sector. He specializes in corporate and security laws, capital market transactions, business planning, mergers and acquisitions, financial restructuring, strategic investment, funds planning and arrangement, etc. He's been associated with ICSI for several years now. And at this point, I also must mention that IOD India has also enjoyed an MOU with ICSI for working together and promoting good governance. Thank you so much for being a supporting partner. Over to you, Mr. Rao.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Thank you once again. Good afternoon to each and everyone present through virtually. Honorable panelist of the session, Professor Judge Marvin E. King, Mr. William Brooks, and respected President of the IOD, and all the dear members of the IOD, and all my dear fellow professional members. It gives me immense pleasure and delight to be amongst many of the most learned minds who have shaped the corporate culture of this nation and beyond, to share with you and deliberate upon a topic which I, as a governance professional, as well as in my capacity as the President of the ICSI of India, which holds close to my heart. Friends, having held on to the baton as an ICSI of corporate governance for the past 5 decades, and pursuing all of our initiatives and actions with the intent of realizing our vision to be a global leader in the promoting good corporate governance, we at ICSI have been privy to all facets of corporate governance up and close, from Companies Act 1956 to the Companies Act of 2013, from the clause 49 of the listing agreement to the Securities Exchange Board of India, SEBI LODR regulations, and from the standard laws to the secretarial standards and auditing standards. All of this journey have taken place and have defined and designated roles in framing, restructuring, focusing, and strengthening the governance framework, encashing the Indian ink. And it is this proximity of ours that we have been witness to the altering subtleties and dynamics of the corporate governance scenario of India and play our important pivotal role in taking these journeys along. Friends, it is only the day before yesterday that the ICSI celebrated its 53rd Foundation Day in the benign presence of Srimati Nirmala Sitaramanji, the Honorable Union Minister for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Government of India. It is during her address that she made aptly clear as to the thought and intent of the Government of India as well as the regulatory authorities to not only promote the cause of ease of doing business, but also ease of compliance as well. Which brings to me the theme for today's discussion, corporate governance, moving beyond mere compliance. When we talk of Atmanirbhar Bharat, we think of a self-reliant nation. And if the dream and vision of the Honorable Prime Minister is to be achieved, the route to be taken is one of their entrepreneurship and innovation. The 20 lakh crore package, which rests on the 5 pillars of leaping economy, strong infrastructure, technology-driven system, vibrant demography, and an equally strong chain of supply and demand, utilized to its full capacity, focuses on various sectors. So, when we think of corporate governance, I believe the need of the hour and the moment is not just corporate governance, but governance of all the business enterprises, including the small and medium enterprises, and not to mention the startups on the list. The deliberation of today's step from the challenging post and opportunities available in the post-pandemic era. While up till now, corporate governance and compliance have been used interchangeably, the past 2 years have changed the dynamics immensely. The pandemic has, while leapfrogging innovation and fast-tracking connectivity, enabled learning and working from home, yet the same technology has brought with us its own set of issues. To refocus on corporate governance is one key element in improving economic efficiency and growth as well as enhancing investors' confidence. Needless to say, effective corporate governance system within an individual company and across an economy as a whole helps providing a high degree of confidence that is necessary for a proper functioning of a market economy. And the need for the same has been rendered imperative now more than ever. The degree to which corporations are wedded to the basic principles of good corporate governance has become an increasingly important factor for investment decisions. The very reason as to why corporate governance is shifting from mere obligation and compliance with laws and listing standards to a business imperative for many firms is because it is being viewed as a differentiator among firms, providing a suitable competitive advantage. From being considered as an abstract goal, the new age corporate governance is being looked upon as a factor existing to serve corporate purposes by providing a structure with which the stockholders, the directors, and the management can pursue most effectively the objectives of the corporation, holding the balance between the economic and social goals and between the individuals and the communal goals. Deliberating upon the corporate governance as a business imperative for competitive advantage, a reasonable question to ask is, what does a company stand to gain through enhanced level of corporate governance, or what does a company stands to gain through corporate governance beyond compliance? The answer to the same lies in the fact that the corporate governance is a key driver of a sustainable corporate growth and long-term value creation. Corporate growth structure or corporate governance structure is a core feature of an effective framework for competition, not only at the micro level of a companies, countries and economies are seeing better corporate governance practices as a way of improving economic dynamism and thus enhancing overall economic performance. To remain competitive in a changing world, corporations must innovate and adapt their corporate governance practices so that they can meet new demands and grasp new opportunities. The modern day investors are increasingly willing to pay a premium for a well-governed companies that adhere to good board practices, provide for information, disclosure, and financial transparency, respect the right of the shareholders, and go beyond the call of the duty, the word of law, and extend better access of information to their stakeholders. Quoting the finance minister once again, compliance related issues have been the main cause for the companies to fail to live up to the expectations of their investors. Most often, big scandals have come out for want of mature compliance. While the government is focusing on bringing about simplicity into the system by removing the archaic law, bringing in amendments that can further simplify the system and reduce penal provisions, professionals, company secretaries, and boards have a bigger task at hand. The intent is not to merely with a few sections here and few regulations there, but what is needed is a holistic approach, an inclusive approach, one where the informational needs of all the stakeholders are well taken care of, and one where the burden of compliance is not felt anymore. Given the voluminity of the task at hand, the same does not requisite the focus of a manager or a CEO or a board alone, but the combined efforts of professionals, management at all levels, and so on and so forth. And bring to me to say that together we can, together we will. Thank you. Jai Hind, Vande Mataram.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roy, for such insightful address. But before I put forth the question that has come from the audience for you, we would like to congratulate ICSI for the 53rd Foundation Day and extend our greetings and best wishes on behalf of the entire IOD family.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the question that our audience member has sent us is that now in the highly competitive global economy, what additional major roles the company secretaries can play, moving beyond the usual compliance and making the boards more future ready with that?
The role of a company secretary has now grown beyond leaps and bounds and is not restricted only to the compliance of law. More so, he has to be like a walk the talk, where he has to guide, advise the board in terms of a governance professional, what not only the following the letter of the law, but the spirit of the law. The company secretary being knowing various facets of not only the law, accounting, but almost all the facets of the functioning of a company. He can be a right advisor or a right mentor to the board, as well as especially to the independent directors, to know and to tell them what is good and what is bad for the company, by virtue of which you will find that he can not only pressed upon update to the board of directors what are the new changes in not only the law, but the way in which the functioning can be in a better way to follow within the four corners of the law. As we rightly say always, Satyam Vada Dharmam Chara, which is the motto of our institute. In the similar way, speak the truth and abide by the law. In other words, the board should be informed or well informed what is right and what is wrong and advise accordingly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roy, for sparing your valuable time and sharing those deep insights. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
And I would request that we move forward. Now we're moving forward to our next distinguished speaker for the keynote address, and that's Mr. Jeff Jackson, who's the Director of Asia Research, Glass Lewis, Australia. He's joining us from Australia right now. He holds a master's degree in international relations and diplomacy from the Australian National University and oversees the proxy research team that covers 13 Asian capital markets split across Greater China, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. If some of you may not know, then Glass Lewis is an American proxy advisory services company that provides governance services that support engagement amongst institutional investors, corporations through its research, proxy vote management, and technology platforms. Collectively, the group analyzes over 4,000 companies annually. A very, very warm welcome to you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you very much. Before I get started, let me just set up my PowerPoint since I'm going to do a presentation. Let's see, let me make sure that's, let's see, sorry, 1 second. Let's see, I need to be able to share my screen here. Sorry, could I just need a little help with sharing my screen. Are you guys able to see my screen by chance?
I'm sure the tech team can help you with this. Can the tech team please help?
If not, then I can forego the PowerPoint and just present as is.
Ravi, if you're there, can you please just step in and see if we can have the contents up there?
Let's see.
Good, sir? Is that good?
Yep, that should be good. Okay.
Then we can see your content now.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, so first and foremost, I'd like to thank the Institute directors for inviting Glass Lewis to be a part of today's and tomorrow's conclave, for that matter. In terms of my presentation, before I really get started, thought I'd introduce who we are in terms of Glass Lewis. So for Glass Lewis, next slide. Let's see, next slide. So in terms of Glass Lewis, in terms of our customer base, we do have the majority of the world's largest pension funds, mutual funds, and asset managers who collectively own 40 trillion in assets as our clients. For us, our goal is to enable our institutional investors and publicly listed companies to make sustainable decisions based on research and data. As was noted, we do have a wide variety of markets that we cover. In terms of research teams, we do have teams that are located in the United States, Europe, and the Asia Pacific, giving us a global reach with local perspective on important governance issues. Glass Lewis as a whole covers over 30,000 shareholder meetings annually. For India, we cover over 1,000 shareholder meetings annually in terms of this particular market. As for our offerings, they include our proxy paper research reports, as well as, our Viewpoint proxy voting platform and extensive thought leadership, which includes responses to public consultations in markets, including India, where I think we've submitted 3 or 4 this year. For public companies, our governance hub provides easy access to tools and resources, including Glass Lewis research and thought leadership, to enable companies to optimize their corporate governance programs and ESG strategies. Next slide, please. So today, I will be talking about moving beyond compliance and what exactly are boards to do. Next slide. So in looking at India's corporate governance practices, we find that India is very good at prescribing compliance. For a country like India, the compliance approach may be a superior approach compared to that of comply or explain, as we see in other Asian markets. In this case, compliance sets the baseline practices and expectations toward corporate governance. In the past decade, compliance has grown through new laws, regulations, rules, while such entities or entities such as the Reserve Bank of India have taken a far more active approach in overseeing and influence the way banks practice corporate governance. On the whole, I would say this has been actually quite good for India. While compliance is seen as being good, can boards do more to lift Indian corporate governance, especially when India is actively attracting increased foreign investment? Next slide. Compared to its Asia-Pacific peers, India has unfortunately remained largely in the middle of the pack for corporate governance. In its most recent rankings by the Asia Corporate Governance Association, India is actually ranked 7th, a place that's been held in, for the most part, in their last several different corporate governance watch publications. In terms of compliance, overall corporate governance rules are seen as strong. However, is there the true enforcement to back up some rules? We've seen, at least especially in the proxy voting side and shareholder voting side, that public sector undertakings unfortunately fail to meet the same rules and compliance as other listed companies, leading to an unequal playing field which favors government companies. I don't know how, but this is going to have to change into the future. On the flip side, there have been notable changes in the improvement of auditor oversight, yet at the same time, legal remedies for minority shareholders and anti-corruption measures can still be improved. In managing investor relationships, likewise, India has performed well, particularly among its peers. But with increased foreign investment and mandated voting by domestic mutual funds, for example, are boards ready to actually engage and perhaps change their practices based upon the broadened ecosystem of who is involved in terms of shareholder voting and corporate governance? In this area, Indian boards may be tested in how they respond to a broader range of investors. Likewise, India's vibrant press has served as a helpful tool to identify trends in corporate governance, especially at times the failings, which has led to improvements in corporate governance. But what can boards do to improve certain practices aside from mandated compliance? Next slide. This brings up transparency and accountability. Beginning or looking at shareholder meetings, there is room for improvement, beginning with what goes into a notice of meeting. From us on the proxy advisory side, when we're evaluating companies, we find that companies are great at explaining the compliance aspect of the proposal. They have to do this because it is mandated by section this of the Companies Act or the LODR. But what we're finding is that companies tend to not provide as much of the rationale or a really good explanation, the supporting details that might not make it into the notice of meeting, let alone the explanatory notes. Those are kind of the more important elements of where investors are looking for in terms of how they're going to decide. As an example, for executive compensation, improving the details surrounding remuneration may make or break an investor's decision to support a proposal. But as there is more shareholder voting in compensation, the expectation is that India will improve, Indian companies will improve their disclosure, or shareholders might not be supportive of compensation plans. For instance, we find that there's often very little detail about what performance measurements are being used to determine a bonus or the payment of commission, or how that quantum of pay is actually determined beyond, for instance, allowing a person to receive a maximum amount of money. While promoters may receive commission, there realistically should be more detail about how they receive their percentage of their company's net profits, never mind the fact that they may already be receiving net profits by way of dividends. On equity compensation, and this is an area of increased attention, there's often a great deal of discretion being afforded for boards to set the vesting and the exercise prices, the performance conditions, but there really isn't any indication of how the grants are actually determined. So while some structural elements may be good, the important details of how it's implemented oftentimes go undisclosed and unknown. While COVID may have resulted in company losses, companies still need to provide, for instance, how minimum remuneration will be determined in future years if they seek that at a shareholder meeting, or if remuneration is paid in excess of certain limits, is there an expectation that management should receive all their pay despite losses? These are questions that sometimes go largely unanswered, and we saw a lot of this during the AGM season. Likewise, in 2021, we saw a lot of companies not disclose the ceiling on managerial remuneration per the Companies Act. While companies were also requesting that pay be permitted beyond the ceilings for certain executive directors, if the ceilings themselves are not necessarily disclosed, then how can you reasonably expect shareholders to approve yet understand the proposed pay amounts, and especially if they exceed those ceilings? This is especially the case when we saw a number of companies seek the ability for an executive director to exercise their equity-based compensation that would have been 15% of a company's net profits. This is an area where we found significant amount of rationale lacking to really justify these sorts of proposals themselves. For board disclosure, as has been noted previously, there has been a vast improvement in disclosing biographical details of directors. Yet, when we're looking at boards and the committees, it is really important that the boards actually have members with the suitable skills and background and the appropriate experience to really evaluate what a committee is charged to do. There's greater emphasis now on the risk committee, the audit committee, or even on the remuneration committee. Can directors realistically say they have the background and skills to effectively manage a company's risk profile in this burgeoning age of ESG with greater attention to, for instance, cybersecurity, especially if you don't have directors with a cybersecurity background? While it is required to do, in another area in terms of disclosure, while it is required for Indian companies to disclose the domestic directorships of their board members, we find that there are many directors across India who serve on boards outside of India. Yet those directorships seemingly are not disclosed. As boards become more and more invested in the time it takes to be a director, but also the need to respond to matters that could happen at any time of day now, the question then becomes, how many boards is suitable for a member to be a part of? And for foreign boards outside of India, those should be disclosed to shareholders because it is part of a director's overall time commitment. Lastly, in terms of looking at board disclosure, as April 2022 approaches, we will see significant change for many promoter directors to transition from an executive chair to a non-executive chair role or another similar role on the board. However, when we were looking at the approval of many different executive chairs over the past couple of years, we have not seen any indication about these potential succession planning and how boards will then fill the position of a chair or managing director following a particular change as a result of new regulations. Next slide. Likewise, when it comes to other transactions such as related party transactions, these are relatively new for the market, and there's been a lot of growing pains associated with how companies are disclosing. Yet, what we do find is that there's still a lack of really good disclosure about companies saying, okay, here's the term of the related party transactions. Some of them are for an indefinite period of time. In those instances, it makes us hard for us, whether as proxy advisors or I would imagine shareholders, to really understand what are those transactions and how and whether or not they're actually good for the company. Likewise, there's often lack of disclosure of the terms of the transactions. If they're loans, for instance, is there an interest rate? Is there a time for repayment? And oftentimes it's very, very limited disclosure about, for instance, the provision of goods and services. Finally, the rationale for related party transactions, we have seen companies simply put that from a compliance standpoint, they're doing this because, well, it's going to exceed 10% of their annual consolidated turnover. That's great, but there may be instances where companies need to actually provide shareholders with the rationale of why is this good for the company and what will it mean long term. We have seen some proposals actually voted down over the past couple of years because of these lack of quality disclosure. For us, I believe that shareholders are likely to continue to challenge boards in the way that they are making their disclosures, and they're not afraid to vote against certain transactions just to make a point. Likewise, for other transactions we've seen across the market, even in this AGM season, for mergers, spin-offs, other types of financial transactions, the referencing of fairness opinions or independent financial advisor reports, yet those are seldom disclosed. In this day and age, shareholders are looking for a broader element of disclosure. If you have those reports and you reference them, it behooves me as to why boards are not actually going that extra step to provide that additional element of transparency. As such, we encourage boards to really look at how they're disclosing these sorts of reports, which is common across other Asian markets. For the future as the business responsibility and sustainability reporting is set to take off over the couple of years, obviously this is going to mark a significant change for Indian companies. While there is no mandated framework in terms of reporting, whether that be TCFD, SASB, etc., we encourage boards to really be transparent in how they are choosing the ESG framework and metric. As has been discussed previously, there is an attempt to try to have a unified approach to ESG reporting, but it may take some time before such unification is really there. As such, when we get to the ESG reporting over the next couple of years, it will be very important for boards to really indicate and identify how, if there are deficiencies in ESG practices, what are they going to do to actually fix those, and the time frame in which they will address those deficiencies. Likewise, for compensation, indicate whether ESG will be used as part of determining executive pay, and if so, how. We see this across other markets globally, where there has been a fundamental tying between ESG performance and director pay. Next slide, please. In terms of governance, you can't have good governance without a strong bench of independent directors. While Indian boards are heavily influenced by the presence of promoters, there seems to be, at least in our review of boards, somewhat of a power dynamic where the promoters may be more powerful than the independent directors. If so, this could undermine the role and purpose of the independent directors. To this end, we in fact rarely ever see any independent vice chairmen or lead or senior independent directors, which are common across many other markets within the Asia Pacific region. They serve as a counterbalance, particularly to major shareholders or controlling shareholders. For boards to be effective, independent directors must be able to demonstrate how they can stand up to management and the promoters. Sadly, what we've seen over the past couple of years is more promoter infighting than anything else, which has kind of led us to believe that there may be some elements of independent directors where they may not have as strong of an element in terms of board cohesion, or at least being able to stand up to the promoters. When determining which independent directors to nominate, the assessment of a director's independence obviously is fundamental. Yet, from a compliance standpoint, boards are very good at meeting specific criteria, whether it be from the Companies Act or the LODR, to determine overall independence. However, when looking beyond just compliance, boards need to look at the broader picture of who a director is. What are their values? Are there any other existing sort of professional relationships or affiliations which could potentially jeopardize their independence, especially if there are business relationships involving other members of a company's group. But more importantly, when we're looking at an independent director, prestige is fantastic in terms of having a great name to add to a board, but it should not detract from an independent director's ability to carry out their fundamental role, especially if they're serving on several boards, given the increasing time demands on directors. India has a great opportunity to revamp its independent directors over the next few years, especially as many directors are going to end their 2 terms of service under the Companies Act in 2024. To that extent, the next few years will be crucial in boards identifying nominees with the right skills and diverse backgrounds to provide a well-rounded board. This in turn can potentially have the opportunity to usher in a whole new generation of independent directors, which can take Indian corporate governance to the next level, as many boards have still relied on what has been basically an older network of long-serving directors. To that extent, where are the boards looking to find their next directors? Are they looking to organizations like the Institute of Directors, or are they conducting external searches? But more importantly, what are they doing to actually promote the best possible candidates for their board? Next slide. India itself is a destination for investment by foreign institutional investors. with the increase in foreign investment, how are boards, meeting the expectation of their shareholders? For boards, there's going to be an increased need to manage expectations and potentially change practices. Yet it is really not clear how many boards are going to do this. Likewise, as mutual funds in India must vote their shares, how are boards looking to engage these investors? And will there be a difference in how boards fundamentally engage with the domestic and the foreign institutional investors as the largest voting blocks? However, in engaging with shareholders and stakeholders alike, are boards communicating their own practices? Do boards and investors really understand each other, and what do they fundamentally want from each other? While returns are great, there may be, for instance, a social license to operate. As investor activism from foreign and even domestic investors will likely continue to rise in the coming years, boards need not be on the back foot, but it is how they engage with other stakeholders which will truly lead to to fostering better relationships and understanding with their investors, which can help to diffuse overall unwanted conflict. Going forward, as we've seen, virtual shareholder meetings are likely here to stay. While the past 2 AGM seasons have opened up virtual meetings, there remains a question of what is transpiring at those meetings. We encourage companies to include as part of their filings, for instance, the questions and answers from shareholders, so they may, so other relevant stakeholders and interested parties may know what has been discussed and how boards may approach difficult questions. Lastly, we encourage issuers to engage with proxy advisors, including us, whether they be foreign or domestic, so we can better understand your practices of what is going on. Speaking for myself, I'm very much looking forward to speaking with more issuers than we have in the past. This is something that I've been trying to do for several years, but now it seems as though more companies are actually interested in engaging. As such, we encourage boards to get to know the proxy advisors. Again, doesn't matter if they're foreign or domestic, to understand how we make our recommendations. Because a lot of what we communicate goes to our clients who are the shareholders of the companies themselves. And that may also serve to better understand what institutional investors, for instance, are looking for from the board, versus what companies may be doing. And this is especially the case, as us proxy advisors do have different approaches and policies. Likewise, we view that open and continuing engagement between boards and proxy advisors help to provide a clear understanding of expectations, which can even help boards avoid unwanted surprises at shareholder meetings. Overall, boards have ample opportunities to improve corporate governance in India. While compliance lay the foundation for corporate governance practices, it is up to the boards to decide how they're going to be received by their investors. To that end, we encourage boards to look beyond the basics of compliance and to better understand who is operating within the broader corporate governance ecosphere to understand how they can also improve corporate governance practices within India. With that, I thank you very much. And if I can just actually go to next slide. In terms of just a little more about Glass Lewis, for issuers out there, we are looking forward to engaging with you throughout 2021 and 2022. If you are interested, please look at the Glass Lewis website to better understand how we may engage with you, as well as opportunities to review our research. With that in mind, I greatly appreciate the Institute of Directors for the opportunity to speak today and be amongst this illustrious panel.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jackson. We really appreciate you giving us such deep insights. And also, just a quick check, we'll just spend quick 2 minutes on getting an answer to a very important question that's coming from the audience, which is about, one, shareholder activism. With increasing shareholder activism, boards have been asked to increase the disclosure mechanism beyond financial disclosures. How non-financial disclosures will add value to assess the performance of boards and companies, and also, what are your plans and how are you going to support and work with Indian boards and support them in the governance standards?
Sure, I'll start with the last part of the question and then move backward. So in terms of our ability to work with Indian boards, we are very happy to engage with them. That is something where I think in the past we've been accused of not wanting to engage, which it's actually quite the opposite. I think I've sent out a couple thousand emails over the past couple of years, which the vast majority never responded. So for us, we do make engagements, basically a free service that we are happy to speak with companies. Likewise, we do have the ability to offer companies a program to participate in, which is called our Issuer Data Report, which allows companies to review a draft of our report prior to our final publication, and make and make some notations and send it back to us. So in those regards, we're happy to work with issuers on those basis, but also, again, it is trying to understand one another in terms of what is happening on the ground in India. Obviously we have our approach, but also we hear from our clients who are large institutional investors about what they're looking for out of companies themselves. As for disclosures, non-financial disclosures is going to be fundamentally changed by ESG disclosures. As India is embarking on a fundamental shift in overhauling, or I should say evolution of, for instance, ESG reporting, that's something we're going to be watching carefully over the next couple of years. Outside of ESG reporting, we encourage companies to kind of think about who you're actually writing toward. There are a lot of investors who don't necessarily understand India all that well. We hear it actually quite a bit when we have to explain to them what a company is seeking to do. So in terms of your non-financial disclosure, the more that you can make it fundamentally easier to understand, whether it be from a domestic perspective or a foreign perspective, the better it is for everyone else. Likewise, when looking at non-financial disclosure, we want and we encourage companies to give a whole picture of what is going on, whether it be a transaction or, for instance, how the board has functioned. It's great that we can see, for instance, directors have fantastic backgrounds and pedigree, but while disclosure has improved to include board skills matrices, we often find that we're still trying to understand who the directors really are. So again, this is kind of moving beyond just like the box ticking exercise of mere compliance, but providing that holistic picture of who the directors are, what is going on with the company, and how they are looking to, for instance, face the challenges that boards face today.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for sharing your valuable time and also sufficiently answering that question. I hope that answers it for the person who asked it from the audience. Thank you to all the distinguished speakers. And we have some great news to share with you right now, that now we're being joined by Mr. Tarun Kapoor, IAS Secretary, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, Government of India. Mr. Kapoor had to join us in the morning, but he had to go in for a sudden meeting with the minister. But we're very, very glad that he's being able to make it to the conclave right now. Mr. Kapoor, a very distinguished civil servant in the 1987 batch, senior IAS officer of Himachal Pradesh cadre. In his more than 3 decades of exemplary service, he has headed many important portfolios in the Himachal Pradesh government and also the central government. We are very privileged to have him with us today to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me. And my good wishes to all of you, all participants. The role of the board is very important. We all understand that. Role of independent directors is also very important. Responsibilities which board has to have on their shoulders based on the provisions in the various acts, plus the requirement of the company. First is that the board members must understand that. Board members must be aware of what their responsibilities are, what their liabilities are, and what is the legal provision. Because sometimes what we've seen is that some of the independent directors or board members are too afraid to take decisions. Now, they're too afraid to take these decisions because they're not very clear. They have responsibilities and they have certain obligations, but then it doesn't mean that they can't take decisions or they can't work to take the company forward. The board has several functions. So out of the functions, and then there are the objectives of the company. The company has set some objectives. Companies have to grow. There has to be there is competition, and they have to be part of that competition. They have to increase their market share in certain cases. There is a bottom line to watch out. They have to provide good quality services. And at times they have to take financial decisions which might be also sometimes falling in gray areas, particularly in government companies where there may be some rules which go from the government also. Now, to balance all these, looking at the goals of the company, the business growth of the company, the investments which the company has to make, financial decisions which the company has to take, manpower decisions which the company has to take. Now, all that, how to balance that, and also be within rules, also be able to take decisions which will not put any of the directors in trouble as far as law is concerned. Now that can happen only if the directors have full knowledge about each of these aspects. So full knowledge about the legal position, full knowledge about the business of the company, and understand the products of the company. For example, just take the case of oil sector companies. So an independent director must know what refining is and what are the margins available in different products, how products are marketed, what is the global scenario, all that. Organizations challenges before the organization, and the directors must also have a good knowledge about borrowings of the company, the financial position of the company, and also the areas where there is a chance that some decisions may go wrong, or the risk areas, and it should be able to weigh the risk and then take a decision which is in the benefit of the company. So while most of the directors come with good knowledge and a good background, sometimes we have directors who are not from that field, like they've not spent their lifetime in that particular field of work or that particular area, and then they have to unlearn and they have to learn, and there is no alternative but to learn the business which that particular company is in. So I will stop here. My good wishes to all the participants, and hope you have good deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tarun Kapoor, for finally making time and sharing your insights with us. Thank you so much. It is really an honor to have you, sir. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank once again all our distinguished speakers for sparing their precious time and sharing their invaluable thoughts, which I'm sure have enriched all of us listening to them today. I would also like to thank all our guests for joining us today for IOD's 2021 Annual Directors Conclave. We will now recess for lunch, and we will resume the keynote session at sharp 3 p.m. India time today. You may remain logged in, or you may relog with the same links as have been shared. The link details are available on iodglobal.com. Once again, a big thank you to all our partners for the overwhelming support, because without them, this couldn't have happened. I would like to thank our principal strategic partner, ACCA, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, principal partners, ONGC and MIDC, our platinum partner, Delhi Tourism, Bihar Tourism, gold partners, World Gold Council from UK, Cisco, GAIL India Limited, India Tourism Development Corporation Limited, Jharkhand Tourism, Gokul Das Exports Limited, National Handloom Development Corporation Limited, Universal Sompo General Insurance Company Limited, Mazagaon Dock Shipbuilders Limited, and National Small Industries Corporation. Also our silver partners, Gujarat Tourism, Indraprastha Gas Limited, Delhi State Industrial and Infrastructural Development Corporation Limited, Glass Lewis, TriStar Group from UAE, National Payments Corporation of India, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Mineral Exploration Corporation Limited, Chhattisgarh State Industrial Development Corporation, and Andhra Pradesh Tourism Authority. Our associate partners, Dahati Gold Mines Company Limited, Hindustan Copper Limited, NMDC Limited, Barmer Lorry and Company Limited, SMC Group, and Mahanagar Gas Limited. Our knowledge partners, Deloitte and Global Schools Foundation from Singapore. And special thanks to our supporting partner, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Thank you all once again for joining us. Stay safe, have a good lunch, and we'll see you back at 3 p.m.
too much.
It's not too much. Max 2 nights. Even if I'm going out of India, I'm back in 2 nights. I make sure. Yeah, yeah. So that way, yes, you have help. You nurture help
Yeah.
because your help nurtures
Your child.
when you're not there, right? So yeah, it's okay like that. And I have family also around. So
Work out with other. You originally from Delhi?
no, no, I'm from Punjab,
Yeah, where in?
Jalandhar.
Ah, lovely. I have family.
Okay.
Fagwara and as in more like dad's cousins.
Okay.
Fagwara and
Okay. That's a great place to be.
yeah.
I know it's just that they don't have opportunities there, but anyone looking out for opportunities, of course, needs to be out of there.
Yeah.
But if you have your own business kind of set up, then of
Life
course,
living.
it's great. People are warm, people are genuine.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon to all of our guests and participants of the 2021 Annual Directors Conclave. So the stage is set. On behalf of the IOD India, it's my pleasure and honour to welcome you all to this year's Annual Directors Conclave. They've proven to be a fantastic platform to learn, meet and prepare for the future, in this case, obviously a sustainable future. I'm delighted to have been part of the IOD India global family as one of its earlier distinguished fellows. My journey with the IOD has actually been over 3 decades now, during which time I've witnessed it growing from a small body to a very large membership-based one, respected in India and increasingly globally. The theme of this year's conclave is creating a future-ready board for investment and inclusive growth. And I feel that this year's theme is so contemporary, given the current opportunities and the future challenges that we're all being provided with to meet both the existing and future demand. This year's conclave is going to focus on current challenges and the ways to empower the board of directors for better performance. It will also have a special launch and presentation of a survey report on the role of independent directors in addressing corporate fraud and misconduct. This is being conducted jointly by the IOD India and Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu from India. A big thank you to all of our partners for their overwhelming support for this special programme. Firstly, to our principal strategic partner, the ACCA, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Next, to our principal partners, the Oil and Natural Gas Corporation, ONGC, and the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, MIDC. Our platinum partners this year, Delhi Tourism, Bihar Tourism, very important in supporting this initiative. Our gold partners include the, appropriately, World Gold Council from the UK, Cisco, GAIL from India, the India Tourism Development Corporation, Jharkhand Tourism, the Gokaldas Exports Limited, the National Handloom Development Corporation, NHDC, the Universal Somco General Insurance Company, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders, and the National Small Industries Corporation. The silver partners for the event are Gujarat Tourism, Indraprastha Gas, the Delhi State Industrial and Infrastructure Development Corporation, Glass Lewis from Australia, the TriStar Group from the UAE, the National Payments Corporation of India, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, India Oil Corporation, the Mineral Exploration Corporation, MECL, and the Chhattisgarh State Industrial Development Corporation. We have associate partners, the Hutti Gold Mines Company, Hindustan Copper Limited, NMDC, Balmalori and Company, and SMC Group and Mahanagar Gas. And finally, our knowledge partners, Deloitte and the Global Schools Foundation from Singapore. Our special thanks are to a further supporting partner, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. Without the support of all of these organisations, events like this simply wouldn't be possible. So we really do wish to raise a hand for all of them. And secondly, I think they represent this incredible breadth of interest that the IOD generates. A tremendous spread across most sectors of industry and government, and also a tremendous geographical spread. So thank you very much indeed to our sponsors. So we're going to move on to keynote session 2 of this event. This is entitled Creating a Future-Ready Board, which is diverse, socially responsible, tech-savvy, and inclusive. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our first distinguished speaker of this keynote session, who I apologise, I think I have got correct, here we go. Our first distinguished speaker, I do apologise for that, is Dr. Rajendra Kumar, IAS, the additional Secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and IT, MEITY, of the Government of India. Dr. Kumar is a senior officer in the Indian Administrative Service. He's got over 28 years of rich and very varied experience. He's an international economic development professional, a public policy, ICT for development and e-governance specialist, and he's held senior positions in public policy and administration at both state and federal levels. His areas of interest include economic development policy and planning, information and communication technologies and development, e-governance, climate change and development, and urban and regional planning and development. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Kumar. Hand over to you.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all the fellow panelists, distinguished audience.
I'm afraid we can't hear you right at the moment. Can we just make sure that Dr. Kumar...
Can you hear me now?
Audible, please. Not at the moment.
Am I audible?
Do you know any nursery rhymes? Because now might be the time to recite them.
Yes,
yeah, hello.
We can hear
okay,
you.
It sounds some people can hear him. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so very good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to present here in this event. As the theme is Future Ready Board, so let me talk about the work that in the government we are doing with regard to making the government future ready in the context of the digital transformation initiatives that MeitY has initiated over the last several years. And then I would briefly touch upon the main requirements or themes behind the concept of future ready board. So talking about the digital transformation in government, as many of you would be aware, the current efforts of the government to bring digital transformation in various domains in the economy, in the government sector, has been basically under the umbrella of the Digital India program, which was launched in 2015. And in the last 6 years of its implementation, as many of you would be aware, it has brought about a whole lot of changes to really ensure that the benefits of digital transformation can reach all the stakeholders, mainly citizens and businesses. The program itself started with 3 main key areas. The first pillar of the program was to focus on creating world-class IT infrastructure, which has succeeded to a great extent. Today, in the country, we have almost 95% of the population which has access to high-speed broadband. We also have the mobile telephony now covering almost the entire country, the entire population. So we have had great success in creating a really world-class digital infrastructure across the entire country. The second pillar of the program, which was launched in 2015, was to focus on digital services to citizens and businesses. And even in that domain, we have had great successes. Currently, in fact, the number of transactions which are happening across the various digital platforms, mainly in the government sector, has reached about 200 million per day. So it's 20 crore transactions, 200 million transactions per day happening through the digital platforms, which are benefiting citizens and businesses in a great fashion. So that's another major area of success. The third pillar on which this entire program was based was to ensure that the digital capabilities of people, they should be enhanced. So this pillar focused on imparting digital literacy to the people, especially in rural areas, where we implemented the Common Service Center scheme in a big way. Today, we have more than 400,000 of the common service centers across the entire country, mostly in rural areas, where people have been trained, they have been given programs in literacy, digital literacy. They are able to obtain services from these centers. So this also has brought about a great transformation in ensuring that the services can be availed by people through their own devices or through the mechanism of these common service centers, what we call as digital community centers in other countries. So moving on from this, in 2019, MeitY unveiled the $1 trillion digital economy vision, which I am sure some of you would be aware. This is a major effort by MeitY to really bring digital infusion to all sectors of the government and all sectors of the economy. The basic vision was to ensure that the digital economy's contribution to GDP could be enhanced from the present level of about $220 billion US dollars to at least $1 trillion by 2025. Now, this is the vision which is now currently driving the MeitY initiatives for entire work that it is doing with various government departments, with the private sector, and with the state governments. There are 5 key elements of this vision, which we think would be really important in achieving this vision of $1 trillion digital economy by 2025. The first element of this vision, the first component, is to ensure that all the applications for e-governance in different departments, they should be brought on to a public digital platform. So the idea is that within a domain, let's say agriculture or education or health, all the diverse applications that are currently being used by government departments to offer services, they should be brought on to a common public digital platform through which the citizens and businesses could seamlessly avail these services. One example of this is the National Digital Health Mission, which has been launched by the Honorable Prime Minister for the entire population of the country, where the goal is to give a unique digital health ID to everyone, which would be helpful to them in obtaining the health services through a digital interface from both the public and private healthcare providers. So this is a transformative initiative that has been launched, and similar efforts are now underway in domains like education, agriculture, transport, etc., where through this platformization of the applications, we think that the entire value of the digital infusion can be unlocked, and the services would be available much more seamlessly through mechanisms like single sign-on to citizens and businesses. The second component of this $1 trillion vision is to focus on emerging technologies and ensure that the applications which exploit these emerging technologies can be developed and deployed in various government sectors to ensure that we can draw better insights from what we are doing currently for citizens and businesses and how they could be improved. So we have the National Program on AI, which is now under advanced consideration, which will bring the different elements of this vision together to ensure that we can use data that is available with government departments in a much more meaningful fashion. We can engage with the industry, we can engage with our startups to really realize the vision of developing applications in emerging technologies and using them in the government and the private sector. The third key component of this $1 trillion vision is to encourage and develop the startup ecosystem even further. Currently, as you may be aware, India is the world's third largest startup hub, and we have very successful startups in different domains, mostly tech focused and using technology in a very meaningful, effective way. In this year alone, 2021 alone, we have 29 unicorns, taking the total number of unicorns to around 70 now. So which is a great success story so far as encouraging innovation in India and engaging with the private entrepreneurs is concerned. MeitY is currently running about 30 centers of excellence in partnership with industry across the entire country, where we are encouraging the startups to come on board We are supporting them through our funding mechanisms and mentoring them, bringing them to collaborate with the government departments, with the other private sector entities. And we have had great success stories in really helping the startups to do much better, graduate, and seek funding on their own. And many of them have really been able to make a mark in their fields, where now they have become big, and they're able to raise funding from the sources commercially. Another key component of this $1 trillion vision is to focus on electronics manufacturing, which again, as you may be aware, in the last 6 to 7 years, we have made great strides in really putting in place a very strong mobile devices manufacturing ecosystem. We are now trying to move up the value chain and ensure that India becomes a global hub for manufacturing for other electronics items. We also are making efforts to bring semiconductor manufacturing to India. So this entire manufacturing ecosystem for electronics and IT is going to be another key area which would help the country in realizing the $1 trillion digital economy vision by 2025. The last major pillar of this entire vision is to ensure that we can support the emergence of a strong data economy in India. Now that requires using data in much more meaningful ways, ensuring that we can allow the private developers and the industry to have access to data. Currently, we have a platform where we are providing data to all the players. That needs to be expanded. So this is another key pillar of this entire $1 trillion framework. We also have the personal data protection bill, which is in the parliament at an advanced stage of consideration, where the goal is to put in place a legal framework for handling of personal data, so that the businesses, IT businesses that handle data, they can do so within that legal framework, and India can be viewed as a data adequate nation, which will help the businesses to get more business from abroad and grow further. We also are focusing on cybersecurity as a confidence building measure for the IT sector, also for the citizens, where the focus is that citizens can feel confident when they go online and avail a service from a government department or from a private sector provider. And some of you may be aware that during the current year's ranking by the UN on the Global Cybersecurity Index, India has achieved the rank of 10. So we are in the top 10 nations of the world today in terms of ensuring that cybersecurity is ensured in a much more effective way for all the stakeholders, including citizens, businesses, and government departments. This entire $1 trillion vision that MeitY has unveiled, it has brought the strategy of digital first as the key element of what we are attempting to do. So in all our efforts now, when we reach out to the governments, to the private sector, to state governments, we always talk of digital first as the strategy that needs to be deployed to ensure that the digital infusion that we are attempting, that can be much more effective, and we can achieve the vision of $1 trillion digital economy in the next 5 years. In this context, I would like to mention that we are receiving great support from the government, from the private sector in really achieving what we are currently trying to do in reaching out to all the stakeholders, bringing them on board, consulting them, and ensuring that the strategy that we put in place, they are really able to achieve the goal that we have in mind. So in the context of a future-ready government, or to an extent even a future-ready board for the private sector, I think leaders who display the technological intelligence or leadership, emotional and cultural intelligence, and an ability to navigate this fast-changing world, especially from the point of view of digital transformation, they are going to be successful. And that probably is the key ingredient when we talk about a future-ready board for the private sector, and a future-ready government for the government, because government has to play such a critical role in ensuring that all the various enabling components are put together as a coherent whole, so that all the stakeholders, all the actors can work in unison to achieve this vision of $1 trillion digital economy in the next 5 years. So that's going to be the most important part of what METI is going to do in the next 5 years. And we are all geared up to really achieve that vision with the support of the private sector. And I would really encourage all the participants to reach out to METI in case of any desire for collaboration, or in case of any contribution that you would like to make towards METI's efforts. So let me conclude at this point. I'm happy to share any additional information or feedback to anyone who might be interested. So you can reach out to me, you can reach out to our METI team in New Delhi, and we would be really happy to interact with you further in this regard. So let me close at this point of time. I really thank all the organizers for inviting me here, and I wish all the very best to the deliberation that lie ahead in this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Kumar. A very interesting and very thought-provoking presentation to get the proceedings rolling. So thank you very much indeed. We've got one immediate question has popped up from a member of the audience. They were interested in the transition between a startup and becoming unicorns, and the kinds of corporate governance challenges that they experience, and wondered whether you had any thoughts on how that should be managed.
Yes, so thank you. That's a good question, and we keep getting such questions from our startups often. So as you may be aware, India has a Startup India initiative, which deals with the startup ecosystem in terms of supporting them through regulatory issues or easing the compliance requirements. METI has set up its own METI Startup Hub, where we are currently hosting more than 4,000 technology-focused startups. And our efforts are aimed at ensuring that all their concerns with regard to regulatory compliances are addressed, and we have achieved great success in that. The Startup India program of the federal government has really helped the startup ecosystem to grow. And the journey towards unicorn is, I think now, at least going by the trends now, is fairly, I mean, getting stabilized in the sense of the roadmap that they need to traverse. So they need to seek funding from the funding sources. Government is open to funding startups, and we have done a lot of funding in that domain. And they also need to reach out to the private funding sources, the venture capitalists, and the other funding organizations, which would really help them in obtaining funding and growing their businesses further. And once they cross that critical critical point in the growth journey, I mean, they would be very welcome in the Unicorn Club. So I wish all the very best to all the startups, because that's really one of the key components of our Digital India vision that we have unveiled for the next 5 years.
Marvelous. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you again, Dr. Kumar. A really inspiring conversation. Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. We're going to move on to our second distinguished speaker in this keynote session, who is Mr. Mark Miller. He is the president of the ACCA, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants from the UK. The ACCA has become very much the world's most forward-thinking professional accountancy body. It represents over 250,000 fully qualified members and more than 500,000 future members worldwide. That is an enormous membership body. Mark is a remarkable leader. He's been playing a very important part in leading the green recovery, which is promoting a sustainable and ethical world. This is very much in accord with the ACCA's heritage and values. And in particular, he's championing the role of the public sector and public activity as a vital element in a healthy society. The ACCA, we're very proud to say, is an integral part of the IOD India global family. So a very warm welcome, Mark Miller. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Graham. Great to see you again. Hello, everyone. So, as President of ACCA, can I say what a pleasure it is to join with you all today for this wonderful Institute of Directors annual event. So, thank you to Lieutenant General Alawalia, the President of IOD, for inviting me to say a few words. I think this is the third occasion, actually, I've attended a IOD India event. And it's a great honour each time. And ACCA is very proud to work very closely with IOD India together. And it's always very special on these occasions when we can get together. And you've asked me to speak today about a topic that is of great interest to me, our ACCA members and the future members. And that subject is boardroom readiness for challenges of the 21st century. So today I want to share with you some thoughts about effective and efficient boardrooms. And I'll do that by talking about diversity and inclusion. And I'll also touch upon corporate governance. But let me begin with an introduction to ACCA and to my own experiences of being on a board, including that of ACCA. For those who don't know, although Graham just mentioned it in a way, ACCA is the world's leading global body for accountants, uniting 233,000 members and 536,000 future members across 178 countries. And our vision is to develop the accountancy profession that the world needs, creating finance and business professionals and leaders who are respected and recognised everywhere for their dedication to our values of integrity, inclusion, and innovation. We work for the public good, leading the global accountancy profession by creating opportunity. Now, my own career has been in the public sector. I have a lot of boardroom experience, both as an ACCA council member and as a chief executive of various hospitals and a hospice in the UK, and also non-executive roles on boards as well. I have noted and learned over the years that how boardrooms operate is essential to the well-being of an organisation. And I'm not just talking about its finances, but also its employees and the people the organisation works with. Put simply, effective boards lead effective and efficient organisations. So let me share my own experiences as a board member for ACCA. In December 2019, ACCA announced its new governance structure with the creation of a new council board. This comprises of what ACCA calls the officers. That's myself as president, plus the vice and deputy presidents, and 3 other members of council. There are also 2 non-council appointees, and these are not ACCA members, but bring a wider perspective, and the chief executive. Council board meets 6 times a year and is responsible for the oversight of performance in delivering the strategy and reports to council. And what strikes me about this board is its diversity. People from all corners of the world, and there's a balance between public sector and corporate experience, with colleagues holding non-executive directorships in other areas, such as with the charity sector. And it's that depth and breadth of experience that makes it work. As a global and growing organisation, this board structure ensures that ACCA's governance structure is fit for purpose and modern. But the overall objective of our governance remains steadfast, to ensure that ACCA continues to deliver the objectives stated in our Royal Charter, which is to act in the public interest. As I mentioned a moment ago, the running of the boardrooms is of deep interest to ACCA and our professional insights team, especially with regards to diversity and inclusion. And actually, I think it is a sign about how far we have come in this area that we are willing to speak about this at today's event. A generation ago, issues to do with diversity and inclusion were seen as being on the fringe and some way distant from the mainstream of corporate policies and priorities. But now in 2021, organisations everywhere have grasped that diversity isn't a nice to have or simply window dressing for a shareholder's prospectus or a corporate mission statement. In the ACCA report, Leading Inclusion, we examined the need to address diversity and inclusion at an organisational level. This demands leadership from the top. Yet if the leadership itself is not diverse and reflective of the customer base, then achieving this in the organisation itself has become ever more challenging. While regulators have ensured that progress has been made in some components of board diversity through the use of targets, these have focused generally on one aspect. As commented in a study published by the Harvard Business Review in 2019, board diversity matters, but concentrating on only one form of diversity isn't enough. Their interviewees suggested that social diversity, such as gender, race, ethnicity, age diversity, and professional diversity, are all important for increasing the diversity and perspectives represented on the board. Yet progress towards diverse boards continues to be slow. And as the management consultants IMG have said, this is in some way due to boards staying within their comfort zones. It is equally important to recognise the importance of diversity of thought and perspective at the leadership level. Boards need to ensure that they are diverse to have the range of opinions and backgrounds that support equitably focused and informed decision making. They also need to ensure that the management teams within organisations that they oversee also reflect the perspectives of the customer base and their broader society. In that way, the diversity and inclusion agenda becomes real for organisations. However, in the face of this increased complexity and uncertainty, the temptation for boards is to become more conservative and more risk averse in an attempt to create certainty. But boards that inadvertently choose to do this risk missing opportunities for their organisations and their stakeholders. And worse still, they risk losing ground to organisations with that more diverse, innovative and entrepreneurial board that are better able to steer their organisations towards the opportunities on offer. The establishment of a board needs to adhere to good corporate governance. This covers a number of interrelated issues, from how the boardroom and managers handle risk and behaviours to creating good ethical behaviour. It's about setting the tone right at the top. The board is responsible for creating and obeying codes of conduct and, crucially, for living by them. In a world where there is a deficit of trust in institutions, there is now a huge opportunity to show that organisations can and do operate for good. So this conference is a very welcome opportunity to explore how those with responsibility for oversight of today's organisations can live up to this most important of challenges. ACCA has a wealth of research and insights on boardrooms and on corporate governance, including a culture governance toolkit. Corporate culture encourages behaviours that support or hinder the achievement of organisational objectives. The challenge for us all is to understand how to create and nurture a culture that promotes behaviours consistent with the organisational objectives. Our Culture Governance Toolkit seeks to support organisations with their cultural goals. It's a tool that helps managers and boards design their own organisation's cultural change based upon what they set out to do. It can help people to understand alignment between organisational objectives and corporate culture and identify where significant inconsistencies exist. It can also help review strategies and promote behaviours that support those organisational goals. The tool can be used when organisations are going through rapid change, such as fast growth, ownership change, or capital structure change, or developing indeed a succession plan. It can give a structure for narratives on culture when communicating internally and externally, or speaking with interested stakeholders, such as investors. And this point about investors leads me to another vital part of the boardroom leader's role: to create and sustain value. ACCA has called for concerted action to deal with the challenges of social and environmental value creation, examining the role of businesses in the environmental, social and governance issues, which are under increasing focus from investors and society more widely. Social and environmental challenges are becoming more complex. Increasingly, these two issues are seen by government, business and finance as interconnected priorities. The boardroom can support social and environmental value creation in many ways, such as the risk analysis of climate change issues, social impact evaluation, and assessing the quality of non-financial information. As I come to close, I want to mention an important issue here, which is about talent management and preparation of future board members. As we all know, any changes at senior level management will take time. Change needs a pipeline of candidates appropriate to the roles who are progressing through the management and leadership of an organisation. We cannot wait a long time for the ripple effect to happen. So we should be looking at ways to mentor younger generations to become the leaders of tomorrow and become boardroom ready. We should seize opportunities to promote leaders faster, encouraging reduction in the average age of boards and executive teams. We should ensure that those who we mentor reflect a range of talents and have a range of backgrounds. Succession planning has many forms and many layers, but it is a vital part of a boardroom's role. I hope that this has given you a sense of where ACCA stands on this important issue. And I'm really pleased that the IOD has decided to focus on the boardroom as a topic for this event. It's hugely relevant as we all manage the continued effects of COVID-19. To end, I want to say again that ACCA hugely values its strategic partnership with the Institute of Directors India, and we remain committed to working closely with you and sharing our insights and best practices on these core challenges, issues and topics. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. You've really wonderfully spelt out the breadth of overlapping factors that relate to diversity at board level. I think we are slowly beginning to realise that boards are not operating in isolation. They have to take into account everything that's going on around them. We've got a question which is an interesting follow-up to the point you were just making about the preparation of future finance professionals for roles on boards. It's a fairly pragmatic one, really. It's around how do individuals develop that mentoring relationship, both internally and externally, for their organisation to prepare themselves for a board role. Have you got any thoughts about that relationship?
Yeah, thank you, Graham. It is an interesting question, and I think that I talked about culture, and some of this in organisations, certainly in terms of internal mentoring, is actually about the recognition of succession planning, and the culture that says we are going to mentor people and develop people, and we will lose some people on the way, and that's okay. That's part of it. But equally, I know that there are sometimes talented individuals in organisations who actually want to be mentored from outside of their organisation. And that's one of the reasons why ACCA runs a global mentoring scheme, exactly for that reason, so that actually, those in the ACCA family, if you like, can connect with others in the family and be mentored by someone, in a different industry, in a different country, with a different background, because we believe that that is helpful, and it promotes this diversity that we treasure, value, and talk about.
Marvelous. Thank you very much. I didn't intend providing you with an opportunity to say that, but that's a wonderful response. Thank you. So congratulations to the ACCA for developing that kind of initiative. I know that the IOD Global has also got not so much a mentorship program as such, but has got a program of trying to stimulate interconnections between members across different organizations. So thank you very much indeed, Mark. A very interesting and very useful addition to our conversations here on the nature of the board and its role in diversity. Thank you very much indeed. Our next distinguished speaker for this session is going to be Mr. Sanjay Niyar. He's the chairman of KKR India, one of India's top PE investors. Mr. Niyar is, in his more than 3 decades of a very rich and varied experience, has held senior leadership positions in major companies. He's played an invaluable role in establishing KKR's business in India, partnering with and empowering local entrepreneurs to build their businesses and become themselves both local and global champions. He's been making KKR a leading investor in India and helping to grow their Asia Pacific business as well. How boards should be preparing for the future. We've invited him to share his insights from an investor's perspective. Very warm welcome, Mr. Niyar. Over to you.
Thank you. I hope you can see me and hear me. I'm doing this from my home in London, and thank you for the opportunity to the President, Manoj. And Graham, thank you for a very generous introduction. So I'm assuming, Graham, you can hear me well?
Perfect.
Great.
Okay.
Look, I mean, I think Mark just covered a whole host of issues, and I'm just going to speak from my experience. Today, my experience is obviously limited to my active participation in boards as a result of the investments we make in India. And our usual, strategy is to try and take control of companies and be a major shareholder and try to create long-term sustainable value, while our horizon may be slightly shorter than a decade. So I think that is, a very important thing to keep in mind, and love to give you some thoughts of what I have learned, I have seen, kind of the mistakes made, and where we think we go from here in terms of creating boards which have major investors, institutional investors like ourselves and many of our peers, when we control companies and govern through the board, and yet giving them enough freedom to be able to have their own personality, management team, and the board. So it's a bit of a tricky balance, and therefore I don't have any prepared remarks, but let me try to pick up a few things here. See, first and foremost, the environment today is extremely uncertain, and you're facing disruption in many business models. Geopolitical risks we see in our businesses, we have supply chain disruptions going on right now, and regulatory challenges are there all the time. So the environment is actually quite complex. It's not simple. The Indian government today has done a lot of good work in terms of setting very high governance standards, and I think giving people time to adjust to that, but clearly very demanding. So I think at a macro level, there's a lot of support for just better governance, responsible boards, and taking the role of a director extremely seriously, which wasn't the case, I would say, a few decades ago. So I think we have a pretty enabling environment, but a complex environment. The second point I want to make, as I said earlier, is that, from an investor's point of view like us, who put significant amount of capital to work, own the businesses, we do it with a simple thesis that we have a game plan for 1, 3, 5, 7 years. How do you pivot the business? How do you change the business model? How do you address customer needs better? How do you make, obviously, more value? But the underlying theme has to be that it's got to be a sustainable, successful model even after we exit. Sometimes, investors exit through strategic sales, and sometimes you exit through public offerings. In both cases, you have new owners, and the responsibility that we have in leaving behind a legacy is extremely critical. So it's not just the 5-7 years that we're there, but it's what we leave behind that matters a lot to our reputation. You know, pepper that with some of the hot topics nowadays: climate change, inclusion, diversity, enterprise risk management, ESG. We just heard Mark talk a lot about it, and succession planning. When you pepper the above two things with these hot topics nowadays, I think it makes a challenge of putting a board together very, very interesting. Now, I think I love the topic of this panel called forward-looking board. I'd never thought of this word, but frankly, when I look back and I think how we try to create boards and we pick board of directors, even myself, my own role as a board member, I think there are some things that we are looking for in creating these future-looking boards. I mean, the first and foremost thing is that we need a really good understanding of the business. So there's got to be, the board composition must have directors who understand the business, can anticipate the future of the company, keep themselves fully updated, and not just be on the board for the sake of a board. These are very, very important issues because unless they have that degree of competency, the contribution is not going to be to the mark. The second thing is that, you know, we as investors don't necessarily interfere with management. That's not our role. Our role is to pick the right CEOs, create the right management teams, and then leave it to them to run the business with obviously regular check-ins with us. Here, the role of the board becomes very critical. So we need, number two, people on the board who can actually mentor our CEOs and mentor our executive committees. Because us doing that doesn't make it look like then we have the right team. I mean, if we are going to be interfering in the businesses, then I think we got the wrong people there. So the board plays a very important role in mentoring and being updated regularly and, you know, guiding our CEOs and our very senior people in these companies. So kind of another angle of complexity, not only do you need board members who understand the business, but also have the personality and the time available to them to be able to mentor and be engaged with our CEOs. The third important thing that we have begun to do a lot more is to create a very open-minded culture. There can be many management teams who don't give you the bad news, they only give you the good news. And therefore, I think Mark said it, the tone is set right at the top. At the board level, we are encouraging the board members, and again, we are no one to tell the board members, but select board members who can actually create an open communication at the board meetings where the CEO and the executive committee is sitting, the investor is sitting. Have a culture of openness, have a culture where you have the bad news coming earlier rather than later, have a culture where errors are forgiven. It's only when you create that kind of a culture will you have a much better bubbling up of issues and not being pushed under the carpet. That is extremely critical because, again, as an investor, we put the money to work. We're not in the management, we're not in the day-to-day, but we have to work through the board. So I think it's very critical that we create that environment. The fourth thing is, you know, to encourage the board to really look long-term, because the board is going to exist probably after the investor is gone. And to think long-term and yet give the management the ability to do mid-course corrections, in, you know, just tackling the operational challenges, tactical changes. I think you need a board that understands the long-term versus the short-term, but has to keep the long-term absolutely in mind. Because like I said in the beginning, after the investors have gone or sold out, the reputation of the company and the legacy that you leave behind is far more critical than what you achieve in those 5 or 7 years. So I hope, you know, you get that kind of balancing act and the imperatives that we have to deal with as we create future-looking boards in our ownership tenures. So I think that is one thing I just want to make sure that that's well understood. Some of the hot topics nowadays, we in turn as long-term investors are funded by endowments, institutions, sovereign wealth funds, big insurance companies. And there are some extremely critical hot topics that they're putting on the table. Number one being ESG. I think Mark covered it. I won't repeat it. But we are increasingly creating ESG committees at the board, because these ad hoc committees, creation of ad hoc committees at the board, is in a way anticipating the topics which are current and are hot. So I won't go into audit committee and remuneration committee. Those are standard and they're always there. Clearly, ESG committees are becoming critical. Risk management in a very holistic way, how it affects all stakeholders because of the uncertainties I explained earlier, the disruptions, the regulatory challenges, cybersecurity, enterprise risk management, and enterprise risk management committee, which pulls together all the issues that can have an impact on the financials and the value of the company, is becoming another hot topic, and hence can be addressed to very competent ad hoc committee like the ERM committee. Gender diversity was touched upon. That's become a very important thing. But I would say beyond gender diversity is the diversity of background, is the diversity of experience, which really leads to a much better cohesive, inclusive board. Otherwise, everyone is going to look the same and speak the same language. So creating the diversity is actually quite critical. And more recently, of course, climate change, 2030, 2050 goals are becoming important. And we're expecting the chairman and our boards to coach and to prioritize climate change goals embedded in the company's longer term goals. Again, as I said, as investors, we may or may not be there after 5, 7, 10 years. But again, what you leave behind is more critical than what you achieve in just your period of investment. So with that, I'll sort of conclude my remarks. I thought I'll just give all of you a sense from practical real life experience with the enabling environment that India has today, set together by Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, but those are high-level enabling environment. Then the current uncertainties that we all face, and how do investor-led companies create boards that create much longer-term sustainable value beyond the life of the investor, especially as these companies switch ownership from one to another investor or to the retail participants if we do a public issue. So Graham, I hope I have tried to bring a new angle. Thank you for the opportunity and happy to take any questions.
Marvelous. Thank you very much indeed, Sanjay. And a really interesting presentation. Just you've beautifully encapsulated the kind of qualities that you're looking for in the directors that you're appointing, and really how proactive their role is. It's not simply a passive observational role. I've got one question that's popped up in front of me from the audience. It's reflecting on the rise of shareholder activism as well as ESG that's been hitting the headlines. Excuse me. How do you perceive that? How do you see this rise of shareholder activism in particular?
Look, I think it's going to happen. So I don't need any getting away from it. It's how you're prepared for it. And I think the diversity of the board, the openness of communication, telling off the investor if he's not right. And I'm just assuming for a moment the private equity or venture capital is the big investor in the room. And it's possible that he needs to be told that, hey, this is wrong, or we wouldn't agree with it. You know, the problems emerge today with shareholder activism because they're probably spotting issues that have been brushed under the carpet again, not spoken about openly and not addressed head along. So Graham, I think the only answer to that is just finding really good board members, you know, triangulating competency, high degree of inclusion and cooperation, and obviously setting a very open culture. I think if you have all of that and no threat of resigning if you're being compromised, I think you'll have less of these issues. But, you know, if you, again, hire people that look like you, speak like you, think like you, and will not challenge you, then I think the shareholder activism has an absolute right to raise the issues.
And a second question has popped in front of me, which is you've spelt out the qualities of the person that you're trying to bring into the board, but when you are thinking of investing, what are the kinds of factors that you would look at in a board composition before you invest?
Typically the boards are created after we invest, Graham, honestly, because, we are typically, and I speak for a lot of my peers in the industry, the opportunity in India today is number one is growth. So we're all investing behind growth, not behind cost cutting. Second, you're investing behind mergers and acquisitions. That's how you grow. The opportunities that we are facing today are humongous. A, because there is growth, so you need growth capital. And secondly, there is a lot of generational changes going on where some of the younger generations don't want to run the business. So we are having opportunities to actually have significant stake and a significant say and recreate the entire board, the business strategy and everything. And third, of course, things that are coming out of auctions. So I would say when we get into the company or we get a significant stake and have a say, the first thing we do is obviously have a great management team and in parallel create the right board along with it. So we actually typically don't inherit boards. I mean, we might inherit some members of the board who we would love to keep, but typically would want to bring in a really statured chairman, not too many board members, but just adequate, because remember, we are still the controlling shareholder. So things are still in a way driven by a shareholder agreement, and we have the final say in many things. But like I said, it's a sensitive issue. You don't want to have the final say if it's not the right thing for long-term value creation. And that's why a strong board to even face up to investors is very, very critical.
Great. Thank you very much indeed, Sanjay. We're going to have to move on, but I have to say there have been quite a few questions popping through the system. So
Manoj can send them to me an email. I'm happy to type back. I just want to again congratulate the IOD, because this is exactly the kind of forum you guys must do more often. This is so topical and is very, very critical for, I think, Indian industry in its current phase. There's so much growth ahead of us. I've just done a bunch of investor meetings in Europe, and there's just so much of enthusiasm for India. But nothing like great governance to really back it up.
Marvelous. Thank you very much indeed, Sanjay Niyar from KKR. Our next speaker, excuse me, our next speaker in this keynote session is Atul Tamunikar. He's the co-founder and executive chairman of the Global Indian International School, GIIS, from Singapore. Atul is a prominent member of the education industry in Southeast Asia, the Middle East and India, and he served as a founding trustee and executive chair of Singapore-based Global Schools Foundation, GSF, which is a not-for-profit organization. He switched careers in his late 30s, and that's often to do with survival or about reaching a dead end in your workplace, or just wanting a break from brain and burnout. For Atul Tamunikar, it was actually all about believing that what he had is what it takes to tap a market opportunity. His career change saw him venturing into the education space after a 14-year stint in information technology firms, HCL Technologies and IBM. He brought with him the skills that he acquired there, but applied them in a very different context. He's a philanthropist as well as being a leader. He recently also contributed $500 million to PM CARES Fund in India for helping the poor, and also has been involved in several citizen consultative committees in Singapore. A very warm welcome to Atul Tamunikar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Graham. Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I think there is just a small correction. It's not $500 million. It's $2 million. There was some mistake in the numbers. Great to see Sanjay again. We met last time in London, and you have done some wonderful work in education. Been hearing about it, so that's nice to see. So good afternoon to General Ahluwalia, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor to be speaking today at this IOD forum in front of the esteemed speakers. IOD has time and again demonstrated extraordinary visionary skills in starting a discourse which is going to be highly beneficial to the business leaders in today's context. The theme of this year's IOD convention is creating a future-ready board, which is diverse, socially responsible, tech-savvy, and understands inclusion. In today's context, some countries like Singapore have officially declared that COVID-19 is no more a pandemic, but is now going to be an endemic, which means COVID-19 is here to stay forever. This is a government's view, and there could be different views from different parts of the world. But the impact of this to you and me is simple. We will end up having 8 to 10 vaccine booster shots in the next 5 years. But from a business perspective, what happens? We are seeing fundamental architectural changes across all sectors and industries. The question is it just the pandemic that the board should be worried about? Or is there something else hidden below which has a larger impact? This is my personal view, but I think it's in the line of how many people are thinking. Amongst all this hype and noise, look carefully deep down at the key issues facing businesses. It is not just the pandemic, but a bigger disruptive consumer force of millennial aftermath, which was 1,000,000 times bigger in scale than the issue of the pandemic alone. Yes, we've been talking about millennials, but much has been said, but less has been done about it. And what I mean by millennial aftermath is the impact these millennials who are born in the 80s and 90s are going to totally reshape the next generation board leadership and the board decision making and be a sort of jet engine for wealth creation for the boards. The millennials are no doubt going to be an increasingly global economic force in the consumer spending globally. And millennials are projected to account for as much as 75% of the world labor market by 2025. As per some reports, millennials who are experiencing their prime earning and spending years are much more likely to purchase high-value assets such as apartments, cars, or wheelers, two-wheelers, or consumer durables compared to their older cohorts. Millennials are also forecasted to increase their spending, overall spending, by over 15% over the next 5 years. And in an Indian context, this increased spending is estimated to be something around over 3 lakh crores over the same period. Millennials have also been favorite explanation behind the demise of many business models and economic phenomena. And it is these millennials who are largely driving today's IOD's topic, that is from diversity and inclusion to socially responsible to being tech savvy. Put it simply, if the boards don't align their businesses to these millennials who are seeing a quantum leap in digital adoption, then you are at the risk of losing this important segment. According to some other reports, the millennial demographic, which is also known as Generation Y, is about 2.3 billion or a quarter of the total world population, and about 60% of that live in Asia. In India alone, millennials and General Alpha are estimated to be around over 600 million. So if the boards don't align their businesses to the choices of millennials, they can do the maths of what can go wrong. With COVID further fueling the technology-enabled behaviors and lifestyle choices, these millennials, who could be very well your customers, your buyers, your stakeholders, are all influencing other future generations as well, such as the generation Alpha, or those who are born in year 2000 or thereafter. Millennials in Asia are both digital and mobile natives. These behaviors in Asia have in turn potentially reinforced the disruptive and dominant forces of the millennial aftermath globally. Many in India ventured into the online space for the first time through their mobile devices. Indian millennials are more likely to be regularly using their mobile devices for online shopping or for cashless transactions. They are also more voracious consumers of movie apps, video streamings, and popular podcasts. Just one example of what millennials can mean. Some even watch an entire 2 hours of movie on a mobile phone. So what the boards have to realize that the millennials are an emerging category of consumers called experience seekers and shape their own thinking and decisions based on the fact that they are the first generation digital natives, also connected and with constant access to information. So the board should take note that sustainability influences these millennials to a great extent. They possess greater global and environmental awareness. They are deeply watchful on sustainability, and they have reached adulthood at a time when consequences of sustainability and global warming are extensively debated and discussed, which in turn decides how they spend the money and the brands they want to be associated with. With their distinct habits being picked up by other generations, such as Generation Alpha, those born in the year 2000 or 2010, the millennial aftermath has resulted in tectonic shifts in the consumer markets, much stronger as compared to the pandemic effects. Recently, I had a chance to ask a Generation Alpha 15-year-old why she bought an iPhone 13, which was recently released, as opposed to, say, Samsung or many other brands. And her reply actually stunned me. She said, sustainability could pose a serious challenge to her generation. Apple has renewable energy and shown serious consideration to sustainability, and therefore I will buy products that are made by sustainable companies. Well, this could very well apply to you, to us, to any other company that is selling either B2C or B2B products. The millennials and the alpha generations are here to stay, and their impact transcends borders and sectors. For the boards, they need to invest as a multi-decade strategy based on demographics. Boards that are seeking long-term sustainable returns could future-proof their portfolios by leveraging on the millennial and the alpha generations. The diversity and inclusivity in boards that we're discussing today, in times of interconnected world,
Atul, I'm sorry to interrupt. We seem to have lost sound. I'm just hoping that we're going to get you back. Just a moment. It looks like I'm not the only person.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So what is important is your understanding of the subject and innovative streak you bring to the table. The second factor that can help is being technologically savvy. Now, just look at some of the fast-changing digital landscape around the world. We are living in a superior digital transmission frameworks and the emerging world of contactless convenience, digital workspaces, artificial intelligence, and 5G, and so on and so forth. 6G, 7G are already work in progress, and by 2022, Indians may likely get access to the internet delivered directly from the space. Just as nearly 42% of the labor force was working from home, Some organizations, like the PwC, have already announced that its 42,000 employees can permanently work from home or anywhere and anytime. It is no wonder that companies such as China's Evergrande are showing signs of distress, as seen in many other real estate companies, as demand for real commercial space will decline rapidly and new residential designs with work from home features will come out soon. Boards have to be prepared to spot the millennial trends and be ahead of the curve, and those who cater to and capitalize on this lifestyle choices and pursuits would be better positioned to come out on the top and deal with the future situations. Today's businesses seek inspiration from IOD's debates that are out of box and have a multi-stakeholder holistic approach, similar to the previous ones that have inspired and changed the corporate psyche by demonstrating how an ethical, transparent, and equitable board has become a comparative advantage. It is important for the boards of today to stay focused on millennials instead of getting too carried away by the COVID-19 pandemic and develop market-driven solutions that are sustainable and relevant for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Atul. Apologies for the sound issue there. I'm not quite sure what we had to happen, but glad that we got you back and we didn't lose very much of your presentation. We have got one question that's popped in front of me. I think quite a few of us actually remember the fascinating visit that we had to the schools in Singapore, and what a pleasure it was to actually see the kind of investment that you were making in your students. The Smart Campus was highly impressive. I don't think there's any doubt about that. We understand that you're offering Global Future Ready Merit Scholarships, and we were curious about how you've managed to get the balance between the academics who can deliver for those future skills and the kind of students that you're attracting, because often the academics are almost one step behind the flow of those students. So how is that being managed within the school system?
So it's a very relevant question, Graham, and that is typically what is understood is, and the larger perception in the market is that you could either do academics or you do the holistic part of it. You can't do both. I think it's a myth and it's a misperception. The reason is because for the last 20 years, we have structurally combined the academic developments that are needed by different curriculums, the holistic development that are needed to be done at age group levels, different age group levels. We are now seeing increasing demand by universities about evidences of holistic development, about leadership demonstration, about CSR activities that you do, and many other things. So we have identified skills education as some of those most integral elements into the academic education or the international curriculums that we do. And so it has to be a good balance. We are able to maintain that good balance by way of using technology to a large extent. We try to make teachers more productive, take away a lot of their unproductive work, such as reporting matters, etc. And we have our own software company, which is working full-time for us. We have about 80 developers who constantly allow us to automate our processes and to be able to make sure that we keep focus on the students' development, on the individual students' development, and get out all those insights from time to time and give it to the teachers so that they are able to really provide meaningful contributions to the students. So we are able to create a balance. And I think we have seen amazing alumni coming out of our schools, going across the world, working from organizations, studying in Ivy League universities. And I think the universities are recognizing the fact that it is a very good blend that we are able to produce. So I think it's something that we are able to do it at all our campuses. We've got a few campuses in India and in Asia, from South Korea to Middle East. And we feel that technology is a major enabler for us to make sure that the right balance is always maintained.
Thank you. It's obviously a very different model to the kind of experience that many teachers have got in other parts of the world, and including in the UK. So I look forward to seeing the results. I think it's going to be a fascinating process to see how those students evolve and how they take over. Thank you very much indeed. And
thank you, Graham. Thank you, IOD.
Thank you very much. We're going to move on. Our next distinguished speaker for this keynote session is Ms. Daisy Chittilapalli, who is the President for India and SAARC for Cisco India. As we all know, Cisco is a worldwide leader in IT and networking. Ms. Chittilapalli is someone who has over 25 years experience in the technology industry, including 17 years as a leader within Cisco. Her track record has been proven in transforming operations and cultures, both to drive growth and to create scaling opportunities. She's passionate about empowering youth to join the technology space and mentoring startups to innovate technology solutions. I think we keep coming back to this theme of mentoring and the importance of it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're here today because of Cisco. It is because of Cisco that we're able to run this kind of event and to attract such a broad spectrum of participants. So without further ado, I hand over to Ms. Daisy Chittilapalli, President for Cisco.
Thank you, Graham, for that introduction, and a very warm good evening to all of you. It's wonderful to be here and a part of this conversation centered on the future readiness of boards as we look forward to a post-COVID world. A little more than a year ago, the world, of course, looked very different than it does today. Something that's, it's been a very humbling experience for all of us over the last 18 months. But at the same time, it demonstrates just how resilient and agile we are as humans. The crisis we are in has been a very grim experience, but also very transformative for not just individuals, but also for businesses and countries. And I say transformative because 2 years ago, the conversation on forums such as this one would certainly have leaned more towards business health and innovation. But today, it's increasingly about how to balance profit and purpose and build a far more sustainable growth model for the ecosystem that serves everyone, not just the bottom line. And this is what I'm excited about most, because we have a unique and unprecedented opportunity to reinvent ourselves, both as leaders and as boards, to reimagine the board as an ardent advocate for people, communities, and the planet. Of course, a shakeup of sorts following any crisis or disruption is expected. And what's different this time is that it's not just the organizational strategy which is under scrutiny. Leaders are questioning why their companies exist and the purpose they serve. In the process, they're switching their mindset from just shareholders to stakeholders, and stakeholders including employees, communities, and the environment. In other words, stakeholder capitalism is becoming just as critical for businesses as any other traditional parameter. Ernst & Young recently did a survey to quantify this and found that companies that are thriving after the pandemic are leaning into this pivotal movement. They're considering outdistancing survivors in growth, and 79% of companies who do this, the thrivers, are projecting growth in 3 years, against only 7% of survivors who are saying they will grow. This is where boards can play an instrumental role. As stakeholder expectations change and grow, boards can help organizations create long-term value, obviously by anchoring to purpose and focusing on stakeholders, ensuring accountability through tangible measurement of stakeholder impact. Most importantly, boards have the greater duty of ensuring that this isn't just a fire and forget movement for companies. We must make certain that management remains focused on all stakeholders, even after the crisis, and track progress through a purpose-led strategy. Essentially, boards must set the benchmark for balanced stakeholder capitalism and responsible leadership in the new era. But to do this, boards have to prepare themselves. They have to pivot just as much as everybody else and get ready for a dynamic future. As I see it, boards have to accelerate 5 major transitions to lead organizations successfully. The first is grounding the organizational strategy in sustainability, and I think Atul talked about it as well. This may seem like an obvious step, but sustainability isn't just about the environment. It's about crafting policies that consider positive and negative impacts on every stakeholder. Future-ready boards recognize that this helps attract people to join an organization. Investors realize its value and factor sustainability into their decision-making. An increase in environmental, social, and governance-related investments we are seeing in recent times is a definite acknowledgement that sustainability leads to higher value creation. That said, historically, only a few companies have implemented structures that treat sustainability as a business imperative rather than a CSR mandate or even perhaps a PR mandate. This is where boards come in. They can entrench sustainability in the company's strategy as a core component, help turn it into action through capital and R&D funding, portfolio pivots, and so on. And they can scale sustainable business practices by empowering the whole organization to take action. Let me give you an example of how we are doing this at Cisco. We've evolved our purpose as a company to power an inclusive future for all. And we are actively working towards our tech and resources to help communities gain access to new opportunities across sectors like healthcare, education, and so on. We're also looking at ways to reduce our carbon footprint. We recently announced our commitment to reach net zero across Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emissions by 2040, including our product use, operations, and supply chain, and an interim goal to reach net zero across all Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions by 2025. 80% of electricity at our Bangalore campus comes from renewable sources. We're hoping to scale this further. Moving on, one of the primary capabilities of an efficient board is mapping emerging trends and ensuring that organizations are prepared to meet them head on. And the trend that's gaining the most traction today is the rise of a digital low-touch economy, of course, and hand in hand with the rise of the purchasing power of the millennial that Atul was referring to. At its core, this change is more about mindset. Technology is no longer viewed as a good to have, but as the enabler of everything we do. The implications of this for businesses are clear. Go digital or perish. For a future-ready board, this means embracing digital technologies to reimagine how they work, operate, build customer and investor relations, and develop talent. Harvard Business Review says that 80% of global directors said they believed digital transformation should be led at the board level rather than relegated to their CXOs or their IT department. But it's not just about digitization at the process level. Boards are digitally transforming too. For example, before the pandemic, only 5% of board meetings would have happened virtually. This number jumped to 95% during lockdown due to necessity. But again, Harvard says that 50% of boards will pursue a hybrid meeting model permanently. At the same time, boards must leverage technologies like cybersecurity, AI, ML, data analytics, etc., not just to ensure the safety and privacy of their stakeholders, but also to bring more intelligence into decision-making and cloud to enable speed and scale. Particularly on the latter, McKinsey believes that by 2030, there could be $1 trillion in value creation at stake. And it's likely that companies who use the power of the cloud to create value for themselves will win the majority share of this value at stake. But to make the most of these opportunities, boards will also need to invest in the right people who can lead the organization into the digital decade. Talent is the most important natural resource, and leading companies are showing how to develop it. Coaching and empowering smaller teams, deploying talent based on skills, not hierarchy, and filling gaps through training and development. At Cisco, we are no different. We see our people as our biggest strength and most precious asset. So we've put in place several programs to hire, retain, develop talent to develop our most critical transformations and help our employees bring their best, most authentic selves to work every day. To give you an example of the latest initiative, Atul talked about hybrid work. Over the past several months, we've been collecting feedback from our employees around their preferences for where they want to work. We realize that globally, 77% of our employees prefer to work outside the office 3 to 5 days a week. And this is across all generations, not just millennials. This is in stark contrast to the 63% of employees who worked in the office 3 to 5 days per week before the pandemic. The numbers are very similar in India as well. Therefore, we've switched to a permanent hybrid work model to empower our employees to individually craft workplaces that enable enhanced flexibility. That said, this is still a largely uncharted territory, and we'll continue to be talking to our employees and amend approaches as needed. We know that going forward, this will allow us to bring a more diverse group of people into our ranks, including women and differently abled, who will now have the opportunity to work from home or work from anywhere. This is particularly exciting for us because over the past 35 years, we've seen how a diverse and culturally rich workforce can spark new ideas and ignite innovation. Therefore, we also know that as the war for talent mounts, boards must make diversity and inclusion a top priority to attract the best people. It's very key to gaining a competitive advantage for the future. Again, McKinsey says 39% of survey respondents said that they have turned down a job because of an organization's perceived lack of inclusion. Because the link between diverse leadership and a healthy balance sheet has long been established, companies with the most ethnically and culturally diverse boards worldwide are 43% more likely to experience higher profits. We've seen this at Cisco as well. Our executive leadership team is 40% diverse by gender, 37% by ethnicity, and our stock prices have doubled since we've had people from varied backgrounds on our board. Lastly, the linchpin of all these efforts is a shift in the board's mindset from competition to collaboration. As we've seen over the last 18 months, we may be sufficient to survive on our own, but it's when we come together that we excel. We're venturing into uncharted territory where the ability of boards to lead organizations will increasingly rely on their ability to collaborate. The power of partnerships cannot be understated, and as we work to shape new governance models, sharing knowledge, experiences, successes, and most importantly, failures will be critical. Essentially, the pandemic has revealed a gap between promise and practice. Here, future-ready boards can serve as a bridge, converting intent into action and action into impact. If we band together and continue to share our experiences and learnings in forums like this one, I truly believe that we can create far more inclusive and sustainable organizations that seek to make a difference in the world. I want to close by thanking Mr. Ashok Kapoor and the IOD team for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. And thank you all for your attention this evening.
Thank you very much indeed, Daisy. That's a really interesting insight into how the nature of a large corporation is having to be influenced and has to rethink. And I think what's also really interesting to me is that you are basing some of the decision making around employee feedback as much as pressures from outside. One of the things that's just popped up as a question on the board in front of me, it's following up on what you were talking about, the Cisco future readiness of the board. What are you doing to then to trickle down within the organization board values to the employees? We've got feedback coming up. What is it that's being done to strategically influence them?
So, Abraham, at Cisco, the vocabulary around conscious culture has constantly been gaining momentum. And conscious culture it starts with our purpose statement and a redefinition of our purpose statement, which is all about powering an inclusive future for everyone on the planet. And we have a conscious culture and a set of values that we try to imbibe into our teams. And there is a number of ways we do that through one-on-one engagements, through one-to-many engagement about what it means. How does one identify with our purpose statement and with the values that the company stands for, and how do you make that real in everything you do as an ambassador for Cisco, both internally as well as externally? So the conversation around conscious culture and the conversation around the values that Cisco stands for, and the demonstration or manifestation of both that purpose and those values in the day-to-day role that everyone plays is something that Cisco holds very close to. And as leaders, our responsibility is to show and lead by example. I mean, this is best done demonstrated by example and through a lot of conversation. But very, very sharp focus on the conscious culture and the Cisco value, living the values as we call it inside the company, Graham.
Thank you. It's I think culture change was something which was very popular in the sort of the 90s, and in lots of ways pressures from the outside for organizational performance have tended to remove the focus on that. And I think what you're highlighting here is that post-pandemic, we actually do need to be exploring the nature of culture and whether we can consciously change it. And if we do, then how do we embrace both employees and executives in that process? So thank you very much indeed. Very interesting presentation. Really interesting to hear from Cisco. We depend on you so much at the moment. So great to hear what's going on inside the organization. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Brian.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very enlightening session. I think we've had so many interesting presentations, so much to reflect upon. I hope that you're enjoying it as much as I am. We've been going for about an hour and a half now, and I think it's only fair for us to allow people to have a 5-minute comfort break. So we're going to have a quick break, and then we will be coming back. It's really about 10 past the hour here. I think that's 40 minutes past the hour when we get back. So a video will be playing in the background. I look forward to seeing you in 5 minutes' time. Thank you.
Why am I not starting the video? Yes, stop this. Yes, stop. I take it. No. Yeah, we just taking a measurement for the time. But finally, we have to solve the thing. Of this wiring in the back. एक वायर का outside, yoga fiber का, and the other is why is it not so green? Okay. Okay, but
That feels like we've been left pausing, waiting for our next installment of this wonderful soap opera. Could there be a whole theme there for a TV series on the life of a young startup? It's probably been done and I've just missed it. Welcome everyone back to the next session, our keynote session number 3. This is a particularly important and I hope very powerful session, and welcome back to the IOD's Global Directors Conclave. This is one of the key topics, developing a roadmap for the effectiveness of boards through independent directors. Independent directorship is something that India has been leading the world in, and so it's a particularly relevant topic for this conference. In the wake of the meltdowns of such once great companies as Adelphia, Enron, Tyco and WorldCom, enormous attention has been focused on the company's boards, and these boards followed most of the accepted standards for board operations. Members showed up for meetings, they had lots of personal money invested in the company, audit committees, compensation committees and codes of ethics were in place. The boards weren't too small, they weren't too big, they weren't too old, and they weren't too young. However, we now need to look fundamentally differently at the nature of corporate boards, how they should operate, and how they should be evaluated. And so it gives me great pleasure to invite the first of our distinguished speakers of this keynote session. Now, I'm hoping that the sequence has not changed, because I have in front of me that the next speaker is Mr. Vindi Banga, but I'm seeing Shailesh Haribhakti sitting in front of me on the screen. So can I just get some confirmation of where our sequence has gone to from the organisers? I don't want to have, see.
Mr. Vindi Banga would speak first, Graham.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Sorry, Shailesh, you're going to be kept waiting. I apologise for that.
Take your
see Mr. Vindi Banga as being your warm-up act. Mr. Vindi Banga, there he is, good. Chair of the UK Government Investments, UKGI, Senior Partner with Clayton de Villiers and Rice, Senior Independent Director with GlaxoSmithKline PLC in the UK. Mr. Banga has more than 4 decades of very rich, very experienced, very varied experience. He's held senior leadership positions in lots of major companies. Mr. Banga has been working in the commercial sector particularly, and has a proven track record of delivering outstanding performance for consumer-focused businesses. He's also a recipient of the Padma Bhushan, one of India's highest civilian honours. He's joining most of the IOD's annual London Global Conventions as a speaker, and sadly, of course, not for the last couple of years, but hopefully we will see him again in London soon. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Banga. I hand over to you.
Thank you, Graham, and very good afternoon to you all, ladies and gentlemen. And Shailesh, it's good to see you on the screen after a long time. My sincere apologies to keep you waiting. Right. Well, look, as Graham has said, I've been fortunate to have been on boards in different parts of the world, of course in India, but also on US boards, on German boards, or continental boards, and of course in the UK. Now, all of these have slightly different nuances, as I'm sure you're all aware. Most of my remarks are going to be focused, though, on the UK Governance Code, which I think in some ways is one of the clearest codes. And I know it's very close to the Indian code as well, because a lot of the recommendations from the Cadbury Committee a long time ago have been instituted in India and, of course, built on these. So I'm going to spend a few minutes just sharing my perspectives on how independent directors can best help board effectiveness. The first key question is, what is independence? And, that's a key question. Now, in the UK, it is defined as somebody who is independent on appointment, either a director or a chair. which means that from the date of appointment backwards, the person should not have had a material connection with the company for between 3 to 5 years. And what does material connection mean? It means not being an employee, not being on a company pension scheme, not being a material supplier or a material shareholder. So actually, there are some pretty clear definitions of independence, which are quite important in this context. And you can imagine that they are there for obvious reasons. Remuneration should not be drawn in any other means other than the transparent director fee, which is equivalent and shared openly with everyone else. And there should be no close family ties with the company's advisors or directors or senior employees. So that's the definition of independence, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Tenure is again another important point, where more recently in the UK, they have established that no director should continue for more than 9 years. Personally, I think there was a lot of debate when this came up. I think it's a good thing because, you know, it allows for freshening of boards more than anything else. It's pretty good to have a renewal of boards because otherwise you do get a level of fatigue. So I personally think it's good to actually have some form of tenure. I think the best part, and this is the most important part of the principle, it is all focused on transparency and the idea that these are guidelines, these are not rules. You have to comply or explain. I think that's a really interesting point, and it's much broader than just this issue. It means that whatever you do in the spirit of openness, and you then share that with everybody. If you're taking a decision which is slightly different from the format which I've just explained, you just share that openly with everybody else so that there is no question of any concealment. It is in the open. And I think that is really important as well as a principle. Now, how do independent directors help board effectiveness? Having talked about, you know, what characteristics they might have. I think the first thing is to make sure you have the right people on the bus. You have the right independent directors. Now, that sounds like a very trivial statement, but actually it isn't. What you don't want, from my experience, is people who just want to be directors on any company. You don't want professional directors. What you want is people who want to be directors of a specific company because they believe, as the previous speaker was talking about, in the purpose of the company, in the agenda of the company, in the mission of the company. They want to get up in the morning and actually be a director in that company. So that's, of course, important. The next thing, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, is to ensure that you have the right skills and expertise around the board table. Again, that's not a mechanical exercise of a tick box, which several firms and others would tend to do. It's really quite important to understand what is the context of the company at that point in time. What are its priorities going forward for the next few years? What is the strategy? And what does that need by way of expertise and skills around the table? For example, if there is a situation where there's likely to be a lot of acquisitions as part of the company's strategy, then you should really have people who've been there, done that, thought through those issues before. So understanding the strategy and then reviewing the constitution of the board in that order, I think is really important. I can give you a live example of GSK. We are actually spinning off our consumer business, and we're going to, from a pharma consumer company, go to two companies, one pure pharma company and one consumer company. Now, you might imagine we have a board for the current company, which is the pharma consumer company, but we're going through a really elaborate exercise of thinking through what are the priorities for the spin-off, because it is a consumer company, but apart from that, it has to be stood up as a standalone company, which requires its own capabilities. It's a first-time company. And for the pharma company, which is going to be now a standalone pharma company, again, the context is different. And therefore, we are going through this very detailed exercise as to what should be the constitution of the board on both those companies. And it is not automatic that directors in the main company will just split into those two companies. Not at all, actually. We're really thinking de novo about the boards for those two companies. Another point about having the right people is they've got to have time. Now, again, you might think that's a very naive statement, but actually that's not true. You know, directors need time. And I know there are statutory limits on how many boards people can join and so on, but to me, those are statutory limits. Frankly, as a chair, from my perspective, it's really important that people have quality time to devote to that company. And it is not about just attending the board meetings and so on and so forth. I think you must assume that you need 2 to 3 times the amount of time that is stipulated by the meetings, because there is preparation time. But very importantly, you got to know the company. If you are going to be taking, decisions on behalf of the shareholders, you have to have a pretty good understanding of the operations of the business. And therefore, you have to know, you have to travel, you have to touch and feel the business, you have to know the senior execs, you have to know the culture of the business. And therefore, time is really important in terms of selecting people who have that time. I think I would just switch from here to how do you find the right independent directors? And this is a good segue into the role of the chair. It is frankly the chair's job to both form but also lead the board. That is his or her key responsibility. Finding these people, making sure that the skills and expertise I was talking about are relevant for the needs of the day. That's an important role of the chair. But it goes much beyond that. I think the role of the chair is then to ensure that he or she gets the best from the board, or for the benefit of the company and for the benefit of the shareholders. And that is about both hard and soft skills. I mean, of course, there is a set of, let's say, process issues like, making sure you have the appropriate agenda, making sure that all the right topics are covered, that there is enough time, that the quality of the papers is good, that they show up, adequately beforehand. So there's a whole process issue. But the real benefit of a good chair, in my view, comes from his or her ability to ensure that the board engages. It's about the culture of the board. It's about making sure that the management and the board have the right relationship of openness, of trust, that the board is seen as a governance body, but also of a very supportive body. So I think that softer ability of the culture of the board, not every board member is as comfortable with putting his or her views across. Making sure that you get the best of everything from a board member is the chair's role. I've seen too many boards where individual board members settle into a kind of a role. I'm the person who will always speak for a customer, or I'm the person who will always speak for supply chain, or I'm the ESG spokesperson. And I think actually, while that's good, I believe we must get much beyond that. And every board member should be expected to contribute to pretty much everything. And I think that is the skill of the chair. So I cannot overemphasize the role of the chair in making sure that the board actually is effective. Setting up the right committees, I'm not going to go into that. I think it's very standard. I think the only important thing to understand is the agenda of the committees, because in a way, the committees go into much greater depth. They have the time to do that, which is really good. That's the role of the committee. What is hugely important, though, is that the rest of the board should not abrogate responsibility for those topics to the committee. And the committee must find time in the main board agenda to ensure that any key decisions they take or recommend to the board are fully explained to the board, and the board is able to engage with those topics. So I think that's the only point I would say on that. And then before I conclude, I have 1 minute left. Perhaps a few words on the lead independent director, as known in the US, or the senior independent director. And I would just say it's a really important institution. I think that the role is obvious, which is that, if you only have a chair and you only have management and other independent directors, you do need somebody who is going to be able to give some good feedback to the chair. And that is the role of the senior independent director, which is to act as a conduit for independent feedback from each of the directors, from management, from the executive directors, and also, just as the chair is responsible for making sure that the board is appraised annually, the senior independent director's job is to appraise the chair and ensure that proper feedback is given, so that I think there should be an open atmosphere of constructive improvement, constructive engagement and improvement. That's the idea. Every year, every board should figure out what they can do to get a little bit better the next year. Perhaps I'll stop there. And I think, yeah, I've just covered my time as well. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Banga. I'm very conscious that I understand you've got some other commitments. You've got to go off and meet with some government representatives. So apologies for shifting the sequence a little bit here. What I'm going to do is to invite Shailesh Harabakti, who is the chairman of the Western region of the IOD in India and board chairman with Blue Star and L&T Finance Holdings and so on. I'm going to ask him if he would care to chair this session and pose some questions to Mr. Banga straight away. If I can invite Shailesh to take the microphone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Graham. And my first comment is that was an absolutely wonderful address from you, Mr. Banga. It gave us perspectives from a global perch that you have always held, and very interesting to see the similarities between the UK code and the Indian code. But in India, Mr. Banga, the law has taken the role of independent directors to a different level, particularly where there is dissension. And we have seen instances where even the chairperson, who was a majority shareholder, was actually removed because of the action of the independent directors. What do you feel about the power that can be actually exercised by independent directors where there is either corporate malfeasance or there is an admitted or a suspected issue with the governance of a company?
I think I can't comment on the law, because the law is the law. And, wherever you are in the world, you have to comply with the law. But if I stand back from this, I think one of the important roles of the board represents all shareholders. And that's a really important point, not just one section of shareholders. And therefore, you have to be able to empower the independent directors to perform that role, to represent all the shareholders. And it is in that context that if there is any issue of corporate malfeasance by any section of shareholders, or by management for that matter, then that is the responsibility of the independent directors to bring it to light and to make sure those issues are addressed. It's really important. I mean, if I go back to my time in Unilever in India, which, gosh, feels like a long time ago, I was appointed by Unilever because it was a 50% owner of Unilever plus one golden share, Hindustan Unilever. But we had three types of shareholders. There was Unilever with that dominant share. There were the BlackRocks and Fidelities of the world, and there were 150,000 lay shareholders like you and me as individuals. And therefore, the board was representing each of these constituencies, and all the decisions that the board always took had to balance the interests of all of those and be transparent about how that balancing was being done. I don't know if that answers your question.
Very much, very much. But it's, what is your sense of how much of the operating or the board operating responsibility independent directors should take on if there is, let us say, a feud which is going on the board between two important factions of a family? Where do you place your say vote, if I were to say? How does that situation get resolved at a board level?
Well, that's a very interesting and a tricky question, because a little bit depends on, you know, the constitution of the board. But I would think that it is the role of the independent directors, as I said, to act on behalf of all the shareholders. They cannot choose sides. You know, you're implying when there's a feud, there are two sides. And I think as an independent shareholder, you cannot take either side. You have to be objective, and you have to actually offer a solution through that problem, which is going to balance the interests of every side. Most family feuds in India, as you know, are very hard to solve other than through independent, neutral arbitration.
True, very true, very true. Thank you for your perspectives. And do you see in future the role of independent directors getting sharper, getting more accentuated by the experience that everybody is gaining? How do you see the future of the role?
I think the role is, Shailesh, hugely important for the reasons you have actually, your questions are hugely wise and perspicacious. And these questions highlight the importance of the independent director, just as you have been asking me for the last couple of minutes. So I think the role is very important. I think it should grow. I think the importance of the independent directors should grow, particularly, and as I said, the criteria for appointing independent directors should be open and honest. I am not, however, personally in favor of excessive legislation. I have never been in favor of that. I think that, you know, that's the wrong way to go. And I'd really like to maybe come back to where I start. I think that that is what truly attracts me about the UK governance code, because it is all about transparency. It is all about, look, these are a set of guidelines, but you know, you're all very wise, senior, experienced people. You have to make business judgments. You cannot have rules for every situation. It doesn't exist in life. So you have to exercise your judgment. And when you do that, make it transparent. And when you make it transparent, stand up and be counted. Put your name to that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll let you go to your next appointment.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. And I'm really sorry I can't hear the other distinguished speakers. I can see both Punitha and Andrew and you. And I would have loved to hear you, but I'm sure I'll be able to hopefully see a recorded version.
You will, I'm sure.
Thank you all.
Great.
Thank you, General. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Banga, and to Shailesh Haribhakti for stepping in and handling the questions for that session. We're going to now return back to the original plan and have a panel discussion, which I'm delighted Shailesh Haribhakti is going to be chairing. However, before that, he is going to be one of our keynote speakers, and so a proper introduction for Shailesh, I think, is appropriate. Those of you that don't know, he is the chair of the Western region of the IOD in India. He's the board chairman of Blue Star Limited, of L&T Financial Holdings Limited, and of Future Lifestyle Fashions and the NSDLE governance infrastructure. He's also an independent director on a variety of boards. He's been a staunch believer in corporate social responsibility and governance, and in promoting a greener environment. He's represented India on the Standards Advisory Council of the International Accounting Standards Board, and he's also been a member of the Securities and Exchange Board of India. Over decades of hands-on professional involvement, he's worked through a myriad of engagements which have defined the next steps at the Haribhakti Group. His passion for quality has been reflected in the ISO 9000 certification of various processes of that group's operations. He's been a long-standing supporter of the IOD many, many years, and we're very grateful for his support. So a very warm welcome to Shailesh Haribhakti. Over to you for your address, sir.
Thank you very much, Graham. It's absolutely a delight to be at this wonderful seminar. And I just want to make 3 points which have dramatically transformed the role of independent directors on boards, particularly in India. One is the big thrust that the whole world, and particularly in India, has developed on digital adaptation in every way, shape, and form. Whether it is the complete move away from physical meetings to meetings of the kind that we are right now experiencing and actually performing every part of your work digitally. When that began to happen, boards were challenged by how to keep the momentum of decision making on, how to keep people's motivations on, how to make people safe, feel safe to interact, transact, and how quickly after lockdowns or after the particular care that needs to be taken in terms of vaccination and everything else that the world found rather rapidly as responses to the pandemic, how to get people back to work. And that challenge was met by 2 or 3 big actions. One is that the entire digital enablement of everybody needed the investment which the board sanctioned very readily. And very quickly, the faith in cloud-based interactions grew at a pace that I have not seen in my entire career. What has happened in terms of migration to the cloud in the last 2 years is completely unprecedented. The pace, the extent, and the quality that has been delivered by people who have supported this movement to the cloud. So that's one big trust area that boards are now looking at. And the 2 big things boards are now addressing are how do you acquire a new cost curve? How do you shift your cost curve completely, dramatically? And how do you make sure that that makes the organization sustainable over a long term? And the other big initiative that I'm seeing across the board is how do you go direct to your customer? How do you get under the skin of what is it that your customer desires, wants, what are the propositions that ought to be made? How do you reach them? How do you service them? How do you make sure that the relationship of the product and service that you are manufacturing or creating reaches and is consumed with the highest quality of customer experience by your customers? So D2C and this whole idea of cloud are driving a whole lot of board decisions. The other big area is sustainability and truly ESG getting into the DNA of all boards and becoming the center point of thinking and action. Again, fortunately, very quickly during the 2 years that have gone by, there has been a convergence of thinking. Frameworks have combined to become harmonized. Standards are being set up. There's a whole lot of public discourse, debate, dissemination of information. IOD itself has run at least 2 major seminars and webinars to acquaint people about what is it that ESG truly means. And I think it has become a very important agenda for boards to pursue in its quest for being meaningful and for delivering value. So ESG is something that boards are going to get engaged with as we go forward. With all of this, the role of the independent directors has become extraordinarily important. It's critical to look at costs in a long-term dimension. It's important to look at value delivery over the entire lifespan of assets. And therefore, the decisions regarding which assets to curate, add to, how do you compute the carbon footprint which arises from the assets that you want to continue to put to use, has become a very important and deep question that boards are dealing with. So there are going to be stranded assets, and there are going to be very large decisions which will have to be taken to move from old technology to new technology, invest in it, and do what is best in the interest, long-term interest of the organization that you are serving the board of, in terms of how do you reorganize the whole asset mix. So the physical aspect of what needs to be done has become critical. The last and third point that I want to emphasize is the extent to which human resources have become critical, both in terms of talent availability, getting the right upskilling, reskilling, and change of the whole mix of people that you need to deliver in the competitive, disruptive, digitalizing, sustainability, ideas-driven atmosphere that we are beginning to see. There's huge and continuous disruption, and it happens from all sides. You got to look at how the environment is disrupting you and how you can disrupt, making sure that the environment that you're operating in will support you in a sustainable manner. And so this has become a very big area of engagement and challenge for independent directors. And I see the future as getting more and more interesting as we deal with these large issues, geopolitics, supply chains getting disrupted, cybersecurity, risk management. All of these are becoming critical issues for boards, and therefore the role of the independent directors getting that prominence which it deserves. Back to you, Graham.
Thank you very much indeed, Shailesh. I think we're going to move on to the next speaker, and then you will have plenty of opportunity to channel the questions as we move forwards. I'd like everybody to join me in welcoming our next speaker for this session. Professor Sir Andrew Lickerman is Professor of Management Practice and a former Dean of the London Business School in the UK. He was educated at the University of Vienna and at Balliol College, Oxford. His current research is on the role of judgment in management, a subject which he observed was generally very highly valued and yet not developed or consciously exploited necessarily in management. He has an honorary doctorate from the LBS and from 3 other universities. His career has included work in the public and private sectors, as well as professional development bodies. Andrew has advised the House of Commons, Treasury, Employment, Transport and Social Services Select Committees, and most recently he's published a booklet on the exercise of independent judgment by directors. Professor Lickerman has also addressed the IOD's annual London Global Convention a couple of times, and participants have asked especially for more opportunities to hear from him. So we're delighted that he's been able to join us on this event. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Lickerman. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. Can you hear me okay, Graham?
Perfectly, yes.
Excellent. Okay, that's fine. Well, first of all, can I say what a delight it is to be here? And I'm only sorry I'm not with you physically in London. It's much nicer to be able to meet people face to face, as we all know. But still, we'll accept the miracles of science and have this this virtual presentation. What I would like to share with you, if I may, is some work which I completed this summer on independent judgment. Now, just to give a context to this, thank you very much. If you could have the next slide, please. Just to give an idea of where this idea came from. So I'm working on judgment itself, more generally, and I've talked to a lot of people, more than 600 people over the last few years on this. I've read a lot of things, not just in the board literature, but across many different literatures. I've been on about 20 boards myself, so I know what it's like to be faced with the kinds of issues that I'm discussing. And I've gained a lot by making presentations to a large number of people in different countries, including in India, I'm very pleased to say, where I actually got some extremely interesting insights. So what I've done is develop a framework, which I'll be explaining now. And I've applied that to judgment in leadership, in the professions, the independent judgment I'll be talking about today in relation to artificial intelligence and in relation to hiring people. So that's where these ideas come from that I'm just going to set out very briefly now. Could I have the next slide, please? Very briefly, the framework which I developed says there are 6 elements of judgment. And I suspect that many people on this call feel to themselves, well, judgment is a great thing, but I'm not quite sure how to define it or how I would know. I kind of know it when I see it, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. And what I've tried to do is to pin it down into 6 elements for the purposes of corporate life, as it were. And they're about, and I won't go into these in detail, they're about what you take in when you hear and read and listen and see things, who and what you trust, the information you get, and the people who surround you, what you know about what it is that you're discussing, the way in which you approach things in terms of feelings and beliefs, the way you make your choice, and whether something can be delivered. Now, those, for me, I've defined as the 6 elements of judgment. And if you want more detail about this, I published this in much more detail in a Harvard Business Review article last year. So the reference is there on the bottom. Next slide, please, if we may. So the reason I've produced the work I have on this is something which you can see. If you go to the bottom there, it was prompted by the UK Companies Act, which says that all directors, not just independent directors, please note, have a duty to exercise independent judgment. And when I asked, I discovered there was no guidance as to what independent judgment was, and therefore how would anybody know whether they were exercising it or not? And I'm pleased to see I found an exact parallel in the Indian Companies Act of 2013, Section 166, and there I quoted it on the top there, that a director of a company shall exercise his duties with due and reasonable care, skill and diligence, and shall exercise independent judgment. And there's also an additional quotation I've given you from Schedule 4 below. So this is a requirement of you as a director. It's not an optional extra. All right, so if it's not been defined and you're required to have it, that's why I've produced the guidance, which I'm now going to describe very briefly, which sets out what is independent judgment. The next slide, please. And there are 12 elements to this, and I shall go through them very, very briefly. And again, I'll give you a reference. If you want to know more about this, I've written about it in relation to the UK. And because the Indian requirements are very identical virtually, my assumption is that many of these things will apply in an Indian context. Now, I know all countries apply things differently, but I hope you will find these to be useful in understanding what it is you're supposed to be doing. So very briefly here, we've got 4 elements which are to do with the raw material. One is to do with the attention you give to what is said to you and what you read. And I'm sure anybody here who's been on a board will know you can have information overload and not just insufficient information. And so this is actually quite a difficult thing for any director to do. The second one is about checking the information and the assumptions and applying, this is about applying the kind of skepticism, constructive challenge that one would expect of a board member. The third is about avoiding due reliance on one person or the majority view. So just simply saying somebody's an expert, therefore we're going to rely on them, or everybody else agrees, therefore I've got to agree to. This would be number 3. Number 4 is about the context of what it is that you're making a judgment about. So what are the precedents here? What are the comparisons? What are the legal and ethical requirements? We've heard about some of those now. And if I just take an example, it would be people drawing false analogies, saying, look, it's just like it was last year, when it isn't just like last year. And that's what I would mean by independent judgment in that context. So those are the first 4. The second 4 are about attitudes and feelings. This is about developing a view that's not just, casual interest, but an informed view based on appropriate challenge. And it doesn't mean arguing with everything, as we know. It means not being influenced by a particular sectional interest. Vindi talked about that in his talk about representing all the stakeholders and not just one section. The awareness one has of one's own feelings and biases. And of course, you can't get rid of all your feelings and biases, but you've got to be aware of them in order to make sure that they don't unduly influence what you do as a director. And lastly, in this, understanding risk and uncertainty. And that means, of course, having enough information to know how much risk a particular choice is going to involve. So that's the next lot. And finally, if we could have the last, thank you very much. The last 4 is about the choice you make. And this includes being able to make a choice and to argue if necessary. Now, we know organizations where the chairman makes it clear that argument is not very, is not a good idea. That is not a good environment for independent judgment. So diverse views have to be encouraged, and you've got to feel safe in doing that. Checking when you're offered a choice that these are the options and there aren't other options which haven't been put on the table. Looking at the trade-offs and having enough information to know what are the pluses and minuses of each of the choices. And finally, on the business of being aware of the need for any consultation with other people before a choice is made. Now, that is a lightning run through the 12 elements. You see a reference there at the bottom of the slide. If you could have that back again for a moment. Thank you very much. At the bottom of the slide is a reference to the booklet which I produced with the Chartered Governance Institute in the United Kingdom in July. And it has quotes. I've got 36 quotes from directors about what this means for them. So I hope you would find this useful. And if anybody wants to communicate about any of this, I'm very happy to correspond with them. My email is at the bottom of this slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew. I think I'm already seeing people popping notes up saying, I must read this. So thank you very much indeed. You've clearly hit the button there with a lot of very interesting insights. Really appreciate it. I'm going to move on so that the questions can be handled as a panel discussion later on. So I'm going to move on to our next distinguished speaker. Dr. Punita Kumar Sinha is an investment professional and board member, an independent director on the boards of Lupin Limited, JSW Steel, Blackstone Embassy REIT, and Rallis India Limited. She's also governor on the board of the CFA Institute and managing partner with Pacific Paradigm Advisors from Boston and India. Dr. Punita, during her 30-year career in investment management and financial markets, has been instrumental in projecting the potential and prospects of Asia as an investment destination. She's also had significant governance and board experience across India and North America. She's pioneered some of the first foreign investments in the Indian subcontinent in the early 1990s, and with her extensive knowledge of various global industries and economies, the key Indian policy issues and their impact on capital markets, I think you'll find that she has going to be enriching us with a very, very insightful exposition on the role of independent directors. We're delighted to welcome you, Dr. Punita. Over to you.
It's an honor to be the last speaker, and also intimidating because I think everybody's covered a lot of different things. And so I'm not sure how much more I can add to all the great things we've heard today. Having said that, let me just kind of step back a little bit and talk about the role of independent directors. Now, over the last year, the role of the independent directors has become even more involved as the environment has gotten more challenging. So there are five areas in which the role of the independent directors have gotten more involved. First, meetings are now being held virtually, and that has posed its own sets of challenges in terms of building relationships both with management as well as with stakeholders and other fellow board members. And especially for new independent directors, this makes it quite hard because they really haven't even met their fellow directors to build that level of trust and comfort that they can operate in. Now, coming with these virtual meetings comes a whole set of technological challenges, as we've all heard. So cybersecurity has become a very important issue for board members to focus on. Another thing that board members have had to really focus on is the implications of the virtual meetings, virtual office, remote working on the morale of the employees. So the role of the nomination committees has become quite important in terms of determining the culture and making sure that employees are feeling safe and they're feeling valued and they're able to build, build collegial relationships and have a culture in the company that is actually reflecting what the company really wants to reflect in that culture, given that how hard it is to do that in remote working. We've heard from other board members on the role of ESG. Now, you've heard my background comes from an investment side, and so as an investor too, we are getting a lot of pressure from clients and a lot of demand for us to incorporate ESG into our investment decisions. And on the flip side, I see the demand for ESG also rising for board members, and board members have to really start taking into account ESG considerations. And I see that happening in India, just of course not at the same scale as we see that being touched upon globally in some other countries. But yes, India is also paying a lot of attention to ESG. Another trend that we've seen over the last year in India in particular, is the rise of shareholder activism and the proxy voting firms and the role that they are playing. So this has actually increased in intensity over the last 1 year in India. We've always had proxy voting firms and activism quite rampant in developed markets like the US, but in India, it was something that is only now taking form and shape, and that is also going to impact the role of independent directors and how they are going to be looked at in terms of performing their duties. And then, of course, the regulatory regime in India continues to tighten, continues to come up with more rules for independent directors, and something that one needs to keep an eye on. Now, with this backdrop of the trends that independent directors are facing, how does an independent director exercise independence? I think Professor Andrew has really laid it out better than I've seen anyone else lay out how independence can be exercised. And I wouldn't be surprised if we suddenly see that going into codes of conduct by various regulators as to how they're going to start measuring independence and how they're going to actually look at the minutes of the different committee meetings to see how independent directors have exercised their duty of care and independence through their deliberations. But for now, it is more of an art because there are no rules for independence that have been put in place. So the way I have thought about independence in my own board deliberations is, one, to have a voice and to challenge, as Professor Andrew mentioned, to challenge the options, to challenge the thinking, to make sure that we have covered all aspects that need to be looked at. So that's one. The second, I think also Mr. Windy Banga talked about that, is that independence is being independent in a way from all stakeholders and yet taking into consideration the needs of all stakeholders. So you have to balance the needs of your investors, shareholders, promoters, founders, and management. And at the same time, you have to be independent of them. So that's quite a balance that one has to maintain, because in boardrooms, you have your fellow board members. You also have to exercise judgment from some of the views that they have opined on. You have to exercise judgment and independence with respect to what management is presenting. And then, of course, you have to hear the voices of all stakeholders. One of the ways in which independence can also be exercised, especially given the heightened compliance oversight as required for directors and the increasingly complex risk environment, I think exercising judgment to really questioning all the options through the risk management committee, through the audit committee, and to really look at internal controls, talk to auditors, and gain a perspective that is perhaps not fully covered in just board deliberations. I think one of the things India is unique in is having a stakeholders relationship committee, which I don't see in many other countries. And that's a great committee, but I think the way it is set up right now, it is very compliance focused and very much just looking at investor complaints with respect to their duplicate shares, receiving dividend, etc. But the role of the stakeholders committee can be really strengthened. The ambit can be increased to really be a more consultative committee with respect to looking and hearing the views of all stakeholders, which we are doing selectively. I chair several stakeholders committees, and while it is not in the scope of the stakeholders committee, some stakeholders committees have actually increased their role and gone a step further to start engaging with various stakeholders. And the more you engage with various stakeholders, and one of the constituents that I forgot to mention is also your, your suppliers, your consumers. All of those are also your stakeholders. So you really need to get the views of all your stakeholders, and only then are you really truly being independent. And I think finally, I think it's given the increasingly complex environment, as I've talked about, increasing shareholder activism, proxy fights, the demands from all different stakeholders, it's very important to act independently. Often you need an independent counsel to the board. And while that's a practice, again, I've seen in the US boards that boards do have access to an independent counsel. I think it's something in India we are only beginning to demand as board members. And in some companies, the chair of the board or management have actually helped us get access to independent counsel. But it's very important that when in doubt, when there's any conflict between various stakeholders, between, say, management and the majority shareholder, or the majority shareholder, the minority shareholder, or various groups of stakeholders, that's very important that we exercise judgment, but also get independent counsel on what and how we exercise that judgment, so that we are looked upon by regulators as truly having exercised judgment and making the right decisions. So I think there's a lot that independent directors have to take into account. And at the same time, I think that the regulators too need to be cognizant of the fact that independent directors have to be viewed with trust, because I think often there is the view that regulators have that, of distrust, that independent directors are not discharging their duties independently. And they keep on putting more and more and more rules and definitions of independence, more and more rules that, perhaps remuneration should be addressed, because there is a view that if you get remunerated well in a board, then you're not independent. But that's not the case. I think remuneration goes with the size of the company, with the amount of work you have to put in, and independence is not necessarily correlated to remuneration. So I think that's something also that regulators need to look at, and not just keep coming up with rules, but basically fundamentally believe that independent directors are there to help the company and not to hurt the company and enrich themselves. So I think I would also lead that thought with regulators that when things go wrong, it's the independent directors that will help get it right, or at least try to help get it right. So, and more rules are not going to help. So as Professor Andrew said, judgment is very, very important. And independence at the moment is more about judgment. It's an art and it's not a science. And more rules are not going to really help exercise independent directors their own judgment, our independence.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Kumar Sinha. That's you've captured yet another dimension of this whole debate, and I think we do need to be exploring the nature of trust and confidence around independent directors as well. So thank you very much indeed for summarising some of those issues. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Harabakti, who's going to be chairing the panel discussion on the role of the independent director. Shailesh, can I hand over to you?
Thank you, Graham. And I'd like to pose the first question to Professor Andrew on how, in your experience, can an atmosphere be created on the board and indeed in the corporation to promote independent judgment from being exercised? So are there a few things that you have seen from your experience which we can take away, which will create that enabling environment?
Yes, I think there are. So I think I mentioned, and I just want to reinforce the key role of the chair here, because you know, I'm sure, as I said, we've all been part of groups where speaking up is kind of not encouraged. It's not in the atmosphere. And there are others where you are encouraged to say things. You're asked to. I remember some excellent chairs who asked people to say, look, I know you may not agree. Could we give us your view? So I think number one is a good chair. Number two, I think, is, as it were, the board itself as a group having a way of working, developing a way of working, and that's everybody can take part in this, where people feel I am comfortable here about operating in this group of people, rather than feeling scared to speak up about something. And thirdly, I think it's perhaps the management, particularly in relation to the non-executive directors, creating an atmosphere which is not confrontational, where actually if people are saying something to the executive management, it's not arguing with them and implying that they're doing everything wrong all the time, or probing in a way that is destructive. I think having good questioning, challenging questioning, is also possible to feel people are on the same side. And I've had some wonderful chief executives saying, look, thank you for raising that. You know what I mean? I hadn't thought about it, being very honest. And everybody thinks that's a great chief executive who can admit that, rather than saying, I know everything. You know, you don't know anything, you people. And, you know, being able to be part of the decision-taking process. So there's three ways, I think, in which it can be done.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Punita, can I come to you for your excellent deliberation on the stakeholder relationship committee? There were many comments, positive comments that we saw in the chat box when you talked about the enhanced role of the stakeholder relationship committee. How can this committee engage with the community which analyzes corporations and gives advice on whether to invest or not to invest in a particular company? Do you encourage the investor community actually engaging with, let's say, the chairperson of the stakeholder committee? Is that something that you find meaningful, valuable from your experience?
So that's a great question. As I mentioned, some of the stakeholders committees that I've been on, we've actually gone and done a lot of engagement. So let me give you a couple of ways in which one can engage. First of all, on the culture of the company, as I mentioned, employees, customers, suppliers, they're all our stakeholders. And while we, as stakeholders committees, should also think about investors, we should also think about all stakeholders. So now the stakeholders committee cannot possibly engage with all constituents, but there are other people in the company that, are engaging with employees. The HR departments are. There are people who are engaging with customers and consumers. And so surveys, one should encourage companies to do those surveys and present them to the stakeholders committee. So we have a good idea of how those stakeholders are feeling. Now, when it comes to investors, that's something that the stakeholders committee can engage in more actively. And what we've done in some of the companies that I'm on the stakeholders committee is we've gone and done, we started with investor surveys. We put together surveys that are sent to a number of large and mid and small investors, to get their perspectives on the governance of the company and, certain other issues. Then we've also gone and done meetings, and it isn't just the chair of the stakeholders committee. You have people from the stakeholders committee, and often you rope in somebody from nomination committee, because a lot of questions come, depending on the issues that are facing that company. Questions could be coming for the audit committee, they could be coming for nominations committee. So you rope in the relevant committee members, and you actually just sit and listen to a number of stakeholders, to a number of investors. We've done that. We've set up meetings, and we've been in listen-only mode, and also addressing some of the concerns or questions that they might have. Now, the discussions with investors that management has is quite different than the discussion that a stakeholder committee or a board member has, because the topics that you discuss are quite different. Management, obviously we focus on the operations and the business performance, etc. But stakeholders committees and board members can focus more on other softer issues, governance related, ESG related, what's on top of mind with investors, even with respect to overall performance, though it's not our job necessarily to start addressing all the operating parameters.
Absolutely. Wonderful. That's really giving meat to the stakeholder relationship committee. Otherwise, it's just more a tick box kind of committee. Fantastic insights. May I turn again to you, Professor Andrew, and ask you about how is it that great boards are able to support innovation, support the decision to invest in innovation and to actually reach out to fresh pastures. Whereas there are other boards which are only wanting to maintain the status quo so that things don't get disrupted too much and everything remains stable. So is there a big role of independent judgment in these two tracks that boards can take?
I think it's an application of independent judgment, because if a board is basically stuck in the past and is only interested in carrying on what it's been doing in the past, I mean, that indicates, first of all, they haven't understood the dynamics of the world, and they are running, by doing nothing, they are running a risk. And that, the risk may not be articulated, but they are running a risk. And so, I mean, I've certainly observed, as it were, that independent directors can come along and say, look, I haven't seen anything, even in the budget proposals, which indicate we're looking at this new area or this new place or these developments or whatever they are. So yes, I do think that's a role for independent judgment and, exercised by the independent directors. Because, of course, the management often has got its eyes very firmly on the task in hand. And in one sense, a good board, and that's not just about judgment, a good board will give that stimulus and give that opportunity for the management to say, oh, wait a minute, we didn't necessarily think about that. And bringing experience from other organizations into the room, I think, is a fantastically valuable role of independent directors.
Fantastic. Thank you, Andrew. Punita, coming back to the question of how does the engagement of the independent directors, in your experience, in your view, become deeper? Is it important for independent directors, for example, you picked up the example of talking with auditors, but is there a role to have conversations with the C-suite, to have engagement with the people who are held up as being successors or important successors in the organization? And how do you structure these kind of interactions and interventions for independent directors? Where do you see this happening? Through which committees?
Now, that's an interesting question. It depends very much on the culture of the company. So some companies and some chairs and some CEOs are comfortable with board members reaching out to the successors and to larger management groups and be there for them as a mentor or a resource, etc. But then there are certain companies that I've been on the boards of where the CEOs do not encourage that because they feel that it creates too much chaos in their organization, and they want to control the message that is being communicated to the board, and that it doesn't come from various different board members are collecting different sources of information through different channels, and often the messages then get very inconsistent and there are a lot of cross wires, and that really does destabilize the CEO in many ways. So and then of course the promoter, right? Sometimes the chair is coming from a promoter group or a majority shareholder, and the CEO is a professional CEO. So then sometimes the promoter group doesn't really like this either. And so I think you have to take all of them on board. I think it's a healthy practice to have access to management, not just the CEO, for board members. And perhaps it be structured where every board member could be paired with a couple of people in management and be able to speak to them regularly. And that could be rotated every year. So, there are many ways of structuring it, but I think it's definitely something worth discussing and considering.
Fantastic. Rita, what would be your advice to independent directors or aspiring independent directors on this call in terms of enhancing their effectiveness?
Is that for me or for?
Yes, Rita, for you.
My advice to new directors, is that the question?
Yeah, or aspiring even.
Well, I think it's definitely a very interesting to be on boards of companies. I would say it's a very open-ended role. It's not as structured a role. So you have to come with an open mind. You have to be adaptive to the environment that you're in. Each company has its own culture, its own norms of behavior. And I think it takes some time to really figure out how you fit in. So you have to be adaptable. You have to be very open-ended because you have to take a lot of initiative. There is very little structure that a board member is given. Some boards have orientation, but others don't. So you have to kind of feel your way. You have to build the relationships. And by the time you really get comfortable, your term is over. That's the sad part. That when you really get comfortable and understand the company and start contributing, it's time to say goodbye. So I think it's an interesting journey, and you learn more every day.
Professor Andrew, what would be your caution to people who, listening to you, start exercising independent judgment? What would be the caution you would give them?
I would say that you have to read the room, you have to read the people. I mean, it's in no use coming along and saying, you know what I mean, I think this is all complete rubbish, or, these people are terrible, whatever it is. That's not being independent. That's simply being aggressive, I mean, I think what one has to do is to think about the question of how is it one can be effective as a director? What is the best means of doing it? And for example, it may not be confronting somebody in a meeting. It may be ringing them up beforehand and saying, I'm worried about item 2. Look, talk me through it a little bit. And actually, therefore, that may be a much better way of getting change than simply going like a blunderbuss and shouting at people. I think, on the other hand, in some cases, one may have to come to the board and say, look, I'm very sorry, I think this is not acceptable. And, one needs to understand what one's doing there. And the moment may have come to say, I don't think this is right. So I think, you just have to, this is a set of relationships, and like every other set of relationships, you can't apply a rule to it. You've got to read the room, read the people, understand the people. This is a people issue, not just a process issue.
Wonderful, wonderful. I must say I've enjoyed this session immensely because of the extremely high quality of content that was discussed. But we do have time for a bit of participation from the audience. And if anybody wants to raise a question or issue or share an experience, this is the time to do it. Is it possible for us to enable that for somebody who wants to participate? Would they have to put it up in the Q&A, or would they be able to come and ask the question? Okay, so Andrew, there's how does one handle a desperate board? Is a question that has come up in the Q&A. So,
okay, so look, one of the things that about not having a problem with independent judgment is not allowing groupthink to take over so that everybody thinks the same. On the other hand, you don't want a board where everybody disagrees about everything with everybody else. I mean, that is not a functioning board. It's got lots of diversity of views, but it's not functioning. So in terms of saying, how do you do this? First of all, we come back to the role of the chair again. The chair has to try and make sure that the way discussion is structured is positive for the organization and not destructive. And in terms of, for example, the people around the table, the members of the board and the chair have to make sure that actually this group can work together. And I've known boards which are not functioning, and it's been agreed that certain people will leave the board because it's just not possible to go on. So that delicate balance between not having groupthink, but not having anarchy either, is a well-functioning board. And that's the responsibility of the whole group, but particularly the chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Punita, there's a question on how do you handle dissension on a board? And what is it that an independent director can do when they see a battle on the board?
Well, first of all, I don't think boardrooms are battlegrounds that much. I haven't seen too much of that. In fact, I've seen very collegial interactions between board members. Well, I mean, on some of the boards I've been on, we've had some periods of time where there was a lot of stress and there were different views. And as you said, the chair obviously plays an important role. Also, I think, the culture of the board should be made very clear to the board members. Does the chair want a board where members speak up, or where, members are encouraged to dissent, or where it is more just build on what the consensus view is? So I think it's very important that that is set from the beginning, because that sets the stage for the discussion. One of the boards I'm on, the chair changes every year. So that creates a very interesting dynamic, because how the board members interact with each other and how and what kinds of topics are discussed changes year on year, because the culture of the board is changing as the chair is changing, and each chair is driving the discussion and the debate in a different manner. So I think the chair is very important. Also, I think independent board members, if they're really exercising their independence judgment, then they have to raise the questions and the right questions. And if they do so, then, and they're encouraged to do so, then the level of debate will increase.
Absolutely. No, there are actually many questions which deal with what age norms need to be there for directorships, and how can one exercise expertise, and what all needs to be done to engage better with the HODs. A lot of that ground has been covered, but if there are a few last thoughts that both of you would like to leave behind for our participants, here is the time to do that, and then maybe we'll have 1 minute for Graham to take it away. So, Punita, what would you say is your leave away?
I think two things. One, the culture of the board is very important. And I think the chair and all the board members contribute to building that culture. And so the right culture should be set up from the outset to actually deliver the best results. And my second thought, which I've said again, is trust. There has to be a level of trust between the regulators, the stakeholders, and the board members. The board members are there to discharge their fiduciary duty of care, and one has to trust that they are actually trying very hard to do that.
Fabulous. We use for both these purposes the board appraisal and continuous feedback after every meeting as a very effective means to get both your leave-aways actually action. Those are wonderful points that you made, Punita. Thank you so much. Professor Andrew, over to you for your key leave-aways. Oh, you're on mute, sir. You're.
Sorry, forgive me. I think one has to recognize that being on a board, whether as an independent director or just a non-independent director, is challenging, and achieving a balance between, between constructive challenge and disruption, being independent but not yet so remote, these kinds of things, which are a difficult balance to achieve, are actually something which, if one says in corporate life, are the challenges which are really important to overcome the issues and to get the best one can from the group. This is really worth working at. That would be what I say.
Fabulous. What a fantastic thought to leave behind. The onus is on each one of us to make a great board. And it's the team board which actually delivers value. Thank you very much for being an extraordinary panel, and I'll hand it back with 1 minute to go to Graham to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shailesh. That's wonderful timekeeping. Thank you all very much, Mr. Harabakti, Professor Likyaman, and Dr. Gumasina, for a fascinating session. I think you've really shown how much the role of the independent director is evolving, how the demands on them and the qualities of them are changing. For me, because of my background, the softer aspects of personality, of group dynamics, and the external trust and confidence in independent directors just seem to be gaining much more prominence. And I think that's a really interesting and really inspiring session. I've taken an enormous amount away from it, and I'm sure from the stream of questions that have been coming in, I think you've really hit a lot of people's interest. So thank you very much indeed. Really interesting session. We now have a special keynote address on or from the Securities and Exchange Board of India's robust framework for independent directors. I'd like you to join me in welcoming Mr. Mahalingam, apologies, who's a whole-time member of the Securities and Exchange Board of India, for his special keynote address. Mr. Mahalingam handles the Integrated Surveillance Department, the Investment Management Department, the Enforcement Department, and the Foreign Portfolio Investors and Custodians Departments, amongst others, within the Securities and Exchange Board. His work responsibilities also include RBI's engagement with international institutions. A lot of board members have very good intentions, but they lack any particular skill that might lead to, and that can therefore lead to, weak board governance and even cause corporate failure. A couple of months back, Mr. Mahalingam was addressing one of the IOD's webinars, and in that he emphasized that the independent director needs to offer a very judicious combination of domain expertise, financial expertise, and common sense. And he added that if you're short of any of those, it's probably best not to accept the responsibility of being an independent director. His address stimulated a huge amount of discussion, and so we're very honoured to have you join us again and to invite you to share your thoughts and wisdom on future-ready boards. A warm welcome, and over to you, Mr. Mahalingam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Am I clearly audible?
Perfect.
Right. Okay. I thank the Institute of Directors for this opportunity for me to interact with a vast audience on the SEBI's framework for the independent directors. In fact, I have been speaking on this topic on several of the occasions. I don't want to get into the exact nitty-gritty of the framework, but the questions that I've been facing across several seminars is, how does an independent director conduct himself as far as a meeting is concerned? They also talk about what kind of qualifications that an independent director is expected to possess. And there has been some questions also about the liability of the independent directors. I'm not proposing to come up with answers of all these questions, but I thought I would make a kind of a summary presentation on what SEBI's expectations are as far as the independent directors are concerned. Clearly, I'm not getting into the legal definition of what an independent, who should be an independent director. But then, bereft of all the legal jargon, we expect a person who is absolutely an integrity completely beyond reproach. He has relevant expertise and experience in the functional domain of the company, or at least in some special domains which are going to be useful as far as the company is concerned. He is certainly not going to be anyway related to the promoter, and he doesn't have any kind of pecuniary relationship with the company. And again, of course, he should not have been a KMP, a key managerial person of the company, for at least the preceding 3 years. Now, I'm not giving you the entire legal definition, but at least this is broadly the kind of definition that has been evolved from the Companies Act and which has also been incorporated in the SEBI regulations, which will actually, in a nutshell, sum up who an independent director should be. The SEBI framework also ensures that the independent directors actually constitute a significant proportion of the board of the company. Again, I'm not going to get into the numbers where the chairman is himself a non-executive director. 1/3 of the board should be the independent directors, at least 1/3 of the board, or in the other cases, 50% of the board. I come to the role of the independent director more from the angle of the cases that we have come across in SEBI. And this is something where I could come up with some, there could be some questions on the part of the audience. First of all, SEBI expects that the independent directors bring in a huge domain expertise in areas connected with the company. They are impartial. They are going to represent the company's interests as well as protection of the interests of the minority investors, which is very, very important. So at least these are the representative qualities in an independent director. Now, there are people who come and ask me the question, look, I don't have much of an idea about reading a balance sheet, and I am not sitting there as far as approval of the balance sheet is concerned or approval of the profit and loss account is concerned. So should I be held responsible for any kind of defalcation of funds or misuse of funds? This is a question which is often asked of SEBI officials, including me, whenever I go to address some seminars. To this, I have a straightforward answer. Whether you are a finance person or not a finance person, the expectation is that you understand the balance sheet as a common man would understand. Now, I'm not talking about a common man of limited intelligence. I'm talking about a common man of above average intelligence. Now, when you are occupying a position in a board, it's a responsible position that you are occupying as an independent director. So the expectation is that when the balance sheet is presented to you, you are able to read it to the extent at least that you make out the significant aspects which have been highlighted in the balance sheet. Assuming that you do not understand some of these aspects, the next step that SEBI expects of the independent director is that you raise those questions in the board meeting. Now, you have a gap in understanding at some point. Please raise those questions in the board meeting. Find out whether you are able to get satisfactory replies from the company's management for these questions. Now, if the replies to these questions, if the responses to these questions are not satisfactory, we expect you to delve deeper and continue asking questions till you get the right answers. I know people face a lot of dilemmas being placed in this position. Now, are you going to be considered as an impediment to the board? Are you going to be considered as a block, a stumbling block in the board when it comes to these important questions about how the finances are used? Now, I'm stressing more on finances. I'm going to come to another important part of the topic, that is a related party transaction. I would like to stress again and again on finance that I think no amount of questions that you ask is something which can be considered as irrelevant. I think every question of yours as an independent director will have to be answered by the management. They can never get tired of answering this question till you are actually satisfied with the replies. Now, we have seen several cases where in the recent past, I'm not talking about too long in the past, I'm talking about just about in a year and a half, where a huge amount of diversion of funds have taken place from the listed company to the promoter or the promoter group entities, where questions have not been asked by the independent directors at all. Now, money is going out of the company. Maybe it takes a form of a loan. Maybe it takes a form of another transaction. But then when you ask questions of the management as to why the money has been taken out of the company, clear replies are not forthcoming at all. Now, these are cases where we realize ultimately at the end of the period that significant sums have been diverted out of the company on frivolous excuses, on frivolous reasons. An independent director could have been alert at these board meetings, could have raised questions on why a listed company's assets are getting diverted in the form of cash loans from short-term loans to other companies, which do not have a clear-cut business proposition at all. Now, they could be your subsidiary companies, that could be your associate companies. But then, clearly, I think the questions which could have been asked is, does a listed company not have a proper use of these funds at all for the time being? And if you have put it to use in another company, is it fetching you a market rate of return? Had you put it elsewhere, would you have got the same return? Now, these are two simple questions. You don't need expertise in finance to ask these questions. So if you have not been asking these questions, clearly, perhaps the group has taken courage from the fact that maybe the directors are not paying attention to these at all. So this is something which is very, very important for people to ask questions. The second is preferential offer. There are cases where the preferential offers have come about. And again, simple questions need to be asked. Why are you making this preferential offering? What is going to be the fund use, end use of these funds? What are the projects which are in waiting as far as this preferential offer funds are concerned? What is the price at which these preferential offers are being made? Now, there are SEBI regulations for that. Let the company officials come and explain to you what are the SEBI regulations and how we are in compliance with the SEBI regulations or the Companies Act, and we are not violating these regulations at all. These are again very simple questions. I'm not talking about very complex questions to be asked. Now, we do find that preferential offer is a very common route through which funds are again misused. I come to the third important thing, that is the related party transactions. I know this is a very complex area. This is something where the independent directors act as watchdogs as far as the company's minority shareholders are concerned. Now, there are plenty of transactions done which could be in the form of related party transactions, which are supposed to go through the filter of the audit committee. And the audit committee is supposed to consist of the independent directors, and the chair of the audit committee itself is the independent director. Now, are we asking the right questions there? Are we asking questions which will unravel why a particular transaction is being done? Now, let me again hasten to add that related party transactions are not banned at all. I think nobody tells you, no regulation tells you that related party transactions should not be resorted to. The question that is being asked is, if you are giving a transaction, if you are ending up giving a contract to one particular party, number one, is that contract in the interest of the company? Because ultimately, as an independent director, you are taking care of the interest of the company, you are taking care of the interest of the minority investors. So, are the transactions in the interest of the company? Which means, is the pricing of the transaction completely in alignment with market pricing? If it is not in alignment with market pricing, then there is something fishy which is going on. So either the money is going to be siphoned off by these particular transactions. So you've got to be very vigilant. You've got to be very careful about these related party transactions. So as I again repeat, related party transactions are not banned at all. Related party transactions are absolutely in order as long as they go through the audit committee, as long as the arm's length distance is maintained, as long as the pricing is in line with the market. Now, as I had just mentioned, you could have a subsidiary which is actually specializing in producing some kind of material which is going to be useful as a raw material here. No problems at all as long as you, tap that avenue, as long as it is going to be in line with overall the market pricing and all that. Let me come to the last point that I wanted to stress. The liability of the independent directors. Now, there are several questions asked. There are Supreme Court judgments on this as to how far an independent director is liable if he is simply a part of the board and his expertise doesn't lie in that area. And this again is more in connection with funds usage, where the funds defalcation has taken place. Now, as I had mentioned at some point of time, the independent directors, by virtue of occupying the position of an independent director in the board, they are supposed to be protector of the company's interest, protector of the minority interest. So it's necessary for them to ask questions. Now, by not being present in the meeting also, you have to be vigilant about these transactions getting passed through the board because the agenda papers are circulated to you. Now, the agenda papers may contain these agenda items If it is kept on the table, fine, you're not responsible at all. But if it has been circulated well in advance to you, at least you could have conveyed saying that, look, I have gone through this particular paper, but I'm not attending the meeting, but these are my comments. If you are present in the meeting, obviously you are going to raise those questions. It could be very uncomfortable questions to the management, but then the uncomfortable questions are expected to be asked. The uncomfortable questions cannot be completely skirted at all. So from that perspective, I would say that the independent director, as a part of the board process, if some agenda paper is seen as passed and the resolution is recorded that the board has actually passed this agenda paper, you become vicariously responsible for what the board has done. And tomorrow, if something is attributable to a fraud, so where you are not being able to take note of, you need to come up with proper explanations as to why perhaps this paper was allowed to be passed. Now, not all fraudulent transactions get at the level of the board. Where it doesn't get to the level of the board, where it is at the level of an executive person, where it is done at the level of an operational person, certainly you are not going to be held responsible. I can give you that assurance. If it is going through the board process, yes, be careful about it. If it is not going to go through the board process, well, you are not going to be responsible for it at all. It is entirely the operational person who is going to be responsible. I'm going to close it with this within the time limit accorded, because I just wanted to give some flavor of what the SEBI's expectations are. I didn't get into the legal framework, for I know that all of you know about the legal framework. So it's not my job to tell about the legal framework. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mahalingam. I apologise for my English pronunciation of your name. I think my definition of what you've just presented is a wonderful spotter's guide to the ways in which independent directors should be observing organisations and the kinds of things that can go wrong within them. And you've really highlighted the importance of applying common sense in our judgment of these things. So I think we're really seeing the human side of the director appearing here, and the way in which they have to apply that kind of judgment that Andrew was talking about earlier on as well. So thank you very much. A wonderful link to the previous presentation.
Thanks.
Thank you. I'm hoping that we may have, we're moving on to the release of the director's report, but thank you very much indeed for your presentation, and I'm sure that there will be questions coming to you later. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
We now have the release and presentation of a survey report on the role of independent directors in addressing corporate fraud and misconduct. The survey was conducted jointly by the Institute of Directors India and Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India. For this, I'm going to ask you to join me in welcoming Mr. Nikhil Bedi, who is a partner and leader of forensics at Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu. He's going to present the report. We're very delighted to have Deloitte as our knowledge partner for this year's Directors Conclave. Mr. Bedi holds or has over 2 decades of professional experience, of which he spent more than 10 years advising various clients, including corporates, financial institutions, hedge funds, and private equity funds, on a very wide range of forensic services, including business intelligence, a variety of forms of due diligence, post-investment investigations, asset tracing, operational risk mitigation, and supporting the development of asset tracing and anti-counterfeiting solutions, both at Deloitte and further afield. He successfully launched political risk mapping for clients who were looking into entering India and Asia for investment purposes. He specialises in carrying out cross-border investigations involving capital flows across jurisdictions, and he assists clients in pre and post investment monitoring and risk mitigation. So a very warm welcome to Mr. Nikhil Bedi. Over to you, sir, for the release of the report.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wilson. Hope I'm audible.
Perfectly, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you very much to the IOD for selecting Deloitte as the knowledge partner. We are very delighted to release this survey. If I can request for the presentation to be put up. Thank you. So in parallel, I'll just give you a bit of a background. Rohit Goel, who's my colleague partner, he came to me and he said that, there is a lot of data out there and voices on corporate fraud, both from the company's perspective, from a legal perspective, but there's never been a voice of the independent directors. And that's what's actually conceptualized the survey. And that's what, got us thinking, and we partnered with IOD to kind of launch this survey. Just a quick background, we got 110 plus responses, roughly 60% from directors on boards of public companies and the balance non-public companies. So I think it's a fairly good representation to start with, and some of the findings resonate with what Mr. Mahalingam actually said prior to this, and it was an amazing and a wonderful speech. So if I can request you to go to the next slide, please. Right. So in terms of the key findings, one of the most interesting findings is that over 62% of the independent directors, if I can request the next slide, please, thank you, believe that fraud is going to be, business disruption, which we are facing due to the pandemic, is going to cause a rise in fraud. Now it's absolutely in line with what we are witnessing. Right. Currently, there is a lot of work from home. I am working from home, for example. There's a lot of digital application as opposed to physical prior to March 2020. Right. You've seen different supply chains come to the fore. New suppliers who have probably not been vetted, right? Because business had to continue. That was the first and the primary objective when the pandemic hit. Right. And a lot of these changes, what happens is when the sales cycle actually comes to a stop, you see a lot of skeletons coming out of the closet. So I think that's something which can be expected. The Association of Certified Fraud Examiners also believes that such disruptions which happened in 2008, 2009 due to the financial crisis also kind of give us a lot of detail that such incidents will spurn or cause the increase in fraud. If I can request the next slide, please. Right? Yes. So one of the survey findings was what are the top three kind of frauds that we are witnessing? And the number one answer, and we've seen this across a lot of the other surveys and client connects that we've had, is that cybercrime is standing out. Right? And you would have seen that there's been such a large incident of cybercrime, both in India and globally. Right, and it almost last year, every single day you opened the newspaper and you knew someone else had been kind of been susceptible to a cybercrime. We too are witnessing a lot of such crimes, and that causes a lot of loss of reputation, data, identity theft, etc. Financial statement fraud, I think Mr. Mahalingam and others have touched upon it, but we definitely believe that in such times, in crisis and disruption, a lot of these frauds come to the fore, and a lot of the older frauds also, which are masked by the financials, they actually rear their head, right? The third most, large number of fraud which was reported was the leakage of information, including insider trading, and we are doing a lot of cases where there is theft of R&D, there is insider trading, and there's espionage, people stealing secrets, going to other companies, etc. So a lot of the findings or a lot of the responses actually are resonating with what we are seeing on the ground. Can I go to the next slide, please? So one of the questions that we asked is that has the audit committee of the board established an effective anti-fraud mechanism, right? And I just wanted to, while obviously a majority of the participants said yes, but an equal number possibly, or slightly lower, said no, or they don't believe that they have the answer to that question. And that's what is a cause of concern, right? Now, one of the things that regulators have started doing is that they've really increased the scrutiny on the regulatory side. For example, ICAI has prescribed standards for forensic accounting. We're the only a country in the world which has such standards, and they will come into force in a couple of years' time. SEBI, for example, has mandated disclosure of all forensic audits of listed companies, no matter what the quantum or no matter what the nomenclature. It could be a special audit, whatever the name you call. So this is a very important legislation. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs has said that for listed companies, all whistleblower complaints need to be disclosed to auditors. And the RBI has prescribed risk-based assessments for the AML programs of banks and financial institutions. So I think in this, given the heightened regulatory scrutiny, I think it's very important for the audit committees to be formulating fraud detection and anti-fraud frameworks, right? If you can go to the next slide, please. So this is a very easy one. Independent directors, can they play a significant role? Absolutely. One of the earlier speakers said it is their fiduciary responsibilities. And I personally believe that the independent directors are the gatekeepers to enhance and preserve value in the markets, right? So this is an easy one. Can we go to the next slide, please? Right. So one of the questions that we asked is that, do you believe that independent directors are well equipped to discharge their regulatory and fiduciary responsibilities towards fraud prevention and detection? And I think the response is quite, almost half or plus said that they are not prepared or somewhat equipped, right? And I think that is something which, as a group, we can look into this number, and there's a lot of remediation, or there's a lot of remedial measures that we can take to ensure that the independent directors are well equipped to be able to identify, detect, or ask the right questions to ensure that the frauds are mitigated or prevented in the organizations that they represent. Brings me to my last two slides. Is what is the kind of training, right, that we can, or the independent directors would need to kind of discharge their duties when it comes to anti-fraud frameworks or fraud detection. And I think if you see, it's a fair split everywhere, but I think the most important thing is to carry out fraud risk management trainings. How do you identify specific red flags in the balance sheets, or it could be in disclosures. It could be as simple as a change in the auditor. It could be as a resignation of a board member. So these are some of the signs, and these are some of the things that we as practitioners look out for. I think it's about training and educating, the independent directors to kind of look out for these signs, right? Even prior to that, does the independent director understand the sectoral fraud risks or the company fraud risks? I think that is another key response of how we can equip them. The third point, which is very important, is monitoring. And do we ask the same number of questions? Are there periodic risk management studies carried out? Are whistleblowers complaints brought to the board? Is there enough transparency when you ask the questions? And these are some of the other responses. And lastly, one can try and ensure that you get independent studies done through independent consultants or lawyers to understand whether the risk management frameworks are in check with the times, changing digitization, changing supply chains, etc. So these are some of the steps that we can take to help independent directors better equip themselves to identify the fraud risk patterns. So this comes to our last slide, and while we have the entire report which will be released, you can read that. But I think key considerations for independent directors, and we've just put it out there as to prior to joining the organization, I think independent directorship is like when you're joining somebody, it's like a bit of a quasi marriage, right? So you need to carry out the right amount of due diligence on the company, its ethical, its ethical performance, what are its practices of dealing with its stakeholders. You can look at the news, you can carry out a specific check, you can ask stakeholders, your friends and other people who are in the sector, and you will be able to get a lot of information and join the dots, right? In terms of while you are on the board, we believe, and I just said it in the last slide, there has to be a continuous monitoring. There has to be a lot of questions asked, whether the risk management frameworks are getting up to date, they are being challenged, they are being stress tested, because that fraud is going to happen. Fraudsters are very intelligent, but if the company can be vigilant, it can safeguard reputation and preserve value. The last point is that what do you do in case of a suspicious activity, fraud, or sometimes you have been privy to a fraudulent transaction which causes value erosion. I think the most important thing is to consult. It is to bring in the experts, both internally, externally. You've got to isolate the incident. You've got to make sure you have all the information and then take a calculated call. I think that's extremely critical. And I've been part of so many of the these large high profile cases, and we see that if one can do this, one can get to the root cause of the problem and then take an identified call as to what's the best course of action going forward. So these are some of the points that we thought we will place before you. But again, thank you so much. Within the time that I have, this is what we thought we would present, and the report is very much out there. We really appreciate your time and completing the survey, and we look forward to any questions in due course. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bedi, and a very interesting set of questions and challenges for the independent director. And I think the discrepancy between the opportunities that are being created for fraud and their lack of awareness of the possibilities as a result of changing working practices is just a little frightening, to say the least. So, yeah, thank you. We have got one or two questions that have been popping up in front of me. I think some of them you may have actually already, in a way, addressed, but let's just see what we've got has come up in front of us. The first one, how can companies make their FRM framework more robust in order to mitigate the frauds that have begun to emerge as a result of these change practices?
Right. No, that's a very good question. So I'll just take that. So what we believe is that in any company, and it's very sector specific. So take a manufacturing company. It's usually going to be their procurement side, right? Or if you take a services company, it will be the manpower side. IT company, it could be technology. So you isolate some of the key risk factors. You can't stress test everything. Framework, and you'll focus on the larger, the more riskier items. There is a lot of analytics one can do. One can actually, perform certain stress tests in terms of fraud risk scenarios, as we call it, simulate them in the organizations and see the responses. And not all the times you will see the result is fraud. You may just see some control gaps which need strengthening, right? At times you may find a fraud as a result of these frameworks that these stress tests that you carry out. So it's all about that. The other thing which we believe is very important is to look at the ecosystem, the vendors, the counterparties, because sometimes the related party matter. A lot of the siphoning, or if I can say the loss of value, happens through these related parties. So it's important to know who you do business with. So these are some of the things that Mr. Wilson, I can immediately outline as steps to the question asked.
And a very interesting point that this is something that the questions that can be asked by the independent director, simply seeking reassurance that this is a matter that's being explored by the executives in the organisation. I think that's probably picked up on most of the points that have been raised here. So thank you very much indeed for your report, for your contribution, but also for the report, which I think is going to become a bit of a required reading. Not just in India, but I think it deserves sharing far further afield. Even just the highlights are really pretty profound, and I think that's something that we need to acknowledge. I think that is, in a way of summarising what has been coming out in this conference, is just how many new initiatives, new ways of looking at the nature of the independent director are emerging, and we've really got to take seriously this shift in focus and responsibility and the skills that are necessary for it. So thank you, Mr. Bedi. Thank you very much indeed to all of our distinguished speakers over the course of today. So much food for thought. I don't know about anybody else, but when I sit in one of these events, I always come away with so many thoughts and ideas and possibilities to be working on. So thank you all very much indeed. We would not be here if it wasn't for our partners. this has been an important shift in the nature of the IOD in recent years, is just the sheer scale of opportunity if we have the right partners. And so I'd like to just do a quick tally of all of them again. Our principal strategic partner today has been the ACCA, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Our principal partners have been ONGC and the Maharashtra Industrial Development Corporation, MIDC. Our platinum partners are Delhi Tourism and Bihar Tourism. The gold partners, the World Gold Council from the UK, Cisco, Gale from India, the India Tourism Development Corporation, the Jharkhand Tourism, Golkadals Exports, the National Handloom Development Corporation, the Universal Sompo General Insurance Company, Mazagon Dock Shipbuilders, the National Small Industries Corporation. Our silver partners have been Gujarat Tourism, Indraprastha Gas, Delhi State Industrial and Infrastructure Development Corporation, Glass Lewis, the TriStar Group from the UAE, the National Payments Corporation of India, Madhya Pradesh Tourism, the Indian Oil Corporation, the Mineral Exploration Corporation, Chhattisgarh State Industrial Development Corporation. They've been joined by associate partners, the Hutti Gold Mines Company, Hindustan Copper, NMDC, Balmer Lorry and Company, the SMC Group, and Mahangar Gas. Our knowledge partners, as we've just heard, from Deloitte, Tuj Tamatsu, and the Global Schools Foundation from Singapore. And a very special thanks to our supporting partner, the Institute of Company Secretaries of India. The IOD's conclave will be resuming tomorrow with a keynote at session number 4 at 11:30 hours. So please join us all live. The link for the 7th of October will have been shared with you all by now, and the details are also available at the web address www.iodglobal.com. Thank you all very much for joining us. I look forward to seeing some of you tomorrow. Thank you and good night.